can turn the sunshine into love, and I can keep on dreaming. Something like a spaceship from above, and you give me that feeling, yeah. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. I'm gonna tell you something just for free. I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not here to waste nobody.
and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. Surround me, surround me,
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
The Summer Championship is underway. Of course, the sun's out, things are getting hot, and we are about to have our final day of Summer Championship action, but it's definitely not something to sleep on, as of course, we're in the North American portion. Sparky, how you feeling?
I'm feeling really good about today. looking at the predictions for how I was going to prepare for this pre-show might have me grabbing from some different sources than I'm normally used to. You might see some names pop up in my predictions that haven't in quite some time, but they're ones that I do feel a little bit good about. But also, we do have the possibility of some crazy shakeups. Of course, we have had major balance changes since MSI that have changed a lot of what people are doing. Hammer got hit probably the most. That's the one that people have been really feeling. We've seen Hammer kind of take a step back, definitely in 2v2. We've also seen it in 1v1 as well. I'm talking about Luna coming out of the gate. Used to be Taros, 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 Taros every single game in 2v2 and in 1v1 as well. That's changed a lot. Now we see a lot of Scythe from Luna, and that change is felt not just by Luna, but a lot of other players in the game. We've seen, virtually no Hammer this weekend from any region except for Kaina, and then kind of swapped off of that almost immediately, Duke. So how are you feeling about this weekend?
It's definitely interesting. I think, like we've kind of been pointing out, the meta has shifted around a lot. The character picks have shifted around a lot. We're seeing some different stuff crop up in South America. We saw a sizable amount of Spear and Lance come out. We've been seeing a lot of gauntlets across the board in 2v2s and 1v1s. And like you said, almost every single Bodvar main has kind of fallen off. We saw Swada not perform. He was saying he didn't get enough sleep. We saw Simple swap over to the Val. Kaina's the only one who stuck with it for a while, but then, like you said, switched over to the Zol. So today, my eyes are on Java as kind of like the last remaining Bodvar of the game. Is he going to stick with it, or is he going to be another one to jump ship and try something different?
So now that we're actually getting into these players, we can go a little bit deeper on Java here in just a moment. But right before that, I wanted to talk about someone that I haven't really talked about in a while. Definitely not in 1v1.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
I trust the science.
Okay.
I trust Dr. Phazon. Even though he dropped the doctor, he's still a doctor up here for me, okay? It's still real to me.
He still has the diploma.
Absolutely.
Even if he's less formal.
Phazon coming into this one, a recent YouTube video upload from Phazon was, can I beat 7 platinum players? And that was a follow-up off of, can I beat 7 gold players? And this was in like crew battle format. Some of it was done on cross. The way he started out the video was like ramping it up. So he didn't just go into the 7 people immediately. There were like 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, all the way up to 7 people. Now, he started off on the cross. I don't know if we're going to get cross from him. I've been talking about cross all weekend. I'm really wanting to see some cross make it into 1v1. I thought it would happen more yesterday at EU. Didn't really happen that much. I'm wondering if it will in North America. I think Dr. Phazon could be coming in with that. You can see the stats on your screen right now. He's still chasing that gold medal. He's only had 1 silver medal, but he's had 8 bronze medals, so still some solid placements in 1v1s for Phazon, even though he's more known as a 2v2 player way back in the day, playing alongside Lil Captain, of course. More recently, we know him alongside Cody Travis.
It's interesting because Phazon gets forgotten about in the 1v1 conversations. Generally speaking, Cody Travis is the one who kind of takes that limelight between the two of them, but Phazon has had his peaks. He's had 8 bronze medals, 1 silver medal. He famously was the one who took down Sandstorm in a Scythe battle. He has all this potential to do well in the 1v1s, and so I think there's a lot of merit to the idea that he might do pretty well this weekend.
I think he has a solid grasp of specifically gauntlets, which gives him a lot of freedom in terms of what characters are currently meta, currently thought of very strong by a lot of different players. And that is in the same universe where Hammer is thought of less. So he's not having to run up against those Hammer players quite as much. He, of course, has the Onyx pick. That's what he ended up finishing off that can I beat 7 platinum players in a crew battle with. Finished off with the Onyx, said it was so easy, said everybody was so free. Cannon been getting some love here recently as well. Obviously, we saw the destruction of Cannon yesterday from Kaina Zol. So we do have the Onyx as a possibility. We have the Cross as a possibility. The other weapon there, of course, being the blasters, which Phazon, even though Boomy gets like all the credit and all of the praise, and Cody Travis maybe less so, but Phazon's definitely in that conversation as well. One of the OG Blasters players who spent tons and tons of time on that weapon. Of course, we have the Val, who was kind of synonymous with Phazon for a really long time. Like, Addy Mystic's Val is probably the most iconic Val in the game, but Phazon, again, is inside of that conversation, and definitely one that you want to mention for that. Of course, we also have the Mordex possibilities, which opens up Scythe, which opens up a possible Giro, which we saw Luna do really well with. So I think like the sky is the limit. It's really just like what Phazon feels comfortable with, which avenue he wants to go down, and there's always the option to switch things up if it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who aren't old heads like you and I forget that Phazon started off as a Lucian main. He used to be, like, I think he was the owner of the Blasters Discord.
He
if I'm not
was.
mistaken.
He
Like,
was Blasters
he
Baddies
was
owner.
a Blasters main for a really long time. So the idea that he could bring out the cross might be kind of a little bit of a throwback, kind of bringing that newness with the gauntlets, which he's been playing. Again, the Wushang is also a really strong
I
pick.
forgot about the Wuxi.
Yeah.
That's how many people he has to choose from.
He has a really large character pool, and a lot of those characters that he's been looking at are all really, really strong right now.
I haven't been watching the clips behind us, but I bet
They've been changing characters.
Yeah,
I
I
saw
bet it's like it's a
Mordex,
ton
Val.
of different legends,
Yeah.
probably more than even we mentioned. So that's why I'm really looking at Phazon this weekend. After I saw that video, the way he was able to take apart that many players in a crew battle situation where it's like it's him and his 3 stocks against an entire group of people and all of their 3 stocks, one after the other. The way he was able to dismantle all those players, even though they're platinum players. Hey, Platinum players, we love you out there. You're a part of this game too, just like all those gold players, all the silver players, everybody down to the worst ranked person in the game. We love you. I'm looking at you right now. I don't know who you are, but I'm looking at you.
You're seen.
And I
feel
appreciate
seen.
you. You're valid. But being able to take down all those platinum players, like that was huge. That shows an endurance, that shows an ability to both put out damage, KO efficiently, because you have to do that when you're running up against that many people. That transfers into 1v1s. Even though he's going to be playing a lot higher skilled players today, a lot of those skills immediately transfer into that. That's why I'm looking at Phazon.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. All right, who's next on the docket for today?
Your guy, Java, you said might not be affected as much by these hammers because Java's different. He's built different. Kaina is a built different Bodvar. Java is the North American built different Bodvar.
Yeah, I know, again, we kind of talk about how Kaina has a very fun Bodvar to watch and a very fun hammer to watch. In particular, Java also is one of those people who's really fun to watch.
Yep.
Like, I'm looking back at when we had kind of the, what was it, the North American mini thing where they had the top 4 players fight against each other, and Java was the one who was coming out on top doing some really interesting stuff with the hammer. And again, my big question mark is he going to be playing the Bodvar? That's what he's known for, but we already see a Hattori here. Maybe that's what he's been locking in today. I haven't actually looked at the bracket, but he's got a pretty decent pick. It's just going to be interesting to see, is it going to be like stubbornly sticking with what he's known for, or is it going to be trying something different that might be a little bit more meta?
Yeah, that'll be the interesting thing to really see how that affects Java as one of the few last die-hard Bodvar mains. I don't know exactly what Java's been reporting today. I'm going to guess that it's been Hattori. That's maybe why the Hattori's on the screen, because if I look at the stat tool, it's overwhelming Bodvar, of course. We just saw that. We just saw the change. It just changed.
Well, there you go.
And there you see the stats right in front of you. Those 2 silver medals. It's been a little bit of a minute since those 2 silver medals. One of them was at the World Championship in 2021. The other one was the Winter Championship in 2021. So kind of those bookends on 2021 were really good for Java. Hasn't quite reached that yet. We don't even have any bronze medals either. We've only seen 4 top 8s. Half of those were silver medals, so that does bode well for Java. But Java, again, we can say this a million times and it will still always be true. Java is built different. If there is anybody that I think can survive through a major balance change that has caused other people to step away from Hammer, I thought Kaina was one of them. It seems at least right now that's not the case. I think Java is going to be the other one, and that's probably the 2 players I would look at to be able to do that.
Yeah, Java, I mean, it's really interesting. He's coming in here, of course, known for his Bodvar, has so much amazing plays. We're already seeing something different as he's got the Yumiko as well. I'm not actually sure. What is this? This is from the Pro Series?
Yeah, that's Pro Series.
Yeah, so I don't actually, I thought he was all Bodvar, but there you're seeing more Bodvar clips. That's like been the big claim to fame, has been that Bodvar, all the amazing stuff he does with it. He uses Sword Desig, I would say, a little bit more than any of the other Bodvars out there, which is one of the big reasons why you love him.
Yeah.
And of course, he's been taking out, like, consistently taking out some big names. He has a winning record against some of the GOATs of Brawlhalla 1v1s in North America.
Yeah, he has not been reporting his characters today, so that's a big shame on you, Jet Bean. Even though it's most likely your one character, I want to see that reported, because one day there may come a time when you change, and I want that information as quickly as possible. So Java, report your characters. I'm looking at you right now. Do that.
Yes.
Por
All
favor.
right. Anything else you want to say about Java?
That's all I've got on Java. We are ready to move on to our next player, who, again, it's another person that we really haven't talked too much of, a little bit more than maybe Faison, but I'm talking about Meg D.
Yeah, Meg D is another interesting one. Meg D, I think, flew under a lot of people's radars. Even though he did really well in Spring Championship, the thing that really solidified him in a lot of people's 1v1 minds is his performances at the Midseason Invitational. When we got to the Final Four, he was there and he was top side. So Meg D is definitely looking really good. He's been playing the Val. He's a little bit ahead of the curve in that regard because now people are switching to it, and his swordplay in particular has been looking really strong.
Now that's the interesting thing, is because like Meg D was known for a little while to be like one of the few Qatar players who was like really going for it with the Qatars and the kit. Of course, the Val, an extremely meta pick, an extremely strong pick, an extremely successful pick for Java. If we're looking just recently at the Spring Championship this year, all Val reported, third place finish, huge finish for Meg D coming out on that one. But I am wondering where the Qatars are, because Qatars are thought of definitely better than they used to be thought of in current meta. I mean, we saw Wave in EU yesterday tearing it up with the Qatars. I would like to see some Qatars coming out from Meg D, but if I see the Val on screen, I'm not going to admonish that whatsoever. The Val is really solid. Now, I'd be willing to bet that Meg D, in terms of like PR to seed, probably has the largest gap from many of the players, definitely probably the players that we're going to be talking about on the pre-show, but also the ones that we're going to see on stream, coming in PR 11, and yet Meg D is seed number 2. That is largely influenced by that third place Spring Championship finish.
Yeah, he's, again, I think, flown under a lot of radars. He hasn't been having as many peaks. It's also part of the reason why he's not generally thought of in that discussion. Again, PR number 11. That means he hasn't had kind of like the legacy, because PR is a little bit more drawn out than seeds are. But you're already seeing he's gotten 2 bronze medals in his lifetime. He hasn't had as many peaks, but he's still worth mentioning because he's coming in here, PR or second seed, and did really well at the Midseason Invitational.
Now, if I'm looking at specifically who Meg D played up against in that Spring Championship, there's a nice variety of characters that he played against and had victories against, which is good because that's not just you being better than Boomy or you being better than Luna. That's you being able to play against the vast variety of characters that we're really starting to see now. We're really starting to see people dip into those other picks and not just the standard Bodvar after Bodvar after Bodvar, Rayman after Rayman after Rayman. So if we look at some of these, it has, let's see, looking at this, it was a 3-0 over Stingray, who played both a Hattori and an Orion. That is 3 different weapons between that. Then if we look at Kosalix coming in, that was a 3-1 victory over Kosalix's Olgrim. If we look at the victory against Luna, actually it was in L, but it was a game 5 that he took it all the way to, and that was against a Teros, that was against a Mordex, that was against a Core. 3 very different legends with a wide spread of weapons. Then if you look at against Blazy, a 3-0 victory against a Brynn and a Hattori. So a wide spread of weapons that Meg D is able to play against and outplay, or at least get very close in the case of Luna, with this Val pick. So I'm loving the Val pick. I'm loving that Meg D has a mastery of how to play against all the different possible matchup options that he may run into.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things going really well for him. Of course, that Val has some great things in the kit. We've already been seeing it utilized across the weekend. Those side sigs, a multitude of Akumas being played, and of course, Meg D. He's just an outright amazing player. Anything else you want to say about him?
That's all I got for Meg D today.
All right, who's next?
We got, I mean, come on, we got to talk about him. We got to. He's essentially the elephant in the room. Of course, yet again, it's Luna. It's always Luna. It's going to keep being Luna, at least for the foreseeable future. I don't see Luna being taken down too easily to where he's no longer relevant anytime soon.
No, Luna's, I mean, he's been looking amazing this year, playing out of his mind. I've been a huge believer in Luna for a really long time. Anyone who's been following knows I love Luna. I love seeing him do well. He's been showing off that he can do a lot of different things. He started off being, like you said, a big Teros believer, but then people started kind of being haters, and I saw him switching. He was playing the Mordex. He did the Giro in Spring Championship. We've seen him switch it up quite a bit, and of course, now that the meta has shifted away from the heavy hitters, the axes, the hammers, and things like that, I think he's already kind of prepared for that with his scythe.
Yeah, Omen Oasis was the Teros vibe. Omen Oasis all the way back in February of this year, and even before that, it was Teros every single game. Then all of a sudden, we saw Luna step off the Teros train and really focused a lot on Scythe. If we're looking at what he chose in the Steel series, there was one game that he chose Core, but the rest of it was Mordex. Of course, one of the most iconic legends in Brawlhalla thanks to Sandstorm, and now Luna seems to be carrying some of that as well. Then if we go into the Spring Championship, we have a little bit more variety. We, of course, have the Mordex. It's dominated by Mordex. We have the Core as well. We have Teros just a little bit. And then that Jiro, man, of all things, to come in with the Jiro pick. Nobody else is playing Jiro. There was like one little pinpoint in time where Jiro was like, maybe Jiro is not terrible. Maybe Jiro's pretty good. And then it seems like most people decided that Jiro doesn't really have the greatest place in the meta. Then all of a sudden, man, and it's in the final set of this tournament. He didn't play it like any other time, or at least didn't report it. Plays it against Jetbean and wins in the Game 5. What a strange pick from Luna. Has the Scythe, which is, of course, a carryover from the other legends, but Sword? When have we really seen Luna play Sword? In 1v1s? Not very often.
Pretty much non-existent, but of course, Luna definitely playing all sorts of stuff. I mean, if you talk to most other players in the North American region, they talk about how Luna's really been grinding. He's been leveling up, he's been practicing, he's been hungry to do better. And of course, again, we got to talk to him at Midseason Invitational. He played amazing at Midseason Invitational, and we got to talk about that. But also just getting to actually hear from the horse's mouth, like, what is it that he's doing? And he's like, I just want to play, I want to do well, and I just come in with that mindset. I'm not going to stress anything about it. And it's been working. He's just been coming in hungry, ready to play and win.
That's a champion's mentality. Being able to come out on top when he first did and continue that work ethic, because it's not easy. I cannot stress enough how difficult that is to keep up that grind. Once you've hit that peak, to keep pushing for it as more people are coming at you. That's so tough to do. Sometimes you got to force yourself to do it. I doubt it ever comes easy. So yeah, we got to give Luna so much credit for that. That's why he's been able to stay in the situation that he is. That's why he's done so well and stayed on top for a pretty significant chunk of time. Again, it's not Sandstorm's terms of relevancy over years and years and years, but I mean, Sandstorm at one point, he had to start somewhere. He had to win the World Championship to then have the legacy that he does now. So we could see this from Luna. If he keeps up the grind, which he has been doing so far, a lot of people are going to put him in their top threes. I bet the majority of those people will put him in that gold medal spot.
It's so fascinating to me, the discussion around Luna, when you compare it to, like, Godly, right? Where Godly, he wins, and everyone's like, yeah, all right, he's like the GOAT of EU right now. But Luna does well, and he wins. He wins the Midseason Invitational. People are like, I still kind of doubt it. I don't, maybe he's a Teros wonder.
He's got that Teros stank on him.
It's just, there's just something about the way that people look at Luna, and they're just like, I don't believe it as hard.
You can move the gamer off of the Teros, but you can't move the Teros off of the gamer. He will always have that Teros stank on him.
I mean, it's part of the history books for him, and you know what? I'm fine with that. I am a believer in the Luna. Anything else you want to talk about with Luna?
That's all I've got for Luna. I think we're going to be good to move into our predictions next. This one was tough.
It was.
But I do feel pretty good about mine. I don't remember who went first yesterday.
Well, so you went first for EU. I went first for South America.
Okay.
Do you want to go first?
Then
or
it's
do you
my
want
turn.
Okay.
It's my turn. I get to go first. Hooray. We're going to start, of course, as always, in the bronze medal position. You heard me talk about him in the pre-show. I trust the science. I trust Dr. Phazon. I think he's coming in third place. This could be a bold pick. Pingu was dogging me for not having enough spice, the classic Sparky spice in my picks. I'm delivering today with the Phazon in third place. That means in second place, I am putting Meg D. I think that Val's going to come out in the silver medal position. Could see some Katars as well. We'll have to stay tuned to see what happens there. In first place, of course, Luna. It's Luna. What else do I have to say? Luna's won so many tournaments this year, showing that he is not only one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. I mean, MSI showed that he is essentially the best player in the world, at least at this moment in time, and the grind has kept up. We respect the grind. That's why we put Luna in gold.
Yep. Believing in the Luna. On my side, I also struggled a little bit going into these picks. I wasn't 100% sure who to put in, but I went with my gut. I went for number 3, none other than Java. I'm believing in the Bodbar. I'm not sure what he'll be playing today. Maybe my feelings will be very upset in a hot minute when I look at the bracket. But either way, I'm believing in Java for now. I believe in the Bodbar. And Java when he's on, he looks so incredibly good and so incredibly strong. In second, I'm looking at the performances at Spring Championship and Mid-Season Invitational. I'm looking at Meg D for number 2. And as I've been saying time and time again, I am a believer in the Luna. Luna going home with the gold medal. I think anyone who's doing their North American predictions this weekend will likely have him in number 1 unless they're a hater.
Now, you mentioned looking at the bracket and possibly feeling bad. That's something that I am dreading with my Phazon pick. It's like, until you look at the bracket, you essentially have Schrodinger's Phazon, where he is about to be top 3 and also knocked out of the tournament at the exact same time. You only figure out the results by actually looking at the bracket. So I am dreading checking where Phazon is in the bracket as well. So we can share that sentiment together. You are not alone, my friend. You're valid, and you have a friend right here alongside of you. But that's it for the pre-show, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get engaged on Twitter.com, make sure to hashtag BH Esports in your tweets. Put your predictions up there. Tag me at WhoIsSparky. Tag Duke at DukeXFam. That is Duke, the letter X, Fam, P-H-A-M. That's how you spell fam. D-U-C is how you spell Duke. I did that in a strange order. We started with the middle of the sandwich, and then the bottom piece of bread, and then the top piece of bread.
That's how I decide how to make my sandwiches. I go, what do I want inside my sandwich, and then I'll figure out the rest from there.
Interesting. So now you have validated the way I did that, and I appreciate that. We're a team here on the desk, and if you want to feel a part of the team, then go to Brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will give you a calendar of when all the events are happening, including dev streams, so you can follow along, grab those viewership rewards all throughout the week and on the weekends. Make sure Brawlhalla.com/schedule. That'll give it in your time zone. That'll save you a step, because that's just the kind of guys that we are here. Also, I'm trying to remember any other links that we need to be worried about.
There's so many. If you want to look at the bracket, maybe you're looking at Twitch chat right now, type !bracket. Or if you just want to go to the link yourself, start.gg/Brawlhalla. We'll help you bring up the bracket. And that's a really great place to watch, see who the people that you care about, see how they're doing, and also find out where their matches will be streamed, because it might have a little link, a little Twitch logo, and say Brawlhalla. Well, that'll be here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Or it might have a little logo and it'll say Pro Brawlhalla, and it'll be over at twitch.tv/Pro-Brawlhalla, because we got so many matches we can't fit it all in one space.
We're getting into the North American tournament that has already started. The stream will be showing you the games that you are desperately looking to see this weekend as we round out our summer championships with the North American 1v1s. Thank you so much for tuning into the pre-show. We'll see you in just a few moments.
I've prepared this for you. Drink. Open your mind. It will give you strength in Valhalla.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. You're going to love this. A blade for every occasion. Fear not the darkness. I take no pleasure in this. This KO is mine.
I like this place. Ah! Victory has never tasted so sweet. My long road does not end here. Odin is with us.
This is fun.
It's a shame the Saxons won't get to see this.
Nice.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Requiescat in pace. Never gets old.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like it's different like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like it's different like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive.
Boomy and Sandstorm. Sandstorm taking a lot of damage to start this one off. Oh, snap the chase! Up, but he makes it back. All in there. The talent that Lucas is going to be it. Sig and Sig. Oh, the weapon toss. Wrench wasn't ready for it. Simba and Walshy.
Definitely gave, with the amount of damage that he needed to be able to bring Snowy to a point where it's almost. Oh, that's.
Sandstorm's sight is just leveling up. Oh my god!
I want to say so many four-letter words right now, and I'm not allowed to.
And welcome to the Summer Championships for North America 2022. We have had some incredible tournaments already leading up to this point between all the other regions, but now it is time for North America to show their stuff. A lot of great stories happen at MSI, and they might continue here today. But first, before we talk about that, I got to talk about who I'm here with. My name is Ajax, of course, and I'm with the one and only Taza. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Ajax. I'm so excited to get into North America here, where we've been watching every single region this weekend figure out what to do now that Hammer isn't quite as good as it used to be,
Just
right?
a little bit.
And in Europe, it was so interesting watching the evolution of watching 3 Caspians in a row in winners' quarters, and now in North America, I'm thinking, okay, what weapon is it going to be that I'm going to be surprised by today? Is everybody just going to pick up Cannon all of a sudden? Is that going to be the answer?
I mean, after watching what Kana was doing yesterday with his old Kana, it might be the right idea. But the Qatars is showing up, starting to put in work. Everybody's starting to feel more faith in Weapon again, of course. And you were talking about the changes to Hammer really pulling a lot of people away, which is why one of the people we're looking at that's going to be coming up pretty soon, Java. One of the biggest question marks of what we're going to be seeing now. One of the best known, one of the best Bodvars in the world.
Yes.
But they're going to be going up against what was an incredibly fun story at Springs. It's the return of Jetbean.
Yeah, and Jetbean did so incredibly at Springs, and I'm fully expecting him to be playing some kind of Scythe Legend, most likely
Probably
Mordex,
Mordex
right?
again.
But Java's the big question, because even though Duke had Java in that top 3, right, he was like, I hope he's on Bodvar, but also maybe he's not on Bodvar. And we've got a little bit of a preview here ourselves of what the legends are going to be locked in here.
That is not Bodvar.
It is the Tori that's being locked in here, which really confidently makes me think, okay, we've got a lot of changes coming up. But let's take a look at the matches that we've got right behind us right here, right? Jetbean versus Java, Koslix versus Pugsy, Luna versus Experience, and I'm Llama, which is going to be fighting the winner of Phazon versus Stingray, which is pretty big on Sparky's predictions there, because he really he's really putting it out there, putting FaZe on there in top 3 considering his recent singles performances. But now that FaZe on done with school and everything, focusing on the competition, I'm excited to see FaZe back in that top 3 form. So maybe if he can get that upset over Stingray, that'd be huge.
Maybe. Look, speaking of recent performances, that's why I'm a believer in Jet Bean today. I think Jet Bean sneaks his way into top 3. The biggest wall, though, for a lot of people has been Meg D. Meg D's performances at MSI and all the recent performances. One of, I think, the best neutral games in Brawlhalla right now.
Yeah.
Defense-wise, it's so hard to hit.
Yeah.
Like, he's nearly impossible to hit with the Val right now. But coming into this first set, like you were saying, we were alluding to it a second ago, it is right behind me. As you, let's see right there. There we go. Hattori is going to be the pick. Fiend, of course, showing off what Hattori could do, but mostly a lot of what we saw out of South America was a shift over to Wushang because the Gauntlets were just, they're too strong right now.
Gauntlets are quite good, and Spear has always been flavor for that region, right? And that, so it just makes a lot of sense that Wushang is being picked up. And then if you have Hattori, it's basically like, well, what's your preference with the Spear? Is it Spear or Sword or Gauntlets? And that seems to be the case here. And Java switching over to the Hattori, knowing that Spear is pretty strong right now. It's not just like only in South America is Spear strong. I think that it's quite a good weapon. When your Sword is your other primary and you don't want to use Hammer anymore, Hattori is the go-to legend for sure. Seeing Java bring this out for Game 1 against Jet Bean is going to be very exciting. But Jet Bean on the Tai Lung, epic crossover from Mordex, as you said, had an amazing run in Springs.
Yeah, one of the most exciting things we got to see, that ended up cultivating into the finals where we saw Jiro come out from Luna. So
that's right.
Yeah, that was an interesting Springs overall for everyone.
Jet Bean really put everybody in a position where they're like, okay, I got to bring out this pocket pick that's like, I never thought I'd need to use this, but that's the answer for the way that you're playing. And that was the kind of playstyle that Jet Bean brought out. And it was such a crazy story because he literally, it was such an absurdly high placement for his history that he didn't even really get the points necessary to get into MSI.
He just missed it. He got PR 17, one off from sneaking in, but he's going to have one less stock to play around with too. Java was doing a really good job of counter poking. Anytime you saw Jet Bean look for some reads after going for a couple strings with the Scythe, he was answering with the Nair right out. He got the neutralites multiple times like we're seeing right now too. The counter poke game has been really solid to back Jet Bean off.
Yeah, and Java now with the Spear still dodges right through that ground pound, covers his head with the weapon throw, picks it right back up, and the Spear recovery puts even more damage on the Jet Bean as another Nair hits. Downlight and a side light comes through, but doesn't lead to the recovery, so Java's still holding on to this first stock and getting more damage as Jet Bean can't get those ground pounds to connect.
Yeah, that's what you're going to see often too. That weapon toss off from the Spear, just that big hitbox, just making sure that people can't challenge you off stage, especially after Jet Bean just revealed the ground pound a second ago, so you try to use that as a check. But Jet Bean's Scythe is a big reason why we saw that story continue. His reads looking that much like some of the best side players we've ever seen. So you have to be careful with that. As the Gauntlets and neutralites, not going to be enough. The weapon toss forces him to go high. That's a lot of resources gone. And he's going to catch him with D-Light. Great job forcing him to go that route, Taza.
Yeah, the Gauntlet neutralite kind of surprised me that I didn't take him down, but the D-Light was great as well. You have that active input where you can either kick them forward or go for the combo. When your damage is that high, it just makes sense to kick him off stage, even at those stocks 2-2. But Java's fighting right back now with the Sword. D-Light side air hit, side light gets him off the stage. He tries to go for a jump read there and gets punished as the neutral stick does not connect, and Jet Bean starts getting a lot of hits in with the Scythe. Weapon goes down. Oh, can he get anything started here? No, and that's the second time, Ajax, that Java's been putting out these neutral sigs, hoping for these jumps, and Jet Bean just stays grounded.
Yeah, that's just like something you could get away with that with Scythe too. Like you don't really need to jump around a bunch, like you were just saying, with the active inputs to be able to push him off stage. But now getting juggled out by these Nairs, kind of struggling a bit. I like the weapon toss down. So many resources were gone that you might trip him up with the weapon toss down. The Dare's going to come through on the Gauntlets and starting to get some damage. And speaking of big plays, so we're starting to see some right now. Go for the GC D-Light, and he's getting more chases now. Job with the Gauntlets.
Yeah, neutral sig comes through. Okay, gravity cancel down sig right afterwards, tosses him right off the right side of the stage. And I like that too because he used the neutral sig from the Scythe to get into the air, and when it missed, instead of landing, he just gravity canceled to get that down sig, caught Java off guard, but Java gets him right back, and it's a dead even game one.
Extremely close for the first game of the day, and this is one of them we could definitely expect to see like this too, because like you were saying before, Duke having Java and his picks for good reason, and the Sword definitely playing out exactly how we still expect from Java, but with the Spear's been looking incredible too. But these are two high-caliber picks that you could have guessed to get to top 3, and they are showcasing exactly right now. Jet Bean goes for the full chase, just missing out, finally on the dodge in the air, and he's got a small life lead out of that.
Yeah, it's going to be up to if Java can keep Jet Bean off of this weapon here. He goes for that side light. The D-Light does not catch him on the dodge through. The neutral light catches him on the ground, and he's getting a lot of these landings now. And I like the adaptation from Java. Java's like, okay, you're not jumping at all. I'm just going to keep hitting you with these neutral lights. And he's catching him on the ground, on the landings. That's 3 neutral lights in a row now that we've seen hit. But that time, Jet Bean jumps right over the weapon throw, punches him in the face, and slides off the side of the stage to get caught by a D-Light ground pound.
Okay,
a double could come out.
That was so close to hit the corner on that wall touch right there. Go for the chase on the recovery, not going to be enough in range. And now Java's going to go ahead and get a free punish off of that on the side there. Jet Bean trying to sneak out one on the way back up. The Deer comes through. Weapon toss down. That should be it. That's going to be game 1 going to Java.
Wow, that was insanely close and only decided by the edge guard scenario here. We were not going to get in the replay, but let's talk about these right here. Yeah, this is the moment where Java gets that side sig, and at the very end here, Jet Bean coming back up. Down air hits and the weapon throw to catch that recovery. Jet Bean wasn't even able to dodge yet because he chose to do that wake-up recovery. But on the left side of the stage, too, when Jet Bean slid off and went for that jump back to the stage, he got caught with a D-Light ground pound. And it was kind of like that entire moment, even though we went from left to right side, Jet Bean was trying to get back to the stage, and Java just didn't let it happen.
Incredibly even game, too. 6-10 to 5-7-1 is not that far off, but something that is kind of eye-popping to me is that fact that it's 6 and 7, both at 30% accuracy for those signatures. So they're both playing very simple. I mean, yeah, right there. Like
it's interesting.
As close as you could get.
We see like the shift where they're taking turns, and then at the end they're just literally. it could have get closer to that until that last hit where we see that line cross over.
And this is on Jet Bean's adjustments lately, too, because looking at the history between these two, 3-0 in favor of Java over Jet Bean historically. But like you were saying before, last time out with Springs, it was such a different changeup compared to his previous history where it's like 13th at Steel Series, 33rd at Omen Oasis, and it just keeps going. You never really see that break in the top 8 until that last one. It seems like it's just figured something out recently.
Yeah, it was such a sudden placement from Jet Bean, and his history was so stark in terms of the contrast that it's why I forgive anybody giving predictions to not really be like, okay, maybe that was a one-off. It was kind of the case with in EU where we had the crew battle tournament and Solar Sim kind of popped off, and we're like, well, this is the first time you ever popped off. Maybe it's just crew battles, and then he just remained a staple in EU ever since. So let's see how this plays out here as Jet Bean is down, but it was last hit scenario from that game 1. And this is a similar lead as we saw last game, but Jet Bean was able to even things up pretty quickly, and from then on out, we had ourselves a back-and-forth game. So let's see what Java can do as we're back to Apocalypse.
Yeah, this is the brand new home of Brawlhalla 1s right now. The Apocalypse, just everybody going here. Not too much room to run away. Plenty of combo capabilities between both of these weapons, particularly the Scythe. But for Java, I'm really impressed so far by the way that the Hattori's played out. We had question marks on question marks wondering what the both of our players were going to do. And as we see him not get knocked out right there, we're going to get sent back off stage. This might be an opportunity for Jet Bean, but I like the fact that he realized he was out of position. Not worth going for the ground pound right there, because if Java read that, that could have been a reversal on his side as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of a surprise in my mind that it's like, well, I thought Val was the obvious choice for people that like Sword because of gauntlets and everything else. So the Hattori is a little bit different, but I am enjoying what I'm seeing.
He needed a two-handed weapon. That's what it was.
That's right. Instead of just 2 hands that are
not
weapons.
2 separate hands. Well, he's going to need 2 hands to pull him back up onto the stage after getting caught by the ground pound off stage right there. But we were talking about it just last match. These leads do not last very long so far from that, as what we saw for the first game.
Oh, let's see. Okay, that's a great start. Like, that's already, like, 4 hits. That's more than enough for Jet Bean. Like, that side stick hits, a little bit of a carbon copy from how Java was able to even things up in the previous game. But the 4 hits coming out from Jet Bean, as you said, is a bigger lead than either of them ever got when stocks were exchanged here. And he's continuing to push forward with those nairs, although Java returns with 3 unanswered nairs.
Really good on the side of Java. Like, here we go. Oh, it's not going to be enough off the side stick on the side, but just snatches him out of the air with the GCD light. Are you going to be able to make it back through this? He does. He gets the last hit swing on the Sair to come back in. I'm very surprised he got through.
Yeah, that was a great Sair, very risky Sair, but choosing to put that out there because Jet Bean was hoping that he would touch the stage, but that gravity canceled D-Light caught him on the left side. That time catches him on the right and knocks out. This is a solid lead coming out from Jet Bean, all off the back of the Scythe that's been comboing Java while he was unarmed, while he's back on the stage. All of the weapons that Java's been using, it's really been off the back of the Scythe. And he continues as that down air connects, and he tries to get that pivot neutral. And once again, Java's trying to get those neutral sinks to work, Ajax, but Jetbean's now not just avoiding them, but doing a ton of damage after he whiffs them.
This is something that normally, I mean, Bodvar can kind of get away with the fear of doing that sometimes where you just throw it out a bunch. But with Hattori, like, you have the range, but it's also very likely you're going to get whiff punished for it by comparison.
Yeah.
So Java's got to be careful. That time, though, look, he believed hard enough. He said, look, y'all,
It's
look,
different.
It worked eventually, so now he looks like a genius, even though for that whip.
I mean, it's the first spear neutral sig that he ever did, and it was a really good adaptation of Jetbean hovering over him in the air there. And maybe Jetbean had that sense of comfort because he saw that Java didn't have the sword. Because right now, once the sword's in his hand, Jetbean's literally beneath him, right? Like, he just like, I'm not even going to get anywhere close to that. And we haven't seen the side sigs or down sigs from Java on the Hattori, and now with that recovery coming through, one more of those could bring it to an even set. Nair, nothing can follow up off of that bounce, but Jetbean's real close.
Yeah, he's got, like you said, one more recovery will
First
do it.
neutral
He
sig
just
of the
needs to
game.
get one hit. Oh, yeah, there it is.
No.
You knew he was hovering. He was doing the stutter step, and he just waited for it. But now he's going to get the wall touch at the end. Go for the aggressive Nair on the way back up, too, just like for Jetbean. He knows he's constantly been swinging in those spots, and he's going to commit to the gauntlets because at this point, any straight hit, especially the neutral lights, if they catch him on the ledge, that's going to be the stop.
Ooh, good dodge, but that grandpa doesn't hit. Luckily, the Sair bounces you off the stage if you get hit in center. So Java's still surviving on this stock, but man, there's a lot. Honestly,
I mean, he can do it.
The Scythe is kind of the best weapon to be this damaged against. Like what do you have? You have Downlight and Sair. I'm pretty sure that's it. And then your signature attacks, which is why we saw, okay, Sidelight's pretty good too. Not what I usually think of.
He was deep enough in the red.
For
like,
knocking people out. But, man, I believed just as hard as Java did that was going to be the first end sig to hit, and it didn't.
No, it was framed off, too. Like, that, it was very, very close for Java to take it. We can see it right here. Okay, never mind. No, we're not. But
Yeah,
if you believe hard enough, you'll remember that was that close.
But a well-deserved Jetbean highlight reel there with all of those stocks coming through as 678 damage was dealt. And, I mean, Java, he's in the defense stance. Hattori still only can have up to 5 defense, right? That's an amazing survivability coming up from there. I mean, we're seeing graphs here that we would normally only expect to see from 8 defense legends and doubles, but that is just how great Java's doing at surviving against Jetbean. But Jetbean sticking to his guns and doing really well here in this set as we're going on to game number 3. And, I mean, 449 damage to the Scythe. That's not a weapon that you do that much damage on, AJ.
No, you snatch people out of the skies, you get really quick strings, and you steal stocks. But Jetbean, a lot of that damage came from the fact that Java was almost impossible to get the knockout on. Like, he just kept avoiding getting knocked out. And his reversals off of the Nairs and the skies were so good. But now switching it up to Spirit Realm, you have a few different landing options at least here.
Right.
Switching away from Apocalypse.
Yeah, there's not too many stages that provide these platforms that hang over the edge anymore, with Mammoth now being shrunken down to Apocalypse and that platform not descending quite as far. We get more opportunities for Java to take advantage of edge guard scenarios like that with the double D-Light on the spear. And if you're good enough with it, you can get the platform cancel. You don't have to waste a dodge. You have that many more options after you get that win against your opponent with this weapon. So we'll have to see if that continues here as the game, once again, incredibly even at the start, and Jetbean pummels him off the side of the stage. But we're seeing, I was going to say, a lot less ground pounds because Java's been doing such a great job with the weapon throws and recoveries that he's been punishing it. But Jetbean goes for that again and gets the first strike here in game number 3.
That's a testament of a good player, too. When somebody's trying to condition you out of going for that play, and Java was able to do that for like a whole 2 games, and then Jetbean decided, now it's time to pull the trigger, and he's able to go ahead and get that gauntlet recovery afterwards. Side air is just going to take it straight up in that position. Taza, I feel like we're watching a winner's final set already, and it's only the beginning of top 32.
Yeah, it's quite close. And both players are adapting to each other in such a way where it's getting hard to really call which direction it's going to be going into, because it's one of those awesome matches. And I love these counter pick matches. Where the legends are absolutely staying the same, but the stage that they're fighting on is what's deciding the pace of the battle.
Yeah,
and since it's new every single time, I have a little bit of an idea what to expect. Java seems to be playing around these platforms a lot better than Jetbean does, but Jetbean's still taking the stocks first.
Yeah, I'm glad that this first set, after I was just talking about how Meg D has one of the best neutrals in the game, and I feel like I'm watching like a double up on that right now. Their defense has been so good. There's been very minimal overextensions. Usually when they go for a hit, it's off of a whiff punish. I mean, a big reason why I think think this game is going a little bit slower compared to before. We have seen significantly less SIGs come out of Java by comparison to like last game where you had 10% that connected.
And then look at that. When JetBean goes for a signature of his own, Java dodges right past against the punish. Oh, but the downlight misspaces that, and JetBean takes him off the right side of the stage.
Ooh.
But Java with the reversal Sair there goes for the ground pound. JetBean did not touch. He went for the dive kick, and he manages to avoid the stage completely, and Java just goes, okay, my role has shifted to don't let him near me so that he doesn't get a chase dodge, and Java takes the lead.
That was just really good positional awareness on the by Java right there, and able to avoid so much. Trying to go for a 3-piece with the Nair follow-up. That could end up costing him this stock. Forced to go high, weapon toss up, goes for the dare, tries to box his way out. Does get the wall touch at the end, but that was purely because of the fact that JetBean already used the weapon, couldn't really push any further.
Weapon throw is covering his head there, and JetBean's just like, I'm okay. I did my one ground pound. He gets the recovery instead. He's like, this is a much safer way to knock you off the stage. And JetBean evens up the game again. It's game 3. We've been in this 1-stock-to-1, no damage scenario so many times now. And with the neutralites coming through, JetBean is making all that damage happen on the scythe once more, and it is great. Java can't get that landing down, gets caught with the Nair, gets sent to the left side of the stage once again. But yeah, that's why that damage number on site surprised me so much, because it felt like, oh, the first 2 hits. He went for the double neutral sig.
I love the attempt. Like at this point, especially in game 3, where you're trying to snag the lead up and move forward in the set, going for it 3 now after holding on to it the whole game. Going for the ground pound that could end up costing him. Backs off because he doesn't have any good position after the weapon toss. Java's constantly been attacking with Nair on the way up in that spot anyway, so you might as well just go get your weapon.
Oh, and that neutral sig doesn't hit. Double sidelight. He didn't go for the recovery. He went for the neutral sig instead, and he gets punished for it. Sair comes through. Side air, unarmed. Does he have the jumps to make it back? He gets pogoed, so he does touch, but then the weapon throw hits him off of the recovery. He goes down at the bottom of the stage, and Java barely wins that game 3 in a set that, Ajax, I don't expect a random 2-stock to happen here. These 2 players are so evenly matched here. And Java making good usage of both of his weapons and his kits, but much to my surprise, JetBean seems to be very focused on using the scythe in this player matchup.
I think if there was any question marks that we had continuing into the day for the Satori, they've kind of been checked off. I've just genuinely been very impressed by the way we're seeing Java's play with the Hattori so far. Going for a lot of neutral six, sure, but most of them are like scare tactics. And he saved them for the very end that time to change it up because he went for so many early on. But his defense against JetBean has been very good. As we're seeing the graphs again, look how close this is overall. It was stock. It wasn't until stock 2 where things started to actually shift heavy out. But the very beginning of the game, once again, was just insanely close. Now with the game up lead right now, where do you think we go? Because they switched off into Spirit Realm.
Miami Dome.
Miami Dome?
Yeah, it just feels like a Dome game. I don't have any other reason.
It just feels like it?
I wish I had some better analysis for it, but they do seem to be feeling like they're just switching from stage to stage as we're countering picking things, and every game is getting so close. The vibe for me is that both players are kind of like, after a win or a loss, it's like, well, I don't want to go back there again because I want to go to a place that I'm going to have an advantage over this person. And they're both just agreeing to try different stages out until eventually someone wins the best of 5, right?
Yep.
Like, we have to get to that point at some point. The bans are coming in. JetBean says no.
Yeah, JetBean disagreed with Miami Dome. I would be hard-pressed to believe that Demon Island ends up being the pick because you don't really go there for Mordex. And that's the way we see it banned, as I just finished saying that, and I missed out where they decided to go to.
I don't think it was Brawlhaven. So what was left? Apocalypse?
I think Apocalypse. I'm fairly certain it was Apocalypse.
Ooh, we're going back.
And we'll be seeing right now, it is in fact going to be Apocalypse. They're going to return. And let's see what JetBean could do as an answer going into this potentially final game because things were looking very good up close. But like you said, we got the surprise 2-stock at the end there just from the defense of Java.
Yeah, we got the cosmetic loadout change here, with JetBean going from the Tai Lung to the Daimyo, but the kit's exactly the same as they're both epic crossovers for Mordex, and Java on the right side of the stage, already getting hit up by that scythe. But I stand corrected from that previous game where JetBean actually out-damaged his scythe with the gauntlet, showing a very good spread of damage. Both players had over 200 damage on both of their weapons, so it's really just what they have in hand and how they're able to use it in the matchup currently. currently. I say normally because this is kind of the case. I oftentimes see players pick a certain weapon to deal with another weapon, but when it comes to these two players, they're just fighting with what they can get their hands on, going for the weapon starve when they can, and then letting the match play itself out. And as Java gets that recovery into Nair, despite being really behind at the beginning of this game, he'd even things up, and that Sarah got him out of his recovery. That's it.
Wow.
Jetbean goes down, despite being up, orange damage to red in the first minute of the game.
You know, if I had to put like a point spread across both players, I would say pretty much everything up till that point has been, you know, like 5 out of 5 advantage, 5 out of 5 neutral, but 5 out of 5 defense for Java, 4 out of 5 for Jetbean.
Interesting.
It's been slight favor, just slight favor for Java, and it's starting to increase right now.
Down air,
oh my God, what a
sideline.
play! All right, advantage state now, 10 out of 5 for Java. He has gone for the big play. That could be the mental destroyer right now that sets Jetbean back. It is still Mordex, so you can climb back into it off a couple good strings, but you got some work to do now.
Gravity cancel, unarmed sidelight, spiked him into the stage. That's a replay for sure. Let's see how this match plays out. I mean, at this point, this is the greatest lead that we've seen so far. But as you said, Jetbean on the Mordex, he's got that explosive comeback potential with the gauntlets or the scythe to be able to combo off the side of the stage. But Java is not letting up. As that sidelight hits, recovery hits as well. Jetbean reaching into the sky, trying to get the reversal with that Nair, and it's not connecting. Scythe delights, puts him into that place where he's hoping for a string. Sidelight connects, damage is coming through, but Java with that downlight.
This could be it. If you get the call right now, there it is. Okay, that actually wasn't that bad damage-wise. He's slightly in the orange. He's just got to play good defense to stay away from Java to force a game 5.
What a devastating punish to whiffing your downlight Saron Spear, right? it's like that is why. I mean, everybody misses them at some point, right? But that is a combo that you want to hit, because if you don't, apparently, you get Scythe down air edge guarded, and then the game is completely even again. So Java now taking a ton of damage, had such a huge lead, and usually hits a Jetbean. Is he about to take the lead? Is he about to take the game?
Taza, he is going in now. This is the Jetbean that we saw from Spring Championship, starting to wake up a little bit right now. Java gonna be able to sneak in through past that side air though. He has stage control, and he goes in with the headlight. He's not gonna be able to connect. Here comes the weapon toss in. Java is able to get no openings out of that. Jetbean looked like he might force the game 5.
Oh man, he's off the side of the stage, and dash jump ground pounds on the table there. Wall slip activating so soon. Falling down with that down air, avoids one neutral light, but Jetbean still has advantage. One sidelight hits, and Java doesn't go for the neutral light read. Instead, he gets the sidelight again.
Oh my goodness.
But he gets punched away.
Unarmed neutralize coming through, gives him stage control.
If he
this is one recovery away. Oh my God, that was so close. Java just sneaks away from it. Java forced on the stage. I mean, he's on the edge of the stage. He has next to no he goes for the big play.
They cross each other up. Sarah one way, the neutral sync the other. He spot dodges. He's holding center. Weapon throw forward, hits, gets the sword. Please don't neutral sync Java.
Oh, you know he's thinking about it. You know he's thinking about it.
It's too risky.
Goes for the straight up recovery, but he just dodges away from Jetbean. Jetbean just needs one recovery. Java just needs a D-Light Sair. He misses the Sair. He looks for the Nair. He gets the recovery. That's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness. Okay, one more D-Light recovery comes through. Java thought, okay, that's it.
Oh
Java
my God.
barely wins a game. That was his to lose, right? Like that was insanely close. We're going to get the highlights here. That was a great side air onto Jetbean, and this is where I thought I was curtains, right? Because he gets the D-Light ground pound, hits him off the side of the stage, and I think the combo goes into a weapon throw. Okay, neutral sig finally catches him. Jetbean almost landed too, so that barely got him on the very edge of the neutral signature. Down air weapon throw and gravity cancel sidelight into the slant off the jump. Look at that, and he spikes straight down, and the dive kick, I mean, didn't hit, but at that point, I think Java was committed to this stock as being traded with Jetbeans by whatever means possible.
He was so deep into red at that point. There's no reason not to go for that. You had such a huge lead, which almost disappeared.
Yeah, if that dare hits, it either hits or it clashes. Yep. And if he grabs you with it, what does he do? Chase dodge into the bottom of the stage? Like, no, you're taking that for sure. And that graph towards the end, I mean, you could be fooled into thinking that those two blue graphs are connected, right? But like that stock for Jetbean went down so fast that it's just a sliver right there, right? Like that's in case you could not see it. And then
it's hidden in there.
And then that last line right there is all Jet Bean dominance until almost winning the game into the last second. Oh, Jet Bean going down.
Literally just
3-1
whipping
Java.
the neutral lights on the wrong side. Like, just like accidentally swinging the wrong way. Java finally gets the whiff punish he's looking for with the second D-Light recovery. The fact that the first one didn't knock out was like, that's the stress moment that hits. It's like, oh my God, this didn't work. Now what do I do?
Yeah, and he got it again right away, and he was like, thank goodness. Like, that's where you take that breath of relief because, that was a moment where, and I've seen that plenty of times in all kinds of competitive play, but especially in Brawlhalla, right, where it's like, you get that into your head when you're up 2 stocks to 1, a whole stock, and you're like, there's no way that I should lose this, and then you start losing it. Like, there was that moment where Jet Bean was just not letting up, and wow. I know that you and I were both in a moment where we were acting like that was Game 5, because I felt like if Jet Bean wins that, the momentum would have been crazy going into a Game 5.
I think that if Jet Bean wins that, there's a potential chance that he, like, takes out Meg D. Like, that's who I was looking at and going, okay, for my predictions, if anybody's going to be the one to stop Jet Bean, if he's on a good run, it would have been Meg D, probably twice. But right now, just going into this next match, we have Costlix versus Pugsy. Slight favor of Costlix, of course, and both of them have been on the podium. Both of them all over the years have been in these positions before. But how are you feeling about this going into it? Because I feel like Pugsy, you know, he's always performing in 2s, but sometimes doesn't have that same performance at 1s. But it always feels like it's just there.
It's interesting. Sword, when it comes to the way that this is playing out, okay, so this is interesting. I'm glad that Costlix is locked in the Macho Man here, because I was wondering if the Axe was even going to be used by him. Axe, while getting nerfed slightly, not quite the same story as Hammer. It's like, great, you lost your sidelight side air, but were people really banking on that to move the weapon in the first place? No. As we can see with Pugsy here, he's having a great time wailing on Costlix with sidelight airs, neutral sigs, down lights, and down airs, and he's already in red as Costlix finally picks up his signature weapon, the Lance, and he's out of there. Neutral sig catches him out of a jump, and Pugsy makes quick work of that first stock.
Yeah, wasting no time at all.
I guess what I was thinking about with both these players is like these two players basically weren't affected by recent balance changes with how they play. Sword's fine. Lance, honestly, has just been getting better, and Axe plays the same way in singles that you'd expect it to. So it's really just going to be a battle of who's the better player today. And when it comes between these two, Pugsy showcasing at the very least he is the better Axe player between these two.
And one thing that I was a little bit surprised by on this start, but it doesn't really seem to matter at all, is my goodness, Pugsy is going to town right now. Usually, Lance plus Demon Island usually equals a bad mix for anybody who decides to play them in there.
Costlix plus Demon Island usually.
Yeah, Costlix in particular, and Pugsy has not cared at all.
Yeah, he's in fact destroyed Costlix every time that he's on the Lance. And Costlix has been being pushed onto the Axe more and more, half because every time he picks up a Lance, he dies to a neutral sig, but also because the weapons are not spawning fast enough with how fast the match is going.
Dude, that was domination. Hold on. I need to see the numbers for this. When did Costlix get a hit in that game?
He got 158 damage.
Oh my goodness.
Which is like not very good.
No, I mean you're saying the neutral sigs were on point, but you know what else was on point? The dares.
I need to see the accuracy for Pugsy there, because I think it was like 3 neutral sigs. Okay, so yeah, 4 neutral sigs, 3 of them hit, and 3 of them resulted in knockouts there. 75% accuracy. Pugsy demolished Costlix. Costlix did not play that game.
No, that was a one-player game that we just witnessed. But Costlix going into this next one here, let's see if we can wake it up a bit. Going to Apocalypse, definitely another place that you could of course get those Nair string resets off of the platform if you're on the right position. You have plenty of room to cover just off of one side light or one side air, much like that. And he's already looking a little bit better off the start here as he finds a Nair. He just misses out on the side air. Actually, he's still going.
Down air hits again. Costlix just keeping Pugsy at the stage. Okay, Pugsy recovers through, but the side air hits again. We've got to remember here that on Jala, right, Pugsy's glass cannon. So yes, could speed run through opponents if all he's doing is hitting them and not getting hit. But we saw there, he was getting hit quite a bit in the first 30 seconds of that game, and he goes down almost as fast as Costlix does in game number 1. And now this is like, all right, I'm feeling better about this match so far, at least for Costlix's sake, because that was a 3-stock in under 2 minutes last game.
Game 1, we saw the first submission for the Games Done Quick category, and now it's Game 2, we're looking at the counter submission from Costlix. They're playing, wow!
Oh, the neutral sig.
Tasha, they are playing to get the fastest recorded top 32 best of 5 so far.
Yeah, That is actually the best way to summarize it. I didn't think about what you said. Like, yeah, I guess the best way to do this is to 3-stock each other back and forth. And that's the rate that we're going at here. But Pugsy says enough is enough. He gets that ground pound there, and he goes off the bottom of the stage. As now I think he's a Lance Sayre away from losing this stock here. Definitely an Axe Sayre away.
Yeah, I like the fact that Pugsy also queued up the Axe for the next play, because you got the sword, maybe get a few random hits in there, but the Axe is pretty much what has gotten you a lot of their damage so far. So I like that idea. Actually, never mind, it was the sword that was queued up. I thought that the Axe was coming up next, and Kostelix is continuing what we saw from stock 1.
Yeah, Kostelix really having that flowchart heavy gameplay there on the Lance, ending with the neutral sig, covering as many dodges as he likes, thinks possible. Sidelight Nair comes through. Oh, and he dodges right through the gravity cancel down there from Pugsy, and the side air puts him off stage. The neutral sigs are not hitting, but they're doing a great job on conditioning Pugsy to recover in a certain direction, and it's only going to take that one side sig from Kostelix to get that dodge down, where it's just going to be the stock. And I thought that was it.
Yeah,
I think it would have worked too.
I think you're on cue with that. I think it might have worked. But also, like Kostelix, like you're saying, forcing him to recover the way he wants. Now he's in just side air string away. But granted, he's going to be getting Axe up next. Too. So he's did so much damage off of that conditioning that now this would be his game to lose. D-Light side air comes through, but Pugsy was quickly getting rid of those stocks in that last game. It could happen.
He made Axe Sayre look like a bad move with how easily he was dodging that there. So Kostelix switches over to the Lance, where he's had a lot more success with the siders with this weapon. Pugsy staying on the ground, doesn't get hit by the sidelight recovery as he dodges straight through, and the neutralites, the weapon throws. This is scary. Pugsy, okay, gets Sayre, but if Pugsy kept up that momentum, he only really needs Kostelix and Orange for that neutral stick to take him off the right side of the stage. A really heavy hitting legend that Pugsy's on right there, but Kostelix does take game 2 and even up the set, despite, game 1 basically not happening.
Yeah, it took the straight hit side air to come through finally on a jump call, but like there was at least 4 times in a row where Kostelix was trying to go for a side light into a read, and Pugsy saw through each one. Now we're going to turn to Demon Island, which, like we said before, normally this would be like, why did you bring Kostelix here type stage.
Yeah.
But Pugsy made a very big difference in that case.
Hey, Pugsy lost the game, and the stage is still here. So that's why it's like, it's interesting because I do think it's very much a challenge to Kostelix as well, being like, I know you love to go here, and I 3-stocked you here. So you might as well just let him have it so they can continue getting those wins. And because Pugsy wins game 1, he has those counterpick advantages going into the game, assuming that he keeps doing that alternating whatever, right? And, side air hits. Neutral sig could come in here. No, just a side air to get the landing. The Kostelix even touch. He did. He makes it back, and Pugsy, a little bit of oversight there, goes to the neutral sig hoping to get the jump there.
That's what I've been waiting for this whole time. Something we've always said is that when Pugsy is playing well, it's when sword neutral sigs are constantly connecting. Like that's been a staple of Pugsy whenever you see him come through with the Finn. This time switching things up, but it's still not something we saw a lot leading up to this point.
Yeah.
But how many times have we seen Pugsy just win off these dares and off of these sidelights on demons so far, because Kostelix just keeps trying to challenge him?
Quite a few. I think the count is 4 so far.
It's
right?
pretty high.
Those 4 stocks, yeah. It's and it's interesting. I do think that you have a good point about the sword neutral sig. It's just that the Axe has been so successful for Pugsy here that he doesn't really want to think about that weapon, right? That neutral sig came through, and Kostelix just barely avoided it. But while avoiding it, he's just getting destroyed. down heavy hits. It's just
the way you just said that was like I felt like I was listening to an audiobook about like an epic fight going off, but it was set to the wrong tune. It's like, and in the midst of this whole battle, he got bodied.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta say how it is, right? Because I'm like, after that last game, I want to be like, yes, this is a very close match between 2 evenly matched competitors. No, not on Demon Island. It's not. Pugsy is demolishing him, and I'm like, I'm really confused, Ajax, because Kostelix actually destroyed Pugsy on Apocalypse.
Yeah,
let's stop going here. I guess.
think it would be the other way around, having the platform available to Axe. But like you were saying, I think this could be just maybe a check to Kostelix. Like, look, I know you like to come here, but I'm going to show you my neutrals better than yours, and I'm going to keep outplaying you here. And now Kostelix is starting to get some starts, but he has been constantly whiff punished on most of these sidelights. Finally coming in, though. He's going to get him with the side air. Goes for the... Oh, he just missed. That's a free dare. That's going to be not a free punish on the recovery. I thought he had that red like last time.
Ooh, all right. Kostelix has a lot of options here, but I like that. Dips back to the stage at the very last second, hovering in the air. Gets that down air, that drop down air, right? So it's like, if he jumped, he would not have been able to reach. it's just one of those, a lot of the different ways that you can play off of the wall. There's, again, that quick touch, dropping down, fast falling, get the dare, get so much more distance on the move than you'd expect. And as much as I was writing Kozilek's off this game.
Okay, yeah, a Lance stock is starting to happen right now, actually. Okay, dealer recovery, yeah, that's going to be enough. Plenty of knockback, of course, on the side of side of Jalo, so you're probably not going to be surviving that regardless. And that was good defense at the end to calm down, because that was a lot of times that you were starting to get hit by those side lights from Kozilek.
Pugsy was in orange on 3 stocks to Kozilek's 1 stock, and he almost won. So Kozilek and Pugsy, this is just an explosive back and forth match. And I have to start calming down with how much Pugsy is destroying him on some of these Demon Island games, because Kozilek did bring it back. And it was like, uh-oh, you get Sared again, I think you just lose the game. And now here we are in Spirit Realm, and this is interesting. Because this is, out of all the regions that I've been watching over the weekend, I think we've been seeing this stage pick here more in North America.
I think I saw it maybe a collective total of 3 or 4 times.
And tops. it was like a game 4 counter pick, and then they were like, let's just not.
We're already up to, I think, 3 times here in NA. So this is definitely a bit more of a counter pick idea, like you're saying here. But because you get things like these resets,
I don't know if it was going to hit.
For the clip, I wish that hit, but it did not connect. And still, though, Kozilek's just forcing Pugsy to have to choose the correct route, go into that platform, and Lance just covers so much of it, goes ahead and gets him on the bottom. It does not get the touch, and that's Kozilek's taking the first stock.
Platforms are making a huge difference for Kozilek there, and I think you really hit it on the head with the better neutral on Small Demon Island. So on Demon Island and Brawlhaven, those are the stages that you go to, and this is just a platform fighter game standard in general. If you want to be like, okay, who wins the most rock, paper, scissors, you get a flat stage. But with Kozilek having this platform, we're seeing him play so much more around it in the sense that he's staying on the platform, gets a drop down air, sometimes in there, sometimes he brings Pugsy back up there, charges at the gravity cancel neutral sigs. He's been making it look really good, and Pugsy, while hitting Kozilek's, okay, that sider was actually great. Pugsy taking advantage of that platform now, right? Hitting that Sair, landing there, and seeing if he needed to edge guard him even more.
Yeah, if we can see Pugsy start to use that a little bit more to his favor, it'll definitely look a lot better. But I was thinking about how you said the rock, paper, scissors. Imagine rock, paper, scissors, Rocket Lance. That is definitely a very skewed in favor matchup amongst those.
Yeah, Rocket Lance has got it good there in that situation, but the recovery hits.
Rock still somehow wins, but that recovery is going to find its mark. That's, I think, one of the few recoveries we've seen Kozilek's finally connect on. So it seems like Kozilek's starting to wake up as the set has been progressing very well.
We are far away from the days of silent recovery being true, but Kozilek still gets that move to connect every once in a while, and it's still a very powerful move, especially against Maggie, who has that 4 defense here from the stance that Pugsy's in. Sidelight down air. I thought the down air was going to come through after that dodge in, and that time Kozilek's had the idea, but Pugsy's already changing every single time he's dodging out of hit stun. But Pugsy's down to stock, and Kozilek is getting more wins in than he's losing.
Yeah, you have the knockout potential. You get the dare. Do you go for the ground pop? No, just doubles up on the dare and sends it back up towards the stage.
I think the nair was the only thing he could hit there.
Yeah, I think so. Just get the extra damage on it. It was also really low, so if you commit too far, you fast fall down. Now you are now in disadvantage. So Pugsy's still resetting things, but it's very deep in the red. That's going to be a stock, but you're going to need one of those really quick stocks like before if you want to get back into things. I think Kozilek's looks great right now, though.
Neutral sig hit. It kind of looked like Kozilek's got like gravity pulled into it, but he may have been in the middle of a Lance Sair, and it just caught his body. I don't know. Anyways, Pugsy bringing us back now. Never mind. Sair hits, but it was looking good for those 3 hits until that Sair connects, and now we're going on to a Game 5.
If you would have told me that this one was going to Game 5, I would have definitely...
Okay. Kozilek did not pick Demon Island that time. We were in the replays. We're going to see... we're still in the loading. I'm going to see if we get to that replay where Pugsy got that knockout. No, okay. So this is going to be Kozilek getting that Sair as Pugsy tries to circle around him. That's something that Pugsy, I saw, does a lot, whether he's ahead or behind with the axe, but just at a stocking high damage, is that he hovers very closely to Kozilek's, being like, I'm going to try to get as many dares as I can, and if I get hit, so be it.
Yep, well, Game 5 advantage does technically go to Kozilek's, because amongst the 4 games we've played, Pugsy's only won on the flat stages. Kozilek's has won at every platform stage so far.
Pugsy tried to get him to Demon Island, but Kozilek didn't bite that time, and he could have banded Apocalypse in favor of leaving Brawlhaven open. But going against Lance on Brawlhaven with a 4 defense legend, probably not the best idea. Oh, and Kozilek gets the neutral sig off of the dodge down. He goes to the weapon throw over, and the side sig punishes Kozilek for going for a haymaker. Doesn't quite get the stock.
Yeah, not going to be close enough yet, but this is straight hit territory. A side air at the side. Oh, neutral light's not going to be enough either. But weapon does not force it to dodge down. Does he get him? off into Dare with the ground pound note, just holding stage, looking for the neutralize baby back on stage, going for the D-Light, just misses out, and now Kostelix has weapon advantage.
Oh, goes for those recoveries. The Sarah hits. Pugsy can make it back. Kostelix primes a lance, and the down air hits Pugsy before we get back to the stage, and that's the stock. But this is the closest game that we've had between these two so far, and it's game 5. And Kostelix love bringing this in every time I can have him on the screen. D-Light recovery doesn't hit him, but he's one of the few players that you'll see actively make a conscious decision to prime one of his weapons, and he did it with the lance. So even if he comes back now, I think it's ready. Actually, he may have starved again, and it might be an X. I wasn't watching, but he does do that. I promise.
It's smart because you want to make sure you have an actual win condition going in, but right now taking a 4-piece off of the D-Light Dare, side air coming in, and I think I missed one move in the middle of that, but still going for the chase all the way to the sky as Pugsy
so
is now pushing really hard.
Oh, he got the gravity cancel D-Light side air off of the first D-Light Sarah. Kostelix is deleted. That was all sword that stock.
Yes, now I think this is what we're going to see for the remainder of this. Like maybe Axe comes in at the very end as like a final trade-off piece because it was working before, but right now sword is the win condition as you're seeing him get a lot of whip punishes, getting a lot of pokes. Kostelix afraid to go in for these sidelights. Finally finds one.
Oh, he got
gets
the
him off stage.
save.
Oh, he committed too far. He just missed that side air all the way off the stage. That could have been Pugsy going for reversal, but Pugsy smartly going back to stage.
Oh, now Kostelix has got center. He's got the lance, goes for the nair, dodges the weapon throw, but Pugsy gets a dare nair into a neutral light after he gets that wake up. The downer does not connect, and Pugsy makes it back to the platform. Kostelix gets a sidelight side air. That could be the stock here if Kostelix can get one good down air, goes to the ground pound instead, and Pugsy with the edge guard. Where's their both exchange? He tried to get in the way of the recovery. He tried, because if you get hit by the lance recovery, it just stops.
Yeah, like that was smart, but Kostelix waiting it out. Now Kostelix deep in the red. He pretty much can't take any hits, especially from Pugsy's like recovery right now. But the weapon toss snags him out the side of the stage. Game 5, last stop.
I have seen Kostelix in this situation before. I am recalling a Boomy matchup.
Yep, straight championships. That's the first thing I thought about
and
too.
I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, Pugsy, you've got one chance where Kostelix just hits you with an amazing land string. Sarah bounces him off into the stage. Ground pound doesn't want to risk it. Dare doesn't want to risk it. He knows wall slip's coming through, but he disarms himself.
Oh my god.
The Dare comes through. The downlight doesn't get him, and the D-Light recovery is enough. Pugsy in game 5 gets the knockout off the top with that D-Light recovery, just enough force to take it. As Kostelix, last stock Kostelix, no matter how much damage he's on, is so terrifying when he's got that lance, but we're seeing that string there. Awesome highlight reels for both players all the way around as they took turns slugging each other that game.
That was absolute insanity. I loved every second of it because we went down to game 5, we went down to the last string game 5, and that was in the middle of multiple dominating games. It's easy to get your mentality derailed after you have a game like game 1 happen. You're like, whoa, okay, how do I answer that? And you answer that back with your own 3 stock essentially, and then the next game, Pugsy does it almost, and then you run it all the way back.
I will say when it comes to these two players, my from what I know from watching them and this being in the scenes for so long, they do feel like the players that would take it the least personal, getting 3 stock. They're just kind of like, okay, I'll give you that one, and they go on to the next game and they make the adjustments, right? Because there was no moment where I felt like after game 1 or after game 2, either player had their mental shattered so much that they weren't going to be able to move on. In fact, it just got closer and closer until that final game 5 where we had that last stock scenario, and it was hype. That was what a great set.
That was, I mean, like you were saying, just alluding to a second ago, like the Boomy set before.
I've seen this before. I was like, Kostelix knows how to make these comebacks.
He could get the 0 to knockout like in any second, like off of a good read off stage, and he tried to go for one just prior to that, but he missed it on the bottom. But even so, he could have gone for it again. And after Pugsy disarmed himself and got away from the axe and was able to finally get to the sword, I got scared for a second. It's like you just disarmed yourself in front of a really bad idea right now.
Yeah, I thought that Kostelix was going to take the weapon that spawned after that weapon throw came through, but he went for the nair instead. Pugsy dodged through. It was just an amazing set. But we've got to move on to the next one. We've got the schedule right behind us. It's Luna versus Experience, and a lot of eyes should be on Experience after MSI.
I mean, we got two of the MSI champions right now. We have the ones champion, we have the twos champion coming in here, and I very much am looking forward to this because obviously Experience, normally in ones isn't as prominent of what we've seen, but we've seen a lot of really
He's been very vocal about preferring
he prefers twos a lot, and he has really good, he'll have really good bracket runs, but then occasionally he'll run into a Luna, for example, or Meg D, and the patience that they have just outplays that. But for Experience, going into this. I feel like Experience had a really good wake-up going into MSI, and of course, we're going to see that cannon play come back out. This is something what we've known to learn from him, and for big reason, as he almost tries to get a very quick stock away from Luna.
Oh, he might
get it.
Oh, the grab pound comes through again. That dodge was so clutch from Luna, but the Cider comes through in the recovery, and he gets the stuffed recovery effects. Experience sweating, still trying to hit him with Nairs, and the D-Light Nair comes through. All right, Luna, it's almost time to play the game. Okay, Nair comes through, and the recovery hits, but they're already coming out swinging here. The cannon looks so fantastic. Experience switches over to the sword. Let's see how long he lasts on that, because the cannon was great, and the recovery comes through. Okay, 35 seconds. Not the fastest stock.
Yeah, but it took 30 seconds. Like you said, it took 30 seconds for Luna to join the game. Because he was too busy buffering in through what was a barrage of cannon play. Ooh. And that cannon play has continued. And this is kind of what we saw yesterday out of Kaina, and we're kind of seeing it here again today. I mean, the Experience has been running cannon for a while, but the explosiveness that can happen, even against something like Mordex, it just over-challenge him.
Yeah, and I'm liking this pick with the Sidra. We've seen Experience lead in with the Amethyst quite a bit more, but with the Sidra and with Sword being so great and Axe being less favorable, I just like this a lot. And we've been seeing this has basically just been off of nice weapon throw. But the Sidra signatures aren't really what I'm seeing coming out to play here. This is definitely one of those picks where it's kind of like, okay, I want cannon with the stat line and with the secondary weapon.
I do think we will see them though, because you have to you always have to pay attention to the range that Sidra signatures do have.
Yeah.
You get caught, thrown out by the Kraken, or you just have to watch out for the cannon at any given time. Like that can't. Right now, you have to watch out for ground pound Experience, giving him the experience for sure off of these edge guards. I think most of where Experience has been winning is once he puts Luna off stage, he just goes off.
Yeah, and he's going off the side of the stage, and he's destroying him there. Which is awesome to see. Luna with the gauntlets tries to get the Nair. Experience is sweating, but he gets that side air, and nicely done by Experience, making sure that he chase dodges directly up before turning around. It's something I don't talk about too much on commentary, but I'll just bring it up now. In order to chase dodge, you do need to be facing the direction that you got the hit. And so if you get that turnaround, you're not going to be able to quite get it. So Experience being able to use that momentum to go up before he goes back because he was sweating was really, really smart, because that Sarah did get that hit facing the other way from the stage. And now he's up 2-1, almost an entire stock and then some. Luna now fighting back, but he gets punished for that neutral signature and gets put off stage again, where we've been seeing these ground pounds and dares hit. It's been great for Experience.
Now, one thing we've talked about historically is that character right there. Mordex is extremely good for many good reasons. The reversal. Whoa! Okay, never mind. Talk about reversals. Experience coming through and getting himself back on stage.
No, he ruined the signature accuracy at the end there with that neutral sig. I think that down sig was the first one that we saw from him all game.
I think so.
And it doubled up as a recovery, as a mix-up, and as a spike here. We see Luna trying to even up the game here, only in orange, and Experience gets that down sig.
What a play.
Punishes the Scythe down air, and then that down air right there, Luna was definitely going to touch the side of the stage. Experience gets 3 really amazing edge guards there. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. It ruined 100% accuracy by throwing out the neutral sig. But for
we have emotes in the game for a reason. Use those instead. That way we get the fun 100% number.
But I think honestly that GCD sig off the side of the stage with the ability to stay composed like it did is one of those moments that makes me go, Experience is continuing to grow as a player.
Yeah.
Because most of the time people get caught in that spot. It's like, okay, my stock's probably gone here. I'm probably not making it back through. It's going to be a little bit scary to get back on. But Luna going down below the stage, he saw it and recognized the spot. It's like, oh, wait, if I trade off here, you just go away. Versus you trying to go off and try to get a side air, but Luna decided to go down, committed to the idea, maybe can snag up with an air, snag up with a side air, and Experience timed it perfectly to get that. That was really good recognition in the face of Mordex off stage.
Yeah, and unlike some Sidra mains that I've watched in different regions where it's like, okay, I can tell you're a Sidra main because you're gravity cancel neutral sigging all the time, or you are always using the anchor to get back to the stage. That was the first time that we saw Experience ever try that.
Yeah.
I wonder if it will work ever again, or if Experience will even bring it out ever again, because it was so particular to the situation. We're over on Demon Island now, and every time that Experience gets Luna off stage, I'm like, Luna, I think you're just solidly at a disadvantage here. Whether Experience has been on the sword or the cannon, the ground pound comes out as soon soon as humanly possible and perfectly spaced. That neutral sig, he slides off to get it, misses it, and Luna gets the ground pound, but Experience is right back to the stage as if nothing happened.
Yeah, this is I mean, this is kind of Mordekaiser's realm here on Demon Island. This is a place where you don't really usually want to be going up against him for good reason, especially because you have minimal room to work with on the side of the ledge just like that. But for Experience, like you said, most of the time up until that point right there, he's just been winning off stage. But Luna, for good reason, is the people who pretty much everyone picks to win right now because he has been the just uncontested #1 of late. It's been hard to go against that, but Experience has been putting on a good showcase as to why he deserves to have this matchup contention against him.
Yeah. Nair hits. Luna goes in unarmed. He's still going in unarmed.
Right, he's committed to it.
Okay, I mean, it's been getting him more wins that we've been seeing so far this set. The D-Light comes through. Experience has him up the side of the stage. There's no reversal potential on Cannon or on Citra's signature kit there, so he has to get back onto the stage. And here's a chance where he can, point-blank blast with the neutral sig. And that's more of the Citra fundamentals that I've expected to see. Oh, first cannon hit the cannonball again because it's just a really good move.
That's what I was like alluding to at the last game. I think at some point we're going to see those come out, especially now we have a flat stage. You don't have a platform to try and escape to.
Good point.
Like on Spirit Realm, I can see you throwing them at it just to force them to not go to the top platform. But here, it makes good sense. But this is extremely close. This Luna almost catching him off stage. And Experience, you use that as a stall tactic, but the neutral lights will take him out.
Ninja 729?
And if you close your eyes.
no, Experience just pulling out. I mean, that's just a thing where you, if you play Sidra, why wouldn't you gravity cancel neutral sig from the stage? In that case, a really good example is because in my mind, it's like, well, because everybody expects it. There are certain legends where when you fight against them, you're just kind of like, okay, you're the Hattori, you're going to double neutral sig if the first one hits. If you're a Suri and you get the dunk off stage, you're going to gravity cancel a second one. And if you're a Sidra, you're going to be shooting a ton of cannonballs off stage, and Experience goes down to one well-placed Gauntlet ground pound.
That was so well executed by Luna. That was the answer you needed to, because game one, all of Experience off stage equaled you getting kind of cooked. But in game two, Luna was able to capitalize heavily, caught him off of that with the ground pound again after hitting him with the cider just before that and chasing him continuously off. After he just went for those GC neutral sigs to back him off, that was really, really good answer from Luna going into game two.
No hesitation from Luna when the ground pound hit. He saw the stuff recovery and he went right back to the stage. There's those moments where players don't quite take into account how many resources their opponents had expended, and then will sometimes give them those chase dodges back because they're trying to continue the edge guard. But Luna had a really good idea of what he had been doing in Experience there with the gauntlets, and they go back to Demon Island for game number 3, where I'm a bit surprised that this is left open, because we were talking about how Mordex really thrives here, and Experience definitely, while having a great offstage game in the game 1 and early game 2, and maybe game 3, lost those stocks off stage, downer hits.
Help!
Recover comes through, the cider comes through as well. Experience dodges one ground pound, makes it back. Luna's tries to starve the weapon, but the falling Nair from Experience makes him pick up the sword. But now Luna's fighting back unarmed. Luna gets so much damage unarmed in those scraps. It's crazy.
That first 30 seconds of the game is completely why I was thinking going back here isn't as bad for Experience, because Experience has been completely content with boxing up. You have the burst range that you have out of Cannon, but also that small room to work with on the sides has been what Experience has wanted, and he puts himself in that position that forced Luna to try and go for the low wall touch. He was not close enough to still get it, though. Experience strikes Ferks one more time.
Yeah, and shame on me for writing off a stage for a player just because they lost some exchanges off stage, right? And that's what I'm glad that you brought that up going into this game 3, because you're like, well, nothing's changed about how well Experience played off stage. Luna just had some really, really good plays on the gauntlets.
Yeah, it was just smart adaptation on the side of Luna. But weapons off down though. Yeah, that was a writings on the wall moment. There was not really much you could do with that. Just go ahead and write that one off. But still, Experience boxes right back in, wastes no time, much like Luna's. Like even while unarmed, not afraid to box up close and continue to try and get some pressure on. But this could be a big moment for Luna.
I think that's the stock. Does he have the dodge back in time? Oh, he did touch to get his recovery back, and then Nair makes it back to the stage. I really thought that when that stuff recovery came out, Experience was recoveryless that entire time, but he makes it back and gets the knockout and Experience the ground pound. And just like that, what could have been a 2-1 in one way goes the other way. And Experience is now one stock away from getting up to match points in this qualifier match for winner side top 8 against Luna.
I'm glad that you pointed it out. So it's just about the loot to that. This has a lot of weight to it because this one is the first of the qualifiers to get into winner's side of top 8, and Experience is doing this well against the #1 seed of the tournament, one of the people who we always expect to play very well, and the person who self-proclaimed is not the biggest fan of ones, but always performs well.
I don't know, man.
This one, I think that we're starting to see experience start to hit that next level.
It's interesting, too, because with this tournament being the first singles tournament with the wall slip changes graduating, where you spend that much less time on the stage, Experience is one of the players that I thought would be most impacted by it based off of his playstyle once in the past, but instead, he seems to have leveled up multiple times with how he's been playing off stage, particularly with the cannon, but even with the sword, the ground pounds, and look at him go. He's doing amazing here on Demon Island. Luna still hasn't gotten the stock. Cider will bounce him off the stage, but he's still living with the cannon. He propels himself back, and the weapon throw, okay, weapon throw up, does not hit. Luna gets the D-Light ground pound, but it's doable.
This is a Luna. Yeah, I was gonna say a Luna moment could happen. You're at D-Light recovery ranges potentially here, but you have to watch out for Luna looking for you to go for that. Like Luna's looking for the whip punish.
Oh, he's
God.
low.
Oh,
no,
recovery. He just missed the
get back on the
recovery.
stage. Get back on the stage.
Oh my God, yeah, get back on. He's chasing him down. Gets him again. He pushes him
Luna's
back
still
off.
going. Down
Him
hits.
again.
I can't believe this. Nair coming through. Experience. Okay,
Oh, there
D-Light
it is, there
recovery
it
comes through. It was hilarious because at the beginning of that whole scrap, Experience like riffed 3 downlights in the wrong direction. I was kind of like, oh yeah, Experience doesn't really play that much sword. I'm like, is this going to be a problem where it's like, D-Light recovery is the hardest thing for me to do in a game? Luna almost brought that back there with the scythe, and that's terrifying. You saw him just barely escape from that one scythe nair that could have pulled him off stage and resulted in a win for Luna and a 2-1 lead. But now Experience is on the cusp of a great upset. PR1 to PR10. He could knock Luna down to the elimination bracket before winner side top 8.
Taz, I was honestly more scared for Experience in that last stock than Experience just straight up winning the game. But the fact that Experience was able to get that, now move up 2-1, forces Luna's hand. Luna can't hold on to any tricks anymore. He's going to have to go for the bigger plays. You see the ban coming in from Luna to get away from Demon Island as well. He wants to force platforms potentially here, or Small Brawl Haven to try and sneak out a quick game. Not going to be bit by Experience. We're going to go to Apocalypse. You have that platform to start going for some mix-ups. You have less room to run because Experience reset neutral a lot in that game. But Experience's advantage state was immaculate as we go into game number 4.
I just, I'm curious to see how this plays out. I feel like more wall benefits Experience with how his offstage has been. And that getting rid of Demon, even though you lost there, it was one of those cases it's like, yeah, but was it because of Demon Island? I don't know. We'll have to find out here as we're going into game number 4 because Experience is offstage once again. And those cannon dares are looking fantastic. One dare hit, dodge out of the way of the ground pound. The nair does not connect though, and Experience puts up the cannonball. D-Light down air into the weight. Oh, I thought that dare was going to hit, but the ground pound does.
So quick, too, after going for the Densig. Just like okay, I know your route is down now. I'm going to instantly pressure you here. Luna just missing out. That could have easily snapped that.
If Experience stared onto the stage, he was out of there.
That was like literally just missing a small piece of the hair on top, but he's going to take him out off the nair off the top again. Experience with another lead, Taza.
Yeah, Experience, and this is a pretty huge lead because every time he's had Luna off the right side of the stage, Scythe, Gauntlets, whatever the heck has it, this cannon has been destroying him. Let's see, Luna gets hit by one neutral light. The D-Lights have been catching Luna on his way back down from a jump, and he's been comboing them into down airs pretty well. Nice, fast falls past that. Oh, and he just barely gets, his head was so close to being clipped by that recovery, for that down heavy, and because Luna went for that, he like read every option other than touching just barely the bottom side of Apocalypse, and Experience makes it back. His offstage immaculate in this game 4.
Yes, Experience's offstage period throughout this set has been the telltale of why we're in this position right now. And he just misses again. He sneaks just underneath Luna.
He actually stared into sweat beads to be able to avoid that edge guard. And the dare hits into the weapon throw. Is that going to be Luna going down 3-1?
He gets the wall touch. That now makes it a little bit less likely that it's going to be a straight-up victory for Experience. But now deep into red, D-Light Nair, I think he has Cannon Prime next, but
yeah.
He
might go for it unarmed. I think D-Light Recovery unarmed might even be able to do it here on Apocalypse. Has him on the side of the stage. Okay, that could cost a lot.
That was a risky play, yeah.
All right, it's like, there we go. That one doesn't move me. That's the neutral stage.
Don't give up stage position in front of Luna's Scythe, as Luna will absolutely try to snag out a quick stock, but Luna unarmed, going to go ahead and push him away. Needs to get to the gauntlets as quickly as possible,
it's so
hoping
funny.
to get a string.
Experience is the only sword player where I'm not afraid of D-Light. I'm like watching him play. I'm like, he really did pick this Cinder just for the cannon, right? Like at this point, Luna's got total control over the stage, despite being so behind.
No. No.
Well,
Luna, Experience went for 4 air-to-air trade reads for recovery with no D-lights involved. You said that
I wonder if it was supposed to be a gravity cancel downlight, and that's why he dared, but he just didn't have any jumps left. Whatever the case is, he just falls. I mean, it wasn't a fresh stock, right? We could just imagine that he D-light Seraed him there. And it's the same thing.
We'll try to add some pretend belief behind that, but right now...
We could just put in a replay from a previous game, regardless of the result of the set.
Well, this result looking like it's getting that much closer to Experience getting a dub, but Experience hasn't been able to hit him for like the last 20-ish seconds. Finally sneaks one out right there, and Luna going in for a big play, looking for the side sync. He's not going to connect on it, Taza, and he just misses the D-light. Experience is just sneaking by him so many times on ledge.
Oh, that's the Experience that I know, though. That's the thing. We were talking about Pugsy and Kostelix and how there's like a pressure thing and a mental situation. When I see Experience start sliding slowly off the side of the stage, that's when I know he doesn't have a clue of what to do to get into Luna, because that's how much Luna's boxing him off.
He hasn't been able to hit him consistently.
That Seraed comes through, that's something. And the sidelights are starting to connect. Maybe Experience has gotten his bearings.
I think Experience just wants to get the cannon ASAP. Like, you're right. Oh my God. Just missed out recovery. Gets about a recovery on a trade-off right there. But Experience just looking for any openers to get him that much closer to D-Light recovery. But he's been getting boxed away side air once again from Experience. And they're coming through. He's not going to go for the recovery play. And he's just hovering around the idea. I think Luna wants him to try and bite the bait and go for it. And he did not.
Oh, man. The sidelights and stairs have been working. D-Light side air comes through. And he gets the knockout.
My God.
Experience gets the 3-1 over Luna. What an amazing upset. And what a great job off of the Sidra with Cannon. And I really did like joke about being like, what's going to be the weapon in North America for this weekend is going to be Cannon. But Experience has shown Cannon's potential in singles so darn well in this set. I mean, taking down Luna with a 3-1. What a fantastic job. I want to see what the damage spread was between the two weapons. The sword did come out towards the end there, but man.
It was
423.
Yeah, primarily the cannon.
It was as high as I thought it was.
Let's exemplify this one more time, because we got to put a little thumbtack on this one, if you will. Experience just beat Luna to get into winner's side top 8. PR number 10, MSI doubles champion. The doubles champion just took out the ones champion to get into top 8 winner's side.
They are both champions, you know.
All of our predictions are bodied, by the way, because now this guarantees at least one of those 3 doesn't make it through, because that would mean that Luna would have to fight one of them in there, unless someone had...
I need to check. I need to see what the match schedule is coming up. Did Phazon beat Stingray, or did Stingray beat Phazon?
Stingray beat Phazon.
Okay, so yes, predictions are looking pretty messy right now, because the winner of Phazon versus Stingray was going to be going up into the set that we've got coming up next. But yeah, wow, we kept the smash schedule behind us. Yeah, Luna versus Experience. You see that right. That is a 3-1 Experience. PR10 over Luna on 1. Taking them down there. And that's so huge, because this is like a regular storyline for us to talk about how it's like, okay, Experience kind of looks like he could be the best player in Brawlhalla, but also doesn't talk so highly about ones. This was the best I have seen Experience play in ones in a long while. I mean, that was incredible. He had so many new ideas of how to play off stage. What are you looking at?
I just saw that the Spring Championships first and second place matchup is going to be fighting for 9th with Luna and Jetbean if Jetbean gets through Guichibo in a minute. So that's
is Guichibo still locked? Is he still reporting to Lin Fei?
Is currently playing up against Jetbean.
Okay.
I believe Lin Fei for the Legends.
All right, we'll get more into that later.
Yeah, we'll get into that after. Because
the next matchup we got coming up is going to be really awesome.
We've got played that.
So we've got Stingray versus I'm Llama. So I'm Llama, very similar story to Jetbean, where it's just kind of like randomly in top 8, also randomly with the Blasters, beating some of the best Blasters players in North America, and doing it all with Thatch as well. Stingray, a specialist in his own right with Black Knight here, the epic crossover for Orion, and now with that down tick coming straight through, we're going to be seeing these two going head-to-head here on the Fortress of Lions for game number 1.
And no slouch in his own right either. We talked about all of these other great runs. Stingray was your Steel Series Invitational champion. Now that was, of course, an Invitational, so not as much pressure on it, but he still got that top 4 finish at Spring Champions, just outside of things for reasons like such. Just that he's been so good at just controlling people's landings with Lance, and then he has, I think, the highest accuracy on Spear desig amongst possibly anybody in the game.
Yeah. Well, all of his signatures, in fact,
Actually,
it just the accuracy, while not being that high because of how many he uses, he really makes
The ones
it
that
look.
matter.
It really
When they
makes it look
connect.
like that his signatures are light attacks, with how effectively he doesn't get punished for them when they whiff. And that side stick comes through nicely positioned from I'm Llama to actually dip down underneath the stage instead of landing on it with that move, going for that edge guard, and the sweat beads. He actually misreads the momentum from the end of the side stick, as Stingray had positioned that so well that he didn't actually hit the stage. He like slowly drifted into it. And the ground pound doesn't hit, and Stingray still lives on this third stock, and he could be up 3 stocks to 1. That down stick catches the spot dodge. It almost knocks out.
Stingray, although he's been hit at random at times, I'm Llamas has been able to connect them. What did I say? What did I say? He's so good at catching people slipping when you think you have them, but it covers so much range, Taza, that it's so easy to feel like you have a comfortable position to go jump in, and then you get smacked away by it.
He even did that stacked, and I'm Llama just did a panic option in the other direction. Side stick hits. Okay, that would have been the craziest side stick ever. I'm Llama thankfully gets the dropping side air to punish that signature coming out there, but Stingray, such an explosive player to fight against. And if you can't get a handle on how he likes to put out these signatures in neutral and strings as part of his combo game, you're just going to get overrun by it. And there, Llama fighting back there, dashes forward with that neutral sig. And let's see if he can do even more here as he's putting out the neutral lights, trying to get more damage through. But Stingray is a Lance neutral sig away from taking this game.
And you see Stingray just playing at mid-range so well. Like, he's just like, he's killing the dead zone of what you need for blasters. So, like, you try to outspace him, and then Stingray just dodges in like that. He baits every single move out of him. Every time he sees an end light or every time he sees a Sair, okay, my turn to burst in. I have so much mobility attached to Lance that I'm going to close in on you anyways, but it was, can we see, I gotta look at the signature count real quick. Let me take a look here.
It's got to be at least a dozen. That's what I'm feeling.
13,
okay,
and
close.
31% of them hit.
Yeah.
That is really good for 13 being thrown out.
Yes. And Stingray is one of the players where I don't harp on the accuracy too much just because of how he likes to use the signatures and command where his opponents are on the stage. I'm Llama on the Snake Eyes. Doing all right, but, well, I mean, not really. The damage, 282 to 573. That was rough.
It was just a little bit different.
And
that was double the damage.
We're going to a stage now where he's like, okay, if I'm dying in orange to neutral sig, I might as well try to get some early stocks myself too. D-Light recovery here knocks out incredibly early, even earlier with how much power that Thatch has. But the same vein, Stingray is, well, he hits all the signatures.
Yeah. Say all the signatures will lead to knockouts here. No room to work with, but this is actually one of the stages I did. Oh, all right, never mind. So
it's like that's just exactly what happened on the Fortress Alliance. But he doesn't even need the platform. He's just like, well, guess I have to gravity cancel this move now.
I just like the fact that Stingray's like, oh, you're going into analysis mode about Llama. Look, pay attention over here. Okay, look where the story is happening.
The next one? Oh, he jumps over that weapon throw. Down sig? It should be so good here. He goes to the Nair instead. I think that was supposed to be gravity cancel something, and he ends up ground pounding onto the stage. Neutralite knocks I'm Llama away, and the neutral sig just barely dodged out of the way, but he's a Sair away from being knocked off to the left or right side of the stage. Whichever way Stingray wants to go, honestly. There it is.
Taz, I'm going to need somebody to throw some life jackets in because currently the ship is sinking.
He's a shark, though.
Yeah. Well, oh, you're right. No one is a shark. Well, why is he above water?
If it was sinking, he would be winning.
He's out of his territory right
We're going into a drought, I feel like. Okay, there we go. It's finally starting to rain. Yeah, if we're going by like Fishman One Piece logic here.
Oh, true. Yeah,
this is actually the worst stage that he could be on. But Stingray, here he is, up 2 stocks to 1, and already in a damage lead.
Yeah, hopefully he can find some type of way to get in here. Right there, a couple of dares, getting some damage up, but the neutralites can set him back off, and he's been struggling to get away from Stingray on the ledge, as Stingray had so many options covered again, only ended up getting a D-Light out of all that, but it doesn't even matter. He's got a whole stock up lead, and that's going to give him a whole 2 games up lead over I'm Llama.
What does Llama do? We're going to see, I think, the neutral sig here after the Nair. He goes back. Stingray loves that option. Gets a Nair either on Spear or Lance. They both have a similar range of knockback. goes to the other side of where his opponent needs to recover the stage, covers with the neutral signature, and then 2 quick Sares off the right side of the stage means that it's almost an exact same damage spread.
That is another nearly double damage difference on this for Stingray over Iron Llama.
And it was the same case in the previous game, too. It looks like the Dome is going to be coming out as a different pick here for I'm Llama, but even then, Stingray's. I guess when I think of Stingray's playstyle, these are the worst platforms for him.
Yeah, because you want that short range coverage. With here, you have more ability to react to a Nair if you happen to be up on the platforms. If he comes in with it with Stingray, but also the Nair hasn't really been the problem. It's been the neutral sigs in the sky.
Well, and that was the key word, is in the sky, right? Because when he's on the ground, he wouldn't be able to cover these platforms quite as well as when Stingray, the stage isn't here anymore, but when it was here, Crystal Temple was the only player bringing people to that stage because the neutrals had covered those platforms perfectly. Here, not quite the same story. But Llama is fighting here anyways and doing quite well. This is the first lead that we've seen him have in the set. And he could take a stock lead here if that neutral sig hit, but the side light comes in from Stingray, doesn't get the punish right afterwards, but Llama still in an advantage state here as the Sair hits and he takes the lead.
Finally getting himself the first lead of the set off that side air, like you were saying. Now he needs to get the spacing. He needs to get the damage out of blasters. Already started things off with the End Light's really couldn't get anything else after that, but D-Light follow-up does not really lead to anything for Stingray. And I'm Llama momentarily looking at least a little bit better here, Taza.
Yeah. When he's putting out these D-Lights and Neutral Lights in better positions, Stingray can't quite get the punishes that we saw before, like when he used to use a Blaster's Neutral Light. Oh, that down sig was
that lingers so long.
That was really well positioned, too. Llama just gets caught by the last blast, the
one that reaches,
very last
the
one
laser,
that reaches the furthest out, but the knockback still just as strong, and Llama goes flying. But yeah, we saw Llama getting hit by Lance Sairs like that after missed Blasters Neutral Lights. But now that he's using those signatures on the sword and Stingray seems to be punishing in the same way, I feel like this can continue to snowball into Stingray's favor here if Llama doesn't mix up the way that he's playing here.
And he's going to have to find some answers right now. But you mean, like you said, it's been looking good. It's just the big key factor is, can you keep the lead? Because the defense, being that big differential, really, it's so much easier for Stingray to get the knockouts. You have to play with good mobility. He's doing that right now, and it looks like these platforms have been helping a bit with that. It's been allowing him to mix up his landings, as we said earlier, only catching like the very last bit of that Nair, not taking as much as, say, if he was on a different platform layout.
Ooh, and there we get to see the neutral sig really doesn't cover that platform as well. Llama was able to retreat to it, avoid the threat of that move, and then get the knockout off the top. He's up 2 stocks to 1, gets some extra damage in right now. Llama looking great and ready to go to a Game 3, which would be huge, and means that, like, okay, maybe we just... I mean, it's rough because Miami Dome is really the only stage.
Yeah, there's
like
no
this.
world where Miami Dome gets picked again.
Spirit Temple might be okay, but yeah, we'll have to see if we even get that far because Stingray evens things up real quick.
Yeah, see if I'm Llama could seal the deal on what could be the first game for him right here. And I would love to see it because I love seeing more games of some more sets. But the option coverage from Stingray with the weapon toss now coming with the neutral lights, trying to cover him with the Nair again. Yeah, you can't. This is where Stingray gets his scariest, when you feel like every decision you make is wrong because of how much coverage and distance he has with the spear.
Oh, man. Llama playing around those platforms really well, but he's, for the first time this game, at a damage deficit. And Stingray jumping around, looking for those Nairs, brings him back into the sky. I think a weapon spawn coming in, even if Stingray has him off stage, he switches over to that Lance here. Never mind.
Wow.
He goes right out there, chases him down, hits him with the Sair, and he's out of there. That's a 3-0 for Stingray as he knocks out I'm Llama into the elimination bracket and moves on to winner side top 8.
Incredible run here from I'm Llama leading up to this point, but ran into an absolute brick wall that was Stingray. The covers that he had, mostly in the air-to-air game. You want to get things started with blasters up there. You want to be able to get your zoning. That got completely invalidated by the neutral sig. So after that, you go to Miami Dome so you can switch things up, which did look really good, by the way. And we were talking about it. There's no world where Miami Dome got counterpicked again. He used it as a way to escape.
This is your win here. We're never going back here again if he was able to get it. But he didn't even get that through there. Stingray was able just to clean things up with the spear at the very end. That edge guard was fantastic and a little unorthodox from what we've been seeing from Stingray, which is just really powerful, heavy-hitting moves on center or above center stage to take him off the top. But still, really well played by Stingray. Llama still in the tournament, going into the elimination bracket, but that was a much much more one-sided match than a lot of the sets that we've been seeing today, which have just been surprisingly close.
Everything's been very close. I mean, to start things off for the day, we had the Jet Bean Java set, which went Game 5, and that looked like it was a winner's final set. And then the surprise later on of the Experience Luna set ending the way that happened. Like,
oh, we were on our way to having like there was a reality where Experience and Jet Beam were both in that winner's side top 8, right? Like
yeah, I mean, like imagine if you will the top 8 of Experience, I'm Llama, Jet Bean, and who is the potential other candidate? Oh, and then Pugsy going on to that. But we're going to take a quick recap, of course, over everything that just went down. Like we were saying, 1-3, Jet Bean and Java, which felt like a Game 5 set, to be honest.
And then we had Cosmos versus Pugsy, which was the least close match. that was like
every individual game until Game 5 was a beatdown.
Like, what the heck?
It just switched up.
They were just killing each other. That was brutal. And then Luna versus Experience, which was just a really solid upset from Experience, all off of the cannon off stage. Wonderful play. And then I'm Llama versus Stingray, where Stingray, out of everybody here, really showcased the PR difference. Right?
Yeah.
That was a really solid win coming out from him to round out this block.
Yeah, but to round things out, of course, like we just talked about, such amazing sets we just watched, but we have a lot more still to go. We're going to go to a very short break as we go ahead, switch some things up, but that does not mean that you need to leave. Make sure you go ahead, get yourself prepped, because we have a lot more of North American Summer Championships still to go.
Oh, he got the great defensive himself. Oh my god. Dude, there comes through. The down leg doesn't get him, and the D-line recovery is enough.
That character right there. For many good reasons. The reversal. Whoa. Okay, never mind. Talk about reversals. Experience coming.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not. Nothing less but a no that is test is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Every moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and I won't be stopped. I see through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it on, you have it worse than they stand up. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple. I'ma let you know what your answer is. Every moment of the contest, I'ma keep it pushing forward. This is the ultimate challenge. It's too much to be ignored. Anytime you wanna bring it, I'ma find a way to win. Undisputed champion. Undisputed champion.
What up, guys, and welcome back to the Summer Champs. You already know what time it is. We're getting to more of this great NA singles action. Now, I'm going to be here, TK Breezy, along with my man Sparky, who just came back from the bathroom, and yes, he did wash his hands, so what a good lad here.
I did, everybody. I did it. One of the first times I've ever done it in my whole life. It took 2 years of a global pandemic, but hey, we figured it out. We learned something. Some people made bread. I learned how to wash my hands. I did it, Mom.
All right, man. So what do we got coming up next?
We're getting into the top 12 of things, so my hands aren't going to be the only thing clean here on the board as we move into this one. We're going to start on the top side of the bracket. We're going to get into Meg D versus Java. We got some craziness going on the screen behind us. I can't handle all that. I can't parse all that.
A lot going on here.
Since we got the tweets here, we're just going to derail a little bit. Say hashtag BH Esports. Put that on Twitter. You might see it show up right there. Let's see. Let's pick a good one. Hashtag BH Esports. Experience got swagger. And that's what's going to get him to win. I'm not going to read that name.
By CalRocks22. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks, brother. Thank you for that tweet. Now, Experience did indeed just win.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're part of the way there. Now, we just got to get him to see if he can win the West of the tournament, but he does have a lot of people waiting on the wing to see if they can take him out, too.
So, yeah, we got Meg D and Java on the schedule. We got Ayo Blue versus Pugsy. Got it right here for us. And we have Experience versus Stingray. That's going to be a really good one. I'm really excited to see that one. Then we have the winners of some of those versus the winners of some of the other ones. Those are the TBDs that you see on the screen right in front of you. Meg D versus Java is going to be an interesting one. We have PR4 versus PR11. In terms of like specific history between these two players, we do have a bit in terms of official tournament sets. Total of 3 sets played against one another. It's 2-1. In favor of Java. Of course, the PR is going to favor Java. The overall career score between the two is going to favor Java. Seed is going to favor Java as well. Actually, no, the seed is going to favor Meg D. Java is actually pretty low in terms of seeding for this one, coming in at seed 10. So really, that's the only thing that Meg D has in his court right now, aside from some other better placements throughout the year.
Yeah, I think honestly anywhere in that top 15 area is usually kind of like, it's all up for discussion.
Yep.
You know, like we don't know who's actually going to win that game. Obviously, there's history involved here, so if you have played each other, then I guess you can have a more educated guess. But every day, every time we were watching Brawlhalla, you know, I say this always, it's whoever's playing the best today. Not in the past, not how they were playing before. It's about how they're playing right now. So let's go ahead and get into it relatively soon. You see the lifetime score here, 2-1. Meg D is going to try to make that a 2-2 situation, or Java's going to extend this lead some way or another. We have Java on the Hattori, and then Meg D coming over with the Val, I think. He did have it picked.
It was definitely the Val earlier. I expected it to be that Val. It's probably just getting that set up, getting those colors, whichever sword he wanted to use, whichever gauntlets he wanted to use, set up so he looks good, play good. But the big thing here is Java on the Hattori. Obviously, we saw some Java earlier in the day, so at this point, it's not too much of a surprise. But, I mean, Java's been a Bodvar. He's been that NA Bodvar when basically nobody else was. Definitely after Lil Cap kind of took a step back. It was Lil Cap was the big one, and Java was the other one. Now Java's taking a step back from that Bodvar onto the Hattori here. Hattori, you know, kind of has a fair spot in the meta. We saw some of it from Fiend yesterday. Saw a little bit of it in 2v2s last weekend. Haven't seen too much of the Hattori in 1v1s, but we'll see the way it starts out today from Java. We have sword v sword.
So you're probably just not going to see any more hammers at all in here, because I feel like a lot of people are just dropping that. You know, if a Bodvar main is dropping Bodvar for, you know, the Hattori, okay. But, hey, good start right here for Java. You know, doesn't matter who he's actually playing. It does seem like he's doing quite well. Hasn't been hit yet, actually. This is definitely not the start that you want to have this late into the bracket. You know, top 12 situation, you haven't been able to land a hit. This man might get a perfect stock if you keep playing like this. There it is. Finally gets himself a hit. Thank you.
He's at least going to deny that one. We'll see if Meg D can fight his way back. But the clean play from Java so far was looking really good. Even interrupted that down air with the sword neutral light.
Nice.
Easy. Just super easy, super clean. That truly looked like an effortless stock. It wasn't like one big explosion right away, one huge gimp off one read or anything like that. It was just complete punishment on everything, and it's still going. Already opens this one up with 2 hits. Neutral Sig comes out, does miss, doesn't get punished. That's like, is that the second hit Java has taken?
Yes, that is definitely the second hit that Java has taken. Meg D's going to have to start racking it up or adding it up right here like Migos, because nothing is happening right now for him. I just don't. This is interesting to see like this late in, but like against 2 weapons that have been in the game forever. It's not like you're like, oh, I have matchup unfamiliarity.
Yeah, definitely.
You're just getting worked right now. But hopefully he can bring himself back into it. And if not this game, hopefully this game does not affect his whole set. Because, yeah, sometimes you got to bounce back from a game like this.
Both of these weapons have been in the game since basically the beginning of time, and same thing for the Legends as well. So there's really no matchup inexperience here. It's just Java coming out, doing it huge. His spacing is on point. You see him backing up before moving forward. Jumps up, grabs the sword. There's a nice side air. Edge guard set up here. Goes for the GC neutral signature. Does finally get punished for one of those, but still not in any dangerous territory. Still in the orange on this stock. Meg-D, I believe, is red on second stock. So we could see Java go up here. Yes, after that side light, there's the D-Light neutral sig. Second one of those that has come out. Meg-D needs to be ready to dodge that if the dodge is up off of cooldown.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that guaranteed if the dodge is not on, is on cooldown?
I believe it is unjumpable.
Yeah, because that seems a little rough right there. This is, he's been eating a lot of those so far in this here set, and he's actually going to lose the stock to that one. All right, maybe, yeah, should be able to get one right there. Luckily, Java, overextending just a little bit. And I feel like, honestly, with Java, with all the real estate he has on his side, he's allowed to do that. The man has just lost his first stock. He's already got good damage here on the last stock of Meg-D. As long as he doesn't let this momentum leave, he should be taking this first game.
Insig comes out, gets punished with a double down air into the recovery. Nice neutral air. Meg-D find his way back in. Had 4 hits uncontested. Now back to Sword v Sword, which Java was heavy-handedly winning earlier. Now Spear v Sword almost picked up that side air. That could have put Meg-D in a bad spot. Neutral air going to knock Java away just a little bit. The spacing game coming out from Java. D-Light into the recovery, chasing high. Second one hits, makes the connection. That is the stock and the game.
And I like the way, he was even willing to go for that. It's not even about the fact that, it's like the highest force, or it's a very high force on that recovery, because it's really not like the highest force on the Spear recovery, but it covers so much space. It's just a wide swinging attack. So, you can cover so much really cool. He hit him with the edge of that.
Yep.
And I think a lot of other, recoveries probably would have just whiffed. But no, not the Spear. We're there high up. I'm covering a lot of space. You got to go.
And there is some, I guess, not necessarily steering, but it takes your momentum into effect. So you saw the first one was a D-Light, and he went straight up with the recovery. Then that second one, he had to steer it a little bit to the left to make sure that he actually reached out far enough with that edge. Straight up wouldn't have quite had the range. We're talking left and right, specifically left, but he did have it because he was moving to the left, so that recovery continued to move him to the left.
Yeah, man, so good stuff to Java. Meg-D going to go ahead and take it to the Lions. Let's see what he can do here. As he has to bounce back from that game. I mean, a very rough first game for him, 2 stocked, and very low percentage or very low damage here on to Java. So Java's still playing a pretty good game of spacing around, but this time Meg-D will actually get some damage on him in a reasonable time frame. So
yeah, we definitely have a much better start here, TK, compared to last game. There's the side light. He even waited for a second before throwing out the D-Light, hoping he could get the dodge in time. Even if the spot dodge came out from Meg-D, that little pause could outlast the iframes of the dodge, so the D-Light would make a connection, but Meg-D wasn't anywhere near it for it to hit. There's a recovery. Java, the first one to enter orange in this game, while Meg-D still in the yellow. A much better start from this one. Seems like Meg-D has a little bit of a better handle on the pacing of how Java wanted to play this game, which was a little bit slower, a little bit more defensive. He'll move in, move out before making a commitment, which, people always called and clowned on Meg-D for being quote-unquote passive. So Java being the one to kind of slow things down in game 1 and that being effective against Meg-D, it's a little bit interesting, and now I think Meg-D has the handle on what Java's actually going for. Again, dodging through that one to make sure he's on the ground by the time the D-Light comes out.
Yeah, now I have to say, just from watching this, set, or just honestly in North America in general, they have definitely kind of slowed down or kind of chilled out lately into what we used to know them as being relatively aggressive. I've seen a lot more waiting around, a lot more punish play instead of just I'm going to jump in here and see if I can overshoot and overextend for a hit. And now people are like, all right, well, I'm ready for that, so now I got to play even further back. A lot more neutral being played here, but this time, because of that, Meg-D, as someone who's probably already been born and bred in this, is doing a lot better in this game.
And that's why, even aside from the balance changes, just the mentality to move away from the hammer, because it is slower, it is riskier.
Right.
One of the main moves, specifically hammer D-Light, basically had its frames doubled if you end up whiffing that D-Light. So again, that's dangerous. So you're just gonna back away. You're gonna find another sword character. You're gonna find another spear character to play on, because everyone already has so much experience on those weapons. Nice side air bouncing off the wall. Java looking up to even up the stocks here. Meg-D comes in with a double dare, and Java does get back the recovery.
I like the idea, though, Meg.
Yeah, it was close. It was close. And still, Meg-D risked basically nothing there. Super damaged on second stock, but that big play, it was basically low risk, extremely high reward if Megdi got that stock.
Yeah, man. I mean, that would have put him way ahead, you know, almost at stock point here of this year's game. But luckily, Java did save all his resources, didn't panic jump or panic recovery and getting thwarted for that. So now, lives to see another day, and he's actually kind of evening it up right now. Not too much of a color difference between them on damage. I think Java could probably even this up pretty quickly with the downlights Sayer, but wait a minute. It's on the stage. Makes you jumping a little far out there.
Saw the side signature for the little bit of a commitment over the side of the stage. We've seen a lot of Val players doing that. I mean, just in general, but especially this weekend now that we're getting some more Val play in general in the meta and the way people are playing this game, especially 1v1s. Neutral Light, you saw the fastfall come out from Java, the way he glided down to get away from that. Yo, the nice three-piece there, the D-Light ground pound, and the down air insult to injury. Megdi is now behind in this game. Java in pretty decent spot. If he can hug that center of the stage as far away from the blast zone as possible. Nice safe initiations here coming out from Java, using that weapon toss to try to get in. If the spot dodge comes out from Megdi, okay, good punishment here. Almost picked up the bottom side of that neutral air. Java really coming alive here. Has a pretty decent lead, still alive.
Yeah, actually kind of surprised. Wow, how the pace of this match just changed that quickly. My man is now in the full lead, does get the wall touch right there. And he's kind of starting to slip, though. He's going to get back on stage. You saw the three. Slipping, taking absolutely no time now to show up. Don't be on that wall for too long. But, oh, that would have been great. Would have sent him down, though, which is not that great at that angle, but still would have been some good damage. So, would have been fine with that. But either way, Meg is going to go ahead and get that stock. Now, I mean, it's a little interesting to see how this game is, like, flipped on his head. But I think you have to give it up to Java's offstage play. Like, every time he's been able to put Meg off stage, even if it's unarmed, he's been able to go ahead and take that stock.
We haven't really seen too much from Megdi off stage. Like, you just saw that side signature a little bit ago, right off stage, and then you saw kind of a similar situation there on the edge, and Megdi didn't really go for anything. Didn't even throw that side signature over there. Java was just pretty safe on the wall. He was doing a good job of not blowing all of his in-air movement options in case that side signature came over the corner. Again, another weapon toss there. Even though Megdi got through the dodge, there was a weapon spawn there for Java, so an extremely safe weapon toss. Neutral Light, Megdi doing a great job bringing this back. The right side of that neutral air just barely makes contact onto Megdi. You saw the GC D-Light. Java is looking to end this one, looking to take this final stock away from Megdi. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Picks that one up quickly.
Okay, but yeah, unfortunately, it is going to be the spear. Now, not to say that he can't really make something happen here. Oh, watch yourself. He did touch the wall, right? All right.
Yeah, he did.
Just barely, but he's still getting marked. Does get the... Oh, man, what a good wall touch right there.
Yeah.
He barely touched the wall, and they got off there immediately. Megdi wasn't going to be able to threaten a down air or a ground pound in time, so just got back to stage. But I think that's kind of like... to your point, is that Megdi doesn't really take those chances off stage because Java has been cleaning him up, so he doesn't want to get reversed. And I like that idea, but, I mean, that means you have to be playing 120% on stage.
Java is doing an incredible job of recovering low and staying deep enough in the push-off column, because probably the least reactable thing that Megdi has in his kit is the side signature over the corner, because it moves you forward very quickly and then it moves you down over that corner, throws out that hitbox down there. Java's staying on like the lower half of that sidewall, which means he's estimating perfectly like how far the jump will move him up, how far the recovery will move him up. So he's just completely avoiding that whatsoever. If Megdi wants to go in with like a dash jump ground pound or anything like that, that is going to be telegraphed enough that Java has plenty of time to react to it, since those are the only things that are going to be able to reach down below that sort of bottom half of that sidewall compared to the side signature. So Java's just positioning off stage is just like, okay, what are you going to do, Megdi? You're going to come over here? I'm winning off stage. Even if you don't come over here off stage and you throw your safe moves, they're not going to hit me, so that's not an option either. So yeah, you're exactly right. Megdi just has to play absolutely fantastic neutral, which, I mean, he's playing some good neutral, but it's still not enough to contend with Java.
I think the issue with that is when you don't have that off-stage play, you know, getting a stock can take so much longer because you have to blast someone past the blast zone. There's no edge guarding. You're just like, all right, if I don't get this, I have to wait for him to come back. Java looking good. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that would have been so good. Java, for the first time, actually, you know, not picking the right option out there. Might have been able to just drop down and hit another Sayer to really push him too far away from the stage, but he wanted to send a message right there with that Sig.
We're seeing a little bit of pressure now coming out from Megdi off stage. It was 2 ground pounds, but even after getting hit by the ground pound, no panic from Java. He throws the spear up. That gives him so much room. It's sort of like a buffer, a wall that Megdi can't really go past without getting hit by that spear. So that's Java using his weapon advantage to keep himself extremely safe there. Now over on the wall, it's just going to be a poke. No, dash jump pivot.
Like
down
that.
air.
Try to get it super quick with it right there. And, yep, there's the poke. And I mean, he does end up banging the wall, but still does get back to the stage. Java probably thinking that was going to go past the blast zone. Jump back on the stage a little too quickly. MegD, again, you know, as you see, look, he's not doing anything off the stage. He's like, you know what, go ahead and come back. I don't trust it. Like, you're not catching me over there. But see, that means he's going to have to get stocks like that. He has to push you past the blast zone to actually get a stock.
Now, he does find that one, finds himself a lead, but even though MegD hasn't been pushing off stage, that's not conditioning Java to recover any differently. It's not like Java sitting over there being like, yeah, I can just throw everything out, get back to the stage, no problem, everything's going to be safe. Again, on the left side right before this, you saw how long he waited to throw out his sword recovery. He was almost off screen before he threw it out just so he wouldn't recover too high, get caught by anything from MegD. Going to even that one up at least stock-wise. He's about 50 damage behind, has a choice of weapon. Likely going to be the spear. Yes, it does seem like he is sticking with that one. There is a weapon spawn. What is happening from Java? Don't really know what that was, especially with that strange direction on the weapon toss. Java might be having connection issues because he is running away in a different way than he has before. It seems like it's weird how some regions communicate issues with connections.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them will be like the immediate taunt, and that's sort of the signal. Other players will just like jump straight up as high as they can, recover as many times as they can in the air. Again, we're seeing Java continue to run away. Now moving back in, yeah, Java's definitely having connection issues, and this is Java, not a bot. Otherwise, a bot would be moving towards MegD. So this is some honorable play that I cannot say I would do if I was in the same situation.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Java not hitting the taunt too. Like I thought that was a thing. Okay, looks like Java might be back now. He's definitely moving human-like instead of bot-like. I will give him that. But all right, looks like we're gonna get into it. Java, I mean, how do they? Are you in Discord together, or he just trying to get a cheeky swing right there?
That almost looked like a bot when he threw out that first neutral light.
Okay,
that seemed like a bot because he did that and then started jumping weird.
Yeah. So hopefully he's back in the game and ready to play. I mean, unfortunate the way that these connections can sometimes go. But that's the internet for you. Or maybe that is still a bot.
Man, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. But I don't blame MegD for going in because you don't want to be that player that loses a stock to the bot.
True.
That happened in EU, and that player, I'm not even going to name him now. They will never live that down. They will never live that down. Till the end of their days, that will follow them forever. Java going to struggle here to find his way back in. Even if he's playing at the level that he was before, this is a very difficult lead that MegD has to come back from. At least Java is up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah.
So that gives him a little bit of a room to work with. He can maybe reset the router, reset the modem in between games, even if he catches the L on this one.
Yeah, and honestly, it would be a crazy comeback, and I feel like if he was able to get that comeback, it's going to, be wonders for his mental. Being this far down and still being able to take it. This guy's not even in like a deep or like a real yellow yet. He's finally starting to get there, but Java sitting in a deep orange, almost hitting that red, and he is going to be in the red now, man. This is probably going to be it for him on this game at the very least.
Nice catch.
Yep, and okay, still doesn't go off the stage though. Meg, really having no reason to. I guess that's going to be a situation where he could get reversed, so he's like, all right, I can continue to just whittle down at this last stock.
MegD right on the corner, just waiting for Java to push up. D-Light ground pound. Nice side air. Java at least trying to fight his way back into this one as best as he possibly can. Finding some really good damage here. Might find a KO pretty soon until he eats the recovery from MegD, gets taken off the top. We're going to be moving into Game 4 as MegD wins that game.
Yeah, man. And, a little unfortunate. Not sure exactly what happened with Java on his connection, but hopefully he's able to get that all sorted out and get into this Game 5 as we get, or this Game 4 as we pick what stage we're going to next. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, things happen. You know what I mean? Happen to me sometimes too.
Yep.
You're playing, the next thing you know, the lightning bolt hits your house, and yeah.
Or just
what do you do?
The ISP says, "No more gaming for you. It's time for you to go outside and touch some grass." Which hopefully Java can get through. We don't want to go outside. We're gamers.
You ever looked at the? You ever done the map to look at the outages, and it's just right over you?
It hurts. That hurts to see. At least it does. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's like, all right. Yeah. As long as it's not me, I pay my bill. I know it's not me. All right. So here we are, back to the Lions. Let's go ahead and see what we can get here on this fourth game.
It looks like I think this is an actual proper game. I don't think we're going in for a button check or anything like this. We're seeing the Spear versus the Gauntlets. D-Light into the Nair coming out from Java. Now keep in mind, this is a top 8 winner's side qualifier match as we are here in game 4. The score is Java up 2-1. Nice double D-Light, no shot, that's a bot anymore. There you see flipping that one around. Sidelight into the turnaround. D-Light trying to catch Meg D, dodging to the left.
You guys have bot levels in this game? I feel like they should be able to do some more advanced tech like that, right?
There's definitely like the Chosen bot is like the goated bot.
Okay.
That can like immediately react out of hit stun like the first frame.
Nice.
But that isn't the AI that it defaults to when you disconnect from a game.
Okay. All right.
Which would be crazy.
That would be crazy. Yeah.
If I was in a tournament, I would be like, oh no, my internet is out. Uh-oh. Chosen bot take the wheel. And then I end up moving into top 64 or something.
It's like, how did he do it? Like, he just kept disconnecting somehow. Like, I don't know. Speaking of, though, I was going to disconnect him off of that stock. Desynchronized. Not here, though. But it is, in the game. Part of the creed. Anyway, Java is doing pretty good here on this 4th game. Go ahead and try to take it real quick so he can go ahead and get out of this and into this top 8. I know he doesn't want to deal with this Meg D for much longer. As he has been doing a good job of dealing with it, but at the same time, though, you know how sets go. The set goes on too long, you start getting a little exhausted, start making some bad decisions. Next thing you know, you're getting overwhelmed.
It definitely looks like he got a swagger back, though. He's definitely in the lead here against Meg D, adding up some good damage. We've seen some high execution plays coming out from Java, some nice weapon tosses into pickups, nice GC D-Light into the side air. They're kind of bounce passing that weapon toss. In case Meg D tried to react a little bit too early, it slows that weapon down a little bit. So maybe by the time the iframes are done, Meg D might still get popped by it. Does have choice of weapons, sticking back with the sword. Haven't seen too much from the Gauntlets from Meg D. That seems to be something that Gauntlet players have struggled quite a bit with this weekend and last, is finding their way in with those Gauntlets. If they can find their way in, it's time to go to town. But a lot of Spear players, a lot of Lance players, even Sword players are doing a pretty good job of keeping the Gauntlet players out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, honestly, that's kind of what you have to do against the Gauntlets, because once they get in, they end up getting some crazy strings, some crazy reads and whatnot. But you have the range. Use that range, Hands versus actual, weapons. The range is always there. So let's go ahead and see how Java now tries to go ahead and take the stock away from Meg. Meg is hurting, but Java has no weapon in hand. Finally manages to take that by getting that down air. Meg, actually, Java's playing super patient right now with the way that this is going.
I don't know if he's back to having connection issues. Like before what we just saw on that soft platform, it made sense for him to go back to that soft platform, wait for the weapon spawn while he's at the weapon disadvantage, because he's in such a lead right now. He doesn't have to push it too hard. He can just wait for the weapon spawn, come back, and continue that neutral that he's been winning at so far, giving him this huge lead. Nice ground pound, going to bounce off the wall. Meg D using side airs, bounces on the head. And that is going to be the stock. We see Java retreat back to the soft platform. Weapon spawn comes in. Going to be able to grab that. Back to the spear. Perfect timing if you're Java.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, to see the way that Java's playing, because normally in platform fighters, being in the air like this is, like, not favorable. You don't want to be, not on the ground, not access to all your options. Although you do have gravity cancels in this game. It's much easier to kind of position and reposition on the ground than it is in the air. So Java is not playing intense neutral. He's playing intense disadvantage. And I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know how he's doing it, but he is actually winning this game like that. And Meg D really seems to have no answer to that.
I think some of that comes from playing Hattori, going to give you that higher movement speed, which includes being able to move in and out in the air. Also playing on this map itself, you have that soft platform is at least a little bit of safety between you. It's raised up enough, so it's not super low. We're talking about some other maps like Crystal Temple or anything like that. So Meg D has to jump and then input a move, giving Java plenty of time to react to any of those options by the time Meg D actually gets close enough to put out a hitbox.
Yeah, Meg D does have pretty good movement too, as you can see. I mean, like the fast fall jumps are here. The way that he's kind of positioned and moving around can be a little tricky as far as marking him. Wait a minute, Meg D, again, not doing the best off stage against Java, getting reversed on, but doesn't actually lose that stock yet. Okay. See what he decides to do here.
No ground pound this time. Last time he got punished with the pogo. Not going to let it happen this time, especially when there's the option to switch over to the sword. Java going to lose that second stock just barely. Now going to spawn back in. You see Meg D going all the way to the top, throwing the weapon back to the sword. The weapon of choice, Meg D about halfway through final stock, is able to get back over to the sword and further deny the weapon for Java. Weapon spawn here, throws it up. Grabs that sword again. Java without the weapon. Does he go in unarmed off stage? Put a little bit of pressure on the corner, but no major commitments. Meg D didn't spend too much time on the wall either. Actually recovered back onto the main platform very quickly.
Okay, hold on. Java,
Oh, you
got
went for
sniped
it.
out of it, yeah, but I mean, that would have been an ender for sure. Java wants to go ahead and clean this game up super quickly. McD does have a chance to make this comeback, but he has to play this one, real nice. And he hasn't really been on the side of like explosive damage. He's been, just kind of taking him down. While Java doesn't really care, he does hit him with the side air at the right part of the stage, and it's going to be over. Java taking that one and making it into the top 8.
That was a great game for Java. It was looking maybe a little bit tough at one point. Didn't know if those connection issues were going to persist, but it looks like Java was able to fight through them. One thing we saw just like completely fall off and not be an option for Java anymore is like first game, we saw 2 D-Light insigs on the sword. That was just completely gone. It seemed like the signatures as a whole were essentially completely gone from the kit whatsoever as it went on. There were a couple Spear side signatures. I think they were used in like a pretty cheeky manner too, like free jump heights up, GC side signature to the left, just a wild, I'm going to try and grab you here. But other than that, there weren't too many signatures whatsoever from really either of these players. That is going to limit the KO potential on Meg D a little bit because a lot of Vals have been relying on like the gauntlet side signature, the sword side signature over the corner, things like that to find those KOs because Val is a lower strength legend.
Yeah. If you guys are looking here at this graph, you can see there's definitely a lot of time where there's just been, no damage being given to like really anyone. Just like, all right, well, what's going on here? This is most likely Meg D pick chilling in the air, and then the damage starts to rack up again. But another situation here where Meg D is actually not taking a bunch of damage, but it kind of happens. Sometimes the neutral or the disadvantage in Java's experience is. It's there. It's happening. So we are going to move on to our next game, though. I do see Ayo Blue, who is pretty, I think, what is he, like 40, 39, something like that? He's way down there in the PR.
Let me pull that up because I'm definitely not familiar with that name whatsoever. I'm even waiting. It seems the database might not even be familiar with this guy.
Ayo Blue.
Dang, he really ain't in here. we really struggling today.
But he's going to be going up against Pugsy, and we all know Pugsy. He's been around for quite some time. This guy's amazing player. Him and Luna now holding it down in doubles, but clearly they actually still hold it down in singles as well. I'm very interested to see what Ayo Blue brings to the table because the sole fact is like I don't know this guy's name like that. This is the first. He's way high up to be. Where his seed was and to where he is right now. So he's obviously on a great run, and unfortunately he is going up against Pugsy, but that doesn't mean the run's going to be over. It just means it's going to be a hard-fought victory if he does get that victory.
I don't know if Java's having some of the same issues that I am because I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm going to be real. He might be in the database, but it seems like my connection to the database is struggling right now. I'm not able to connect to anything. So Java, I feel you, brother. We're the same.
Yeah. Java definitely he has to go downstairs and unplug, replug that router for sure, though. All right. Well, regardless, Ayo Blue is going to be trying to make a name for himself right now here on the Giro, too, with 3 defense. Now, here on the other side of things, Java only has 4 defense, so it's not that crazy. And she actually starts with 3 defense, but Pugsy always going into the defense stance, which is going to help her out just a little bit. That 3 and 4 difference can be the difference between life and death at like those deeper reds sometimes. So, or I guess the lighter reds sometimes, because if you're in deep red with 3 or 4 defense, you're probably just going to go out that blast zone anyway. Here we are.
All right, I have connected, and I did slander the database. The database does have Ayo Blue in here, so I apologize. Apologize, Creed. Apologize, Prey. We're going to come in here with PR43 for Ayo Blue. You nailed it. Right in that 40 range. Seed for this one, that one is got to be very, very low. I can't even see it. It's so low. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, that's. But speaking of, also, I think he's. I saw on his little map. I think that's him. He's from ATL. Is that him?
He does have ATL in his name.
Okay.
So could be a local player here from Atlanta coming in at seed 30 for this tournament. So definitely pushing well past that. We'll see what he has with this Giro. Man, what is it like? People are vibing with Giro now.
Yeah.
Luna played Giro recently in a tournament. People are talking about like specifically. What do you call it? Scythe and Sword at the same time on Twitter. I don't know if that's going to extend to some more Giro play, but Ayo Blue taking the first stock here.
All right, man, and maybe it is like maybe people really favoring that speed that Giro has because he's high on the speed and he's high on the dex, and well, he's definitely showing it up. Good first start right here from Ayo. Pugsy is going to have to go ahead and get back into this game, but he does have a lot of damage, and he has a pretty high force legend within Jala, so if he finds himself a nice Sayer that he's looking for, that should be able to get it. Or the neutral, no, not enough from there, surprising. Okay, looks for the recovery. I like that option, but Ayo is going to be able to make it back either way. Pugsy having a hard time finding this stock.
Swapping over to the Sword. Going to give some easier initiations if you're Pugsy. The frame data is going to maybe favor you a little bit more in terms of startup frames compared to that Axe. Hitboxes aren't going to be as generous, but it might not matter. Ayo Blue didn't get the jump after the D-Light. you see him recovering like really close to the wall and then backing off the wall, getting back on the wall so quickly.
I'm surprised he actually lived. Okay, you're not going to live that recovery for sure. I was like surprised he lived that first one, but Miami Dome does have a pretty high ceiling, so understandably so. However, though, it doesn't matter what the ceiling is. It matters what that damage is right now on Pugsy, because he is hurting, and he has not been able to do much here on the second stock just yet. But AO Blue, definitely. Oh,
strong D-Light. Okay. Weapon toss, that had to have missed by pixels. Pugsy got just over it. D-Light recovery, that's going to be the KO. I'm speechless.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to say.
What's going on here,
yeah,
bro? Like,
this is alien.
Yeah, it's like not expecting, Pugsy to come through and get kind of bodied by this. This must be that AO technology that 50 Cent was talking about or something, because it's working, okay? Like,
AO
it's
Blue coming
working.
in. He's got ATL in his name, but these results are looking AT alien to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's going on here. Has Pugsy in the orange on final stock. AO Blue still in the yellow. D-Light side air. Not pushing him off screen just yet. Still in the yellow. Not even going to throw a D-Sig out on the corner. Nice side air. Max range on that. It does hit vertically more than a lot of other side airs in the game. That's where he really picked it up. Down air, going to turn Pugsy around. Almost picked up Pugsy with that ground pound.
I have to say, I think that thing is AO's kind of like, he's on the aggression. Like, he's out there. He's still playing like 2019 in North American Brawlhalla, and it's kind of throwing these people off right now because, yeah, he's done it. It's done. Didn't even have to actually hit the ground pound. Pugsy sent too far and couldn't touch that bottom wall, and even if he did, I'm sure that ground pound was in the right spot, so he would have probably lost that stock anyway. AO Blue, seeing red right now the way that he's going, man. This is nice.
This is AO Blue coming in, and after last game being like, yeah, I don't really watch tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm not paying attention to how people are playing. I'm going to play a character people don't play. I'm going to play a way that people don't play. We could see AO Blue coming out as a fan favorite now off of this. He's definitely got the quickness on him. People, I'm sure, are loving the Jiro pick just because it's a little bit out of left field. No one else is doing it. Everybody loves a little bit variety, something different than what we're used to. Coming into this one, we're now on Small Brawl Haven. This is where Pugsy's high strength really could come into play, with the way AO Blue was just getting a lead, not taking too much damage, parking himself right in the middle of the stage. It may not matter that we're on Small Brawl Haven.
Yeah, true. I mean, I feel like with the way that everything is being played on the side of AO, I mean, these blast zones aren't really going to matter because he's just not getting hit as much. I mean, the movement is and the evasiveness is super nice. This time around, though, Pugsy playing a little better, but look at that AO. Getting the nice little juggles right there. I do think that he's keeping the speed factor really in hand as far as like the weapons that he's picking and what he's going up against, because every time Pugsy's had that axe in hand, any whiff has gotten hard punished.
And that's alien for Pugsy. Normally that axe is tearing people apart, getting multiple hits in a row. Strong D-Light can have that big kick. That's your KO move when your opponent is on the side of the stage closest to the blast zone that you want to send them to. That's when you put in that active input instead of turning them around. I hope that Zip gets to cast an AO Blue set today just so he can go, hey, yo! He's been doing that all weekend, and now it would fit 100% perfectly.
Hey, yo, you got to win for Zip, bro. Like,
True.
He needs it, okay? So, he's doing a good job of it as well. Okay, like that. You know, even with the whiff, though, managed to get back to safety relatively quickly. Pugsy is just getting absolutely schmixed right now. This is not characteristic of what I'm normally used to seeing from Pugsy. Pugsy going a little hard right there to try to make something happen off that off-stage interaction, but fortunately, now he's the one off stage. Oh, okay. The exhausted recovery does at least threaten a hitbox. AO's going to get back on stage to safety and not really deal with that. Okay.
I do like the D-Sigs that AO's been throwing out on the Scythe. It's been very rare, very conservative, and that's sort of one of those signatures, kind of like Queen Nai Spear down signature, where it's like if you throw it far enough away, it may not hit your opponent, but also that may not matter. That may keep them zoned out a little bit. They also might come into it, but they aren't really going to be able to punish you that quickly just because they're so far away. By the time they go for a dash jump side air or anything like that, you're already out of recovery frames. You can throw a dodge out there, maybe just need a dash in the right direction, and that's all.
Man, Pugsy once again just, I don't know what's going on. Like, this is so like when I watch Pugsy, this is not the gameplay I expect to see from right now because again, AO's probably going on a crazy run, so I don't want to take anything away from him, but if we're just looking off history and stats right now, you would expect Pugsy to be a little more polished here in this matchup or just in his gameplay right now, but it seems like AO is getting the best of him for sure. He's in the red though, so he does have to watch out for a Sair or that. Yeah, I mean, especially on this stage. If he actually got hit by that first neutral light, that was it. Gotta get back on the stage. This one, yeah, even from the middle of the stage, man.
Now, they are relatively even. So
Yeah.
it's not like AO Blue has been just dominating Pugsy in this, but I feel like I haven't seen anything that would tell me that this is Pugsy.
Right.
Take the names away, and, well, it's a Maggie, so you could probably just guess that it's Pugsy almost off of that alone. But, like, look at this. No one does this to Pugsy. Pugsy does this to other people.
Yeah, man, and this is absolutely, a bloodbath right here on this last stock. AO's been hit maybe twice at most, but he's gotten so many.
For the long range sniper. That is sniper spelled SHNIPER, baby.
I got to give that one for Zip. Hey, yo, that was, bro. All right, this guy is nice, man.
Wow.
This guy is nice. Out of nowhere, too.
It was so quick, and then the game was over. It was all of a sudden both of them were on second stock red. The KO comes out. The response KO comes out. Okay, we're in an even game. Then all of a sudden, completely pieced up, Scythe in hand. This is almost like completely Scythe gameplay. Sword doesn't look bad, so don't get me wrong, but this is definitely a Scythe gamer.
Yeah, man, Blue definitely doing it up. I'm loving what we're seeing here, though, because, I always like seeing the change of guard. Yeah, Pugsy's one of my favorite players for sure, but, when you got someone playing this hot, this late into the tournament, and with the seeds they're playing, like, you got to start rooting for that guy. This is a true success story, underdog story. If he's able to get into, he's about to potentially break into this top 8 right now with some pretty exciting gameplay, and on top of that, it's more on the aggressive side, which is something like I feel like we've been kind of lacking here in the North American scene as of late. So it's nice to see, a nice return to form to that aggression.
Again, going back to the middle of the stage, knowing to stay away as far away from those blast zones as possible. He has the damage lead right now onto Pugsy. Going to easily punish that with a side air. Pugsy recovering very low on the wall. Doesn't want to be anywhere near, at least give himself plenty of time to react to anything AO Blue throws over the corner. But Blue doesn't really throw anything over the corner. He's been very careful here. He's playing really smart. Does take the double recovery there. Pugsy picking that second one up really high in the air. That really was the only reason he got that stock, because Blue wasn't too damaged on it.
Yeah, man, but Blue has to get himself a weapon. Does manage to sneak that one. That was a wild grab away. He was super far with that weapon, but that grab hitbox is going to be generous. So he's back onto a Scythe, which has been definitely his his pride and joy right now as far as this set has gone. I think in the first game we saw some pretty good sword play, but outside of that, it's really just been this Scythe going crazy.
It's really been the thing that put him in the situations where he ends up coming out victorious. He's doing the sword damage, but it's none of these like major, huge 4-hit, 5-hit, 6-hit strings like he's doing with the Scythe. It's none of these things that are forcing Pugsy off the stage. Still solid textbook sword gameplay, but it's really that Scythe bonking on the head yet again. We saw that last game. We saw it this game. He is laser dialed in on those weapon tosses. Weapon spawn comes in. Neutral Sig. I thought that was going to KO. He does find the follow-up with the ground pound. Brawl Haven going to come in big for Pugsy.
What a way to turn that back around, too, because Pugsy, this lead could have definitely escaped him, but he came in and immediately evened that up with that two-piece combination of first hitting the neutral sig and then jumping out there with the ground pound from super deep, closing off a lot of options for Blue to make it back. But we are still on the last stock. Pugsy has no games under under him right now, so AO is just trying to make this a 3-0 as quick as possible.
He's going to be looking to pick up that Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
I expect it in his hands in just a moment. The second there's any space between him, Pugsy, and that weapon spawn, I expect to see him going for it. I thought he was going to throw his weapon away there. No, he's just adding up some nice sword damage, but he's pretty much on pace with Pugsy. They're not going to go sword v sword. We'll see if the next weapon spawn comes in, what Blue wants to do. Just trading back-to-back blows back and forth, neutral light to neutral light. D-light side air from AEO. Blue setting up.
Oh, okay. Just kind of
okay.
I like that
Shadow
option
clone.
too.
Oh, he did it again! He did it again!
Yeah, he's the sniper for sure right there. He's been hitting quite a bit of those weapon tosses for the W. And yes, man, AO Blue making it into the top 8. I know he's feeling good. Again, because of the seeding and because of who he just went over, and because he's now sitting in that top 8 situation, top 8 spot.
I got to know what Pugsy's going to say after this. Not like Pugsy's going to go on Twitter and put AO Blue on blast or anything like that. I'm just really curious what Pugsy thinks after that. Now, we know that Pugsy has been preparing for EVO.
True.
So you know, I don't know how that's been balancing out with Brawlhalla, given that Evo is right around the corner. But man, I gotta know what Pugsy's honest thoughts are. Look at the damage that Pugsy was limited to: 160 on the axe, 180 on the sword. What of those two weapons do you really know Pugsy for? It's 100% the axe.
Right.
But that was the lesser damaging weapon between those two.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good point too. You know, Evo right around the corner, but I've seen Pugsy, you know, just kind of jump back and forth between games.
100%.
I remember, you know, Rushdown Revolt days when he was slopping like then, and then, you know, he came over the next day and won a Brawlhalla tournament. So Pugsy's definitely good at doing the whole multi-gaming thing.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can come back to bite you. Yeah. So, maybe not in the winner side of things, but we still have some more Pugsy on the elimination side. Hopefully he can make it into the top 8 and maybe even get a run back, you know, depending on how things go for AO Blue. So big shouts to AO Blue, though, man. That was really good gameplay altogether from Jiro, a more underused legend that we don't get to see too often. And you made that legend look almost flavor of the month. Wow.
And he did it without, like, being Luna. Like, when Luna plays Jiro or any other, like, character that we don't see as much, you're like, okay, you're one of the best players in the world. Like, you can pick a goofier pick, a less meta pick.
Right.
But Blue coming in with it. I didn't happen to catch the legend level. At least was 25 based on the black color scheme. I don't know if we were talking a level 60 Jiro. We're talking about a level 100 Jiro.
True.
But he looked like a pro on that Jiro for sure, making that character look really strong. I wouldn't be surprised if IQ ranked on Monday when I get home and I see way more Jiros than I'm used to seeing, and I don't think it would be just due to Luna. What a performance.
Yeah, we're going to see way more Jiros this time and way more Zols from yesterday too. So, yeah, be ready for you all who are about to hop in and try to get yourself some rank, man. There's going to be some new talent out there. So, but moving on, we'll be getting into our next game. I think that's going to be Stingray versus Experience.
This is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a very interesting one. The Cannon pop and offer Experience today. We've seen Experience play Cannon in the past, but when he did it back then, it wasn't as strong. Not even nearly as strong as it is now. You talked about the Zoe. Like, you just mentioned it.
Yeah.
We saw kind of go absolutely nasty.
Oh, yeah.
I expect Experience to do the same thing today. We've already seen Experience play really well so far, taking out Luna. That was huge, and that was off of, while we're getting into this game, I'm going to pull up the tweet from Experience because he was not feeling himself going into that game. Let me scroll down just a little bit. Oh, yeah, he said, I have to fight Luna for top 8 again, and I can't do what I did last time, but don't expect anything spectacular. I'm just going to get 3-0'd.
Okay.
So either Experience is just a bold-faced liar, or this Sidra is working wonders for him.
Yeah, no, I don't know. That's the top player mix-up, bro. So y'all, you always got to downplay yourself or your character or anything like that, because no one wants to be the guy who gets proven wrong on the other side. Like, yeah, I'm going to 3-0 him, and then you get 3-0'd.
Yeah.
It looks worse than if you say I'm going to get 3-0'd and then you win. So, you know, I see the option select, and you're not getting past me. Anyway, here we are. Stingray doing exactly what Stingray was doing actually last week in dubs too, man. Like, he was super elusive and getting a lot of clean punishes. So I think Stingray might actually be a bit of an issue here for Experience, at least at the beginning. Experience finally get himself a cannon in hand, but has not really been able to break that offense, or at least the punish game here of Stingray yet.
It's going to be the same thing with Stingray that we've said about a lot of the Orions for the Summer Championship. That Spear D-Sig as a punish tool is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
It is so easy to use because it has such a generous hitbox, hitting on both sides. If your opponent has, like, dodged through you, you can still pick them up. If they didn't dodge through you and are right on top of you, still picks them up. If they're in the other direction, still picks them up. Has a lot of strength on it, a lot of force on it, which means you can get KOs from the middle of the stage like we basically just saw from Stingray. So, yeah, this is just such a great character pick. It's one he's been sticking with more than a lot of other players. Even though we've seen Orion creep up recently, Stingray is one of the OGs.
Yeah, I mean, that dash, I mean, really, like, everything you said about D-Sig is insane. Because I feel like dash D-Sig is, like...
It's so good.
It's so good. It doesn't matter. Unless you know that it's coming and you immediately jumped and got out of there, or at least, air dodge back, you're getting hit. And so, like, it covers so much space. It's very quick. He tried it right there, but, yeah, no, Experience going to be ready for it. Does get a small punish, but he actually still off the stage. Yeah, I think he could potentially touch the wall again, but it doesn't matter. The pogo is still there one more time. Stingray looking extra good in this first game.
Classic Spear edgeguard with the double pogo to clean that one up. The iframes were done, and Experience ends up taking the bottom side of a neutral air to start this one off. No major initiations once Experience grabbed the sword. There was a weapon toss, but it was dodged through by Stingray, so no push after that. Experience really camping out that soft platform. Stingray's going to go up there and meet him, at least throw out the D-Light, doesn't get the straight follow-up. Experience really seems to be at a loss here for how to get in on Stingray, which wasn't the case with Kaina when we're talking about like the West Orion that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Once he made the switch, then he found his way in.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely looking pretty rough for Experience too, and this is kind of interesting to see because yeah, there's like a pretty good burst options on the cannon, but he has not been able to get anything going for him, and he's been getting hard punished every time, trying to make it back to stage, managed to slide through that, but still can't. I mean, he's getting a punish, but he's not getting the follow-up that he will want off of that punish, so therefore he's not really getting a crazy amount of damage like the way that Stingray is, who managed to at least get a weapon toss after you know, hitting Experience every time.
Experience wants a weapon so bad.
Yeah.
He knows things are looking really hopeless. No way he's going to be able to do that without a weapon. Okay, goes for the D-Light ground pound. Knew that a recovery wouldn't get the KO. Knew that the GC neutral heavy wouldn't get the KO whatsoever. Also, he just GC'd the D-Light. So he went for the max damage because Stingray's still in the orange on second stock. Yo, that was so close. Ends up going back into the weapon toss. The dodge is down again. No major aggression off stage from Stingray. It's too risky. You don't need to do that. You can just wait. Jumping in the pile of hate taunt is so funny.
Yeah, that's mad good. So it's funny too because it's the Black Knight. It's like, it depends on the skin, so it's like now you're not really hiding. Okay,
Yeah.
all that armor's not getting under that hay. So, but no, this was definitely a rough game right here for Experience. Look at that, 346 to 626. A lot of damage being put out here by Stingray. A lot of connections as well too. I mean, you can see the hit count, the 47 accuracy to the 31, and he threw out more moves. So he's being able to throw out more moves and hit more successfully. And look at that. Look at the damage right here. Mostly spear.
Yeah. It's a totally spear-dominated game from Stingray. He did more damage with the spear than Experience did total. And that's kind of the same thing for Experience as well, except those numbers were much less healthy if we're talking about an individual level. 198 damage from the cannon compared to 32 damage from the sword.
Yeah.
So Experience making the insta-switch.
Yeah, I was going to say he did more damage with that spear than the rest of the damage in the game combined, so, which is like pretty insane to say because that just means that was some insane spear work. But here on the other side of things, we have the Val coming out with the Stevani crossover. So hopefully, this swap can definitely do something to him because the cannon did not help. I mean, I know that he was looking for it more than anything. He actually got a sword at the end of that game and just immediately threw it away and went back to waiting for a weapon spawn for the cannon. But the cannon just really didn't help him out, so he is going to have to lean on the sword and maybe the gauntlets, depending on if he actually decides to use them. He's holding down that weapon right now, doing a good job of at least keeping some damage here onto Stingray, but Stingray still has a solid lead.
So my question for Experience is, where is this Stevani coming from? It's not the craziest pick whatsoever, but if you look at previous character choices, I mean, even the Sidra isn't what we're used to seeing in terms of a canon legend from Experience. It's been the Amethyst, which is the Zul crossover. I mean, you're looking at the second most reported legend. That's a Rayman, which, has gauntlets like this Val pick, like this Stevani, but the number 2 legend is going to be that Rayman. The third most reported legend, Taros, then Mordex, then Moonin. So really, where is this Stevani coming from? I don't know if this is just like an out-of-left field pick, or maybe it's just something that he's worked on since MSI or since Spring Championships, and we just haven't had an official event since then to really see that this is a tournament-viable option for Experience.
Yeah, because, I mean, when I think about Experience, I was definitely thinking more so Rayman. That's what he was doing a lot at MSI, so, kind of surprising to see this pick, and he is out there not counting his jumps and not really being able to jump back into because of after that recovery, he was already sweat beating. Stingray saw it. It's like, I'm going to come out here with a Sayer. You can't get past this. Yeah, Experience is just going to be out of that stock. Kind of to himself, really. I don't really feel like he got hit out there. It seems like he was, just trying to jock for position or at least kind of stall it out a little bit and didn't count his jumps or count his air actions.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, sometimes it happens. See if he can get back to this game, at least get a stock and try to get some of this momentum rolling. But, I mean, this is going to be this hill is almost vertical. Is this type of hill you have to climb right now.
You got to climb this with, all fours. It's not a hill anymore. You're climbing a rock wall.
Yeah, this is a wall. So it's looking kind of rough. And he hasn't really been able to get too much damage onto this stock. Does finally find the KO with the gauntlets. What's he going to stay with? Decides to stay with the sword. Okay.
So we're seeing this Stingray Spear, of course, like last game, doing the majority of the damage, the large majority of the damage, because Experience wasn't able to get in. Now we're swapping over to the Stevani pick, which has gauntlets, struggling to get in just as much, if not more, to get in on that Spear. Okay, almost still had that dodge to be able to dodge towards the wall, get the touch. Experience, he's just kind of running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he really can do. I mean, Stingray is such an oppressive force right now, and And Experience doesn't really seem to have the answers for either one of these weapons. I feel like, obviously Stingray hasn't been on the Lance that much, but he's still getting a lot. That was insane.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen that follow up.
Yeah, the GC Sig to then KO off the top that high in the air. I can't remember if he was orange. We'll see it on the replay when he actually gets hit by the down signature from Stingray. There was that fall that kind of spelled curtains for this game. Sidelight, neutral air, true combo. GC Sig, he was red when that hit, but it was like 2.5 jump heights up, and it was still enough to KO off the top. No swap off of the Stevani.
All right. This is interesting, because I feel like Stevani might have done worse than the Sidra, to be honest. I mean, but a lot of that, again, I feel like there was a couple of times where the Experience just wasn't counting the jumps or something. He was putting himself way off stage, but he is indeed just running for his life right now. This is a horror film. It's a slasher film, and he's definitely the one who's about to trip off one of those logs and get cut in half. So, man, this is not what I was expecting when we got into the set. Like, not at all.
Same here. Same here. Even if you look at Experience's stats on his just raw account compared to what he's actually doing in tournaments, the Val is going to be his 7th highest leveled legend, coming in at a level 47. If you look at the top ones, it's going to be a Zol, a Mirage, a Mordex, a Rayman. Some of those we would expect to see before this Val pick. So this is definitely an interesting choice. We'll see if he continues this one. I mean, if he makes it through on the winner side of the bracket, or if he makes the change when he goes down onto the elimination side into something we're a little bit more familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, because at this point, I mean, he's going to have to come to the drawing board with something else. I mean, again, like, he said he wasn't confident in his last game, but I feel like that tweet actually kind of applied to this game, because Stingray is all over him right now. He said he was going to get 3-0'd. He was just one game late. If he can't not make something happen here now, he does have some all right damage here on to Stingray. And Stingray is still doing the chase down stuff, but the interesting part about the way the Experience is playing is that even with Stingray swinging like he is, Experience is not getting any punishes for these, like, these swings. So he's really just running. Like, there's no like, oh, I'm baiting you out. He's actually just running away.
And that's possibly the reason we find ourselves on Enigma here with those 3 soft platforms. That gives Experience plenty of room to run away, but we also see him extending his running away from those soft platforms to the further outer reaches of the stage, which means Stingray is going to come up there. Nice side signature.
Okay.
This is like the biggest sign of life we've seen in a hot minute from Experience when he picks up that side signature right over that corner. Now Experience is the one in the middle of the stage. Stingray the one on the soft platforms. They've now traded positions. Stingray's going to have to push on top of him if he doesn't want Experience to continue juggling those weapons, delay the weapon spawn. Experience moving up. Stingray grabs the spear.
All right, man. So Stingray, he's obviously been going crazy on the spear. Experience, once again, still, trying to play this very elusive game. I mean, it's a big game of cat and mouse right now between Stingray and Experience. But the cat is definitely catching this mouse quite a bit.
Now, this is like some classic Experience gameplay, or like one of the sides of classic Experience gameplay. There's like, inside of Experience, there are 2 experiences. One is like crazy, insane, oppressive, you just can't handle what's going on. The other one is what we're seeing now, which is sort of that slowing down, that running away, that trying to find your openings no matter how long it takes.
Yeah, so the frustrating experience is what we're getting right now.
Absolutely.
Instead of the insane experience right now. So this is, this could be a little rough. I feel like Stingray, I mean, is doing a good job of at least dealing with it and also catching him. Stingray, because of the way that he's being willing to go out there like that, well, not only is he burning all of Experience's options, but a lot of the time, Experience is just sitting in sweat beads because of the fact that he's running so hard.
And because of that, we're seeing Stingray control basically all of the center stage. Stingray is spending most of his time in that sort of bubble in between all the soft platforms and the main stage itself, which means he's far enough away from the blast zone. What hit can Experience find right now that's going to lead to a KO? Virtually nothing. Ooh. He does find that side air the second that Stingray gets to the other side of him, which is really what he needed. The second Experience moved up onto that soft platform, could get through Stingray, then you saw the turnaround.
Yeah, it was like he wasn't going to get anything from the middle of the stage going out, but he definitely will get something on the outer side of the stage going out. Was luckily able to dodge through and get himself a great punish here, but still, I mean, Stingray does have a little bit of a lead here, still doing most of the chasing, and I do think the Experience's runaway gameplay has, evolved into a little bit more punishing as he's able to actually keep this game even, but, as far as the lead goes, I'm not sure if he has it yet, and there it kind of turns on the Jets just for a quick second. And now he's right back to his gameplay.
So let's look at the way these two roads could diverge in a wood. One of them is Experience loses this game, and Stingray gets the 3-0, moves on, Experience goes down to the elimination side of the bracket. That's basically all we need to say about that. The other road is Experience wins this game, bans down to 3 maps left, could leave Enigma open, but I bet Stingray does not go back to this map. Oh, it's done. It's done. It's over. That was Stingray's game to lose. Once he picked that D-Light up, once the dodge was done, we knew it was curtains and the victory for Stingray.
Yeah, that's a big G right there. Stingray says, yeah, I don't care how long you're running, I will catch you. You know, I'm going to find you. So he was definitely Liam Neeson and Taken right now, so he's going to find you. So got to give it up to Stingray. I know sometimes trying to chase someone down in any game, to be honest, can be a little frustrating, but he was like, I have resilience. I'm going to go ahead and take this game regardless. It may take a little longer, but I'm still going to be the victor.
And that's the patience of Stingray. That's kind of a little bit of the culture of the group of Brawlhalla gamers that he kind of came up with, because he came up with guys like Experience who have those tendencies to try to really slow things down. Came up with people like Meg D, who also have a tendency to slow things down. So this is normal ranked games for Stingray. This is the people that he's been scrimming against, playing customs against, people he's been queuing up against in ranked for years now on his journey to the point where he is right now. So this is just a part of the gaming culture that he's been brought up in.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes you are, I guess, playing in the right era, because I feel like if you were playing in the aggression era right now, or you started this game in the aggression era and you got played up against that, frustration would have set probably by like minute 2.
If we're talking about like triple chain dodge era, things would have to change a little bit. I'm not saying Stingray couldn't succeed, because he definitely has his moments of absolute oppression where you cannot find a second to breathe. But it would definitely need some adjustments from maybe what he's used to. But we're not in that era. We're in the era win right now. And Stingray completely took that apart. 3-0, did not lose patience, which shows maturity as a player.
Oh, for sure. So I think with that being said, we do have another match coming up for you. One more match, right?
Yes, we do.
So we got who's got coming up?
We have Java versus ATL's own Ayo Blue. Except, wait, his Smash GG said he's from Jersey.
Huh. All right. Well, Blue from false claiming. Wow.
Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. We just assigned a meaning to the ATL.
Yeah. That, it could be something else. I mean, but more often than not, 99 times out of 100, if someone says ATL,
we know what that means.
They mean Atlanta. So, well, it's all good. We'll have them coming up relatively soon. Blue is already in here, so most likely going to see that Jiro again. I wonder, you saw his legends, right? What was his other legends? Did he have any other Scythe legends that he would
here,
potentially
I'm going to
play?
pull it up for you right now. I'm going to answer that question so we can really have the true facts on it. Let me pull that up for. Oh wait, he doesn't hate it.
He does.
I don't have that. I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Okay, he actually does not have that much information at all.
We don't have the Korhalla link for that. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna look it up on Korhalla. I'm gonna be a dude on the computer. TK, take it away.
All right, man. So welcome back. Hey, how you doing, guys? Welcome. We're watching some Brawlhalla. Hey, you want to tweet about Brawlhalla? BH Esports. # BH Esports, and we'll put your tweet on the screen sometimes. Sometimes, if they're good tweets. If they're bad tweets, you'll never see the light of day on this screen. But that just means you need to curate your tweets, right? Right. All right. So,
okay, we have the information.
All right.
We have the information. The #1 leveled legend for Blue is the Jiro, coming in at a level 78. The second most is going to be a Koji at a level 36. So this is a Jiro main.
Okay.
This is a Jiro main for sure. Maybe came from a console, because going from level 72 to like level 36 is sort of a big difference. It's not like level 100 where you have a gorillion hours and then you just don't play any other legends. Yeah, second most is going to be Koji, third most is going to be Fate, then Mordex. So top 4 legends, 3 of them are Scythe legends. That's no surprise whatsoever after the Scythe gameplay that we saw from Blue previously.
Look, I like Jiro, but I would definitely like to see his Fate though, because I feel like if he's able to play like that, I could see some pretty early stocks, with Fate, having all that force, and then on top of that, some really strong SIGs too. He gets the right read off a neutral SIG or a side SIG, it's over. That's just straight up gone. You get shotgun, you hit with the rifle. It's all good on the side of Fate. But we're not gonna be talking about that right now. We're gonna be talking about that Jiro, because that's exactly who that guy is most likely gonna play. We are waiting for his opponent right now. It's taking quite a bit of time, but things like that happen. So as you can see on the backboard, though, we can definitely talk about what has happened so far if you're just tuning in. Java 3-1 over Meg D. Ayo Blue, aka Blue, 3-0 over Pugsy. Wild defeat here, because if you're looking at these PRs again, that's number 13. That's number 40. That is 30 PR slots right there. Man, and he's sneaky, bro. You see?
There we go. Now I can stand up. That's production right there, being like, this guy's got old knees. He about to keel over if he has to sit there for 30 more seconds.
Well, yeah, man, you see this thing, Stingray versus Experience. We just saw that. Experience did almost kind of take that last game, kind of slowed it down quite a bit, but Stingray had the resilience to go ahead and take that. And now we're just waiting for Java to show up so we can get him versus Blue to happen right here, right now, to see who's going to get into the winners final side of things.
So there's virtually no history between these two. I see it's an 0-1 matchup. That's me trying to figure out what to do.
Okay.
I can't step out of frame.
It's kind of hard to step out of frame sometimes, but it's good. It's good. It worked, though, right?
Yeah, we made it.
He's gone.
We made it.
Yeah.
Straight up like the Soulja Boy song, we made it.
All right.
We gave the information to the people.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't know exactly which tournament it was. These two ran up. Oh, I found it. It was a sea of tournaments. Both of these players are playing a lot of community tournaments.
Okay.
Love to see that. Huge.
Yeah.
It was all the way back at Moose Wars, the Siege of Giga War #1 at January, February, March, April is the 4th month of the year.
Okay.
April 11th, 2021. So more than a year ago, almost a year and a half ago, was the only time that these two players have met in a tournament, and it went 1-2. So that was a best of 3 set in the Moose Wars tournament. 1-2 in favor of Java, giving an overall matchup score of 0-1 in favor of Java in terms of sets.
Okay, well, that's got to feel good for Java coming into this for sure, but at the same time, that was a whole year ago, so a lot can happen in a year.
You can't just draw that and be like, oh, yeah, I know he's going to win.
Yeah. A lot can happen in a year for sure. I mean, we've been around. We've got several legends here. We've got, I think we probably had a new weapon within this last year. We've had a changing tide of the PR, so a lot can happen. You know what I mean? It's nice to know that they've played at least once before, but a whole year ago, like, I'm not really thinking too much about it.
Yeah, I would agree the exact same thing, especially because it was a community tournament, not an official tournament, plus all that time. So we're going to be getting on into this one. We are waiting for Java to switch out that internet, reset that internet so we can get good. What are we looking at here? What kind of tweets we got?
We got Killer Cleo here, BH Esports.
Shout out Killer Cleo.
We got Skiff. Hi, Skiff.
Hey,
hi, Skiff.
What's up, dude?
Hi, Skiff. Yeah, man. We got, okay, hold on. Some predictions here. Java, Stingray, and Pugsy. That's a pretty interesting prediction. Seeing that Pugsy is currently already in losers. So that's going to be a hard one to do. Not to say that he can't do it, but he'll definitely.
Oh!
Atlantis. Oh.
My fellow Atlanteans. It means Atlantis, like the underwater city. Or maybe, okay. I don't know if is there a real city named Atlantis? Is there an Atlantis, New Jersey? I don't know.
Did they ever say that in the movie? Like, yo, where are we going? We're going to ATL. What? Sorry, Atlantis. Okay. Sorry, Atlantis.
The real ones call Atlantis ATL because, no real from here, Atlantis says ATL.
Oh, okay. That's fair. What do y'all call it then?
I don't know. I live here.
Oh, that's true. You know what? I'll ask Duke. I'll ask one of them. So, Ayo, new top contender. Actually, his name is Blue. Production has yelled at me 7 times about it, so I know that now. So, got to go ahead and take that tweet and turn it into something else. Looking like a Stingray dub today. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see. Yeah, Stingray's looking pretty good right now. I like that. We've got another Stingray prediction over here. Yeah, you guys are definitely dropping some tweets on us, man. Very much appreciate it.
We love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hashtag BH Esports if you want it to show up here. That way, it's easy for production to find, and they can put it up on the screen, and then we can talk about it. Or if it's a later block, someone else can talk about it.
For sure. I like this guy. I like what you did here, okay? This is a nice little pun you did right there. I like that. Clean.
Yup. So. Let's see. Who else we got? Okay, we got some more predictions right here. Number 1, Luna. Number 2, Phazon. Look, man. I'm sorry. I'm in that boat. I put Phazon top 3, too. He's already out of the tournament.
Oh.
He went down on the elimination side of the bracket. Got taken out by Taffy. I think it was a 3-1. Could have been a 3-0. Can't exactly remember. There's Zip. Let's talk about Zip's picks. How you feeling about those? First Luna, second Java, third McD. Not bad whatsoever.
Yeah. These are keep in mind, some of these are 3 hours ago, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Phazon probably was in the tournament 3 hours ago.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
I will give that up. Oh, yeah, we got Duke here with his predictions. We got Luna, McD, and Java. Okay. That's what he has going up at the top. Luna, I mean, a lot of people got super huge confidence in Luna, which is interesting because I felt like Right now.
Are you a hater?
No, I like Luna.
Okay.
I'm just surprised to not see Stingray in a lot of these top threes. I feel like he's playing quite well today. But I guess if you're going off history, you probably wouldn't think that. Stingray is definitely a top 8er, but you're not sure about a top 3 person. Cody Travis, that's an interesting one right there. You're living in like 2018, and that's fine, okay? Like, I love Cody Travis just as much as the next guy because I love the way he plays, and Boomy too. But is he even still in?
No.
Okay, well.
No, I don't even know what happened to Cody.
Yeah,
you keep reading tweets. I'm gonna scroll back in the reg and see what happened to Cody.
Okay, we got Blue will take the WIMO. That's fair. Java W, 2 minutes ago. Appreciate it. All right, like that. Oh, that's from Ragundas. Okay, it looks like we're on into the game. I'm going to look at this screen instead. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to turn around and look back over here. Ayo Blue, a.k.a. Blue. Java going to go ahead and make it happen. Man.
Going to be getting into this one. No surprises whatsoever. That Jiro that we saw played so excellently earlier from Blue. And then we have Java, of course, in on this Hattori. We're going to the Dome. Haven't seen too much of it today, but we have seen some of it. Again, those soft platforms are going to be pretty high. So if you're a runner, that gives you some little bit of a safe area to go to. Gives you plenty of time to react to any pressure that comes in from your opponent.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested to see how this one plays out because I think both of these guys have big spurts of like just greatness happening out in a quick session. So they could be like kind of South American right now when it comes to like, all right, we're just going to dumpster each other for like the entirety of this set. And right now, we got an even game developing so far. Nobody's gotten a super huge advantage just yet, but at least everyone's still getting some damage here on the board. Ayo though, I think has won more of the exchanges now. That's 2 big exchanges right there. Does not have a weapon, but does find one super quickly. The Brawlhalla God's going to bless him.
Oh, grabs the double. Was the dodge even burned? I honestly don't remember. We'll have to, production, give that to us in slow motion after. I would love to see if the dodge was burned. I'm guessing it was, but there could be the possibility that Blue gets hit by the downlight and is like, okay, he's going to hit me with the side air. I'm not going to match my dodge now because he's just going to hit me with the side air true combo.
Oh, okay. Nice way to get down. Actually, both of them fighting out of good 2 situations where they could have lost that stock, but Ayo will end up finding that side state to go ahead and take it. Very good on him, but now he's got to watch out. Java going to try to find himself an easy cleanup here for that stock. Oh, okay, anti-aired.
So we haven't seen too much off stage from these players whatsoever. Of course, in the previous set that we saw from Java versus Meg D, that was the similar thing there coming out from Meg D. In the previous set of Blue, we didn't see too much off stage from him either. It was this just raw neutral game, these advantage situations where he's pushing into his opponent who is like 1 or 2 jump heights up, continuing the Nair-Sair ladder that we see from classic Scythe play. So maybe there will just continue to be no edge guarding from either of these players beyond like Blue throwing out a D-Sig like that, but over the corner.
Man, this is, again, another situation where I just feel like, Java has been able to do some greatness off stage, but I think not as great as he was doing against Meg D. I feel like there was that situation in the first stock where he was just floating over a sweat-beaded Jiro and didn't decide to pull the trigger at all. He was expecting to dodge up, and yeah, that's not exactly what happened there, but either way, this game is still pretty close between our competitors. Ayo not going to go too far out there to try to make something happen.
We're still seeing those classic really, really low recoveries coming out from Java. He is going to have to be careful because the way Blue was throwing weapons to finish stocks earlier in the set against Pugsy, if Java gets hit with that while being too low, even if he's an orange, that could lead to a stock loss or at least give Blue the option for the free edge guard. Ooh, that was a close one. We haven't seen, again, too many signatures coming out from Java. That's like one of the first neutral signatures on Spear we've seen from any of his games today.
I'm liking the level of reversals we're seeing, too, as people are trying to get off the ledge. That was the second kill in a row where someone was at the ledge and then they managed to get behind their opponent and then take the position and get the stock as well. A lot of damage being added up really quickly. Ayo Blue doing a good job of kind of just obviously throwing this man around with that scythe. That's what it does. Hold on. Okay, fights his way back.
What a cute weapon toss that was. That was behind the back one. He was facing to the left, ended up throwing to the right. I wouldn't have even seen that one coming.
All right, so he's got a crazy amount of damage here onto Java already. Java's going to have to play this one pretty close to the chest right now. Cannot get too risky because, one misplay and he could have been gone. That right there could have just been a ground pound. Ayo probably not realizing what position he was at. Not take that, so, okay. Downlight Sair.
Oh, that was, again, a classic game-finishing attempt that we saw in the Pugsy set previously. Didn't hit there either, but again, also didn't get punished. Going to clean this one up from the middle of the stage, ending that one with a recovery. We're going to be moving quickly on into this next game. We're getting some slow-mo here. Where is the dodge? He didn't put it out, did he?
Oh,
Okay, there it is.
Yeah,
There it
yeah,
is.
yeah. Dodged directly into it, man. Yeah.
Right, perfectly upright diagonal. So he was right on the line of that downlight. Ends up getting picked up by the second one. Yeah, so great recognition from Java in that singular moment.
I feel like that's the one dodge that's always going to get caught, though. Isn't it? Like you're going in the same direction that the move. Well, okay. Well, you know. Maybe he thought he was a little higher up, so he's going to escape it. Regardless, though, didn't lose the stock, and he didn't win that game. So we are going to get into the second game, right back over to Miami Dome. Man.
Blue grabs first 2 weapons. That's a good sign. Weapon spawn is going to come in. Java didn't take too much damage before he picked up the sword here. That first weapon spawn for Java ended up coming in the left soft platform. Of course, the Scythe being this weapon that Blue has. You saw, like, him getting first 2 weapons is good because he always has the option to get onto that Scythe. If the first weapon is a Scythe, he doesn't have to worry about getting that second weapon spawn. If the first one is a sword, he gets to the second one, boom, he's on Scythe.
Okay, hold up, man. Oh, speaking of, damn, got the toss as well. Couldn't get the oh, wait.
Dodge coming back on cooldown.
Oh, he never touched the wall.
Did he not touch?
It looked like he touched the wall.
I swear that was a touch, DK.
Wow, at that. All right, well, somehow not actually getting the wall there, and he does lose that. And that's, you know, the same thing that you always have to worry about when you're playing against Java. And same thing happened in the Meg D set. Meg D went off a couple of times, got reversed on, and then he just decided to play the stage. I don't know if AO's going to do that yet because I think his off-stage gameplay has been pretty good. He just, you know, every now and then he might have to take that 50-50 of, am I going to get this or is he going to get it?
Coming into this one now with the sword. He evened that one up very quickly, which just, again, shows the skill of this player that for some reason we have essentially never seen on stream before this moment.
Yeah, I mean, this dude's out of nowhere for sure. He must have actually came from Atlantis. Like, he just resurfaced, decided, I want to play some Brawlhalla on land, and here we are. All right. Okay. Get caught on that one.
Oh, there's the spot dodge. I don't know if Java was expecting a move out of hit stun from Blue, or if he was like, I'm going to spot dodge here. If I can go for an extended gravity cancel move, then I'm going to go for that.
Yeah, but obviously both of them making it back to the stage relatively clean, relatively simple. However, you know, it's been very back and forth about who's actually getting the advantage here. Oh, wait a minute. Little sword battle right here. Not going to be enough to take off the top just yet, but he is putting the pressure on. Looking for another one. Oh, I thought that was going to be another one right there, but instead going for the side light.
Ooh, outspacing that side light from Java. Hits the down air. Neutral air off the top almost. A recovery probably would have KO'd there. Oh, he's going to move in. Tries to punish with a D-Light, but Java was still able to jump out of that before he actually touched the ground. D-Light recovery from Blue. He must have come from Atlantis. I think he sees the sea levels rising and is like, yo, the whole world's about to be underwater soon.
Yeah.
This is my time.
Honestly, he's like, I got to get at least one championship before y'all show up in my area. So this is looking super good for Blue as he is, again, right back onto the Scythe, getting all that damage, kicking him off the stage. Okay, good positioning right there, but still, he does have a lot of damage onto him, so he does have to watch out. No weapon in hand yet for Java. Does find that one pretty quickly, and it is the spear, too. So, you know, one good side air at the right. Oh, wait! Might not even get a chance to do it.
One of the few side signatures he has thrown out, I think like both of them have hit, made major connections in orange, sending his opponent off screen. He almost had the perfect read on that dodge, too. Turning it around, throwing out that D-Light would have probably led into the strong D-Light, attempting to get the stock off the left side. That's a punish. Oh, Java. Oh, Java. You think the ground pound on stage Gambit is not going to be punished by Blue coming out with 621 damage.
Wow. I mean, this guy Blue, bro. You know, he's absolutely doing it. That was 284, I think. That is a lot of damage unanswered right there from Java, who, again, like when you're looking at this game from certain aspects of it, it does look, okay.
Are we slowing this down?
I mean,
it's like that rounded corner.
Oh,
That's
man.
so brutal. Oh, it's so close, but not quite. Before he eats the dare, gets sent down. He must have been like, when he slid up to actually get the wall touch, he was most probably technically in hit stun at that moment.
Yeah. Okay, well, that makes
sense. So
sense.
he didn't get the actual technical wall touch. Even though it looked like it, he probably did, quote-unquote, touch the wall, but he was in hit stun, so it doesn't reset your jumps. Just like if someone hits you into the wall with like a side air and you bounce off, that doesn't reset your jumps either.
All right. Well, then, unfortunate for him, but he still managed to take that game regardless, so now sitting 2-0. The accuracy on his side, 85 attacks thrown, half of them hitting. Here on the other side of things, 68 attacks thrown, only a fourth of them hitting. Man. And then 2-6, you say, you throw out two different SIGs. I think it was the down SIG and then, of course, the side SIG. We did see the side SIG hit. Man is doing absolute damage. 52 damage on the sword here from Java. Really nothing to even look at. I mean, that's like one combo, dude. Like, so, yeah, he's having a rough time right now in this matchup against Blue, who is now sitting at the 2-0 mark. He's looking, trying to go ahead and get this 3-0. I mean, I know he wants to take this one as quick as possible, put himself into finals at that. Man, that's, wow.
Look at how careful Blue was to get that weapon. He even like jumped and moved towards it. Java wasn't too close to him, but he was still worried about the rotation, and he actually fast fell back down to his original spot. Java going off the right side. Hopefully no connection issues from Java in this game. Blue going to start that one off, sending Java over again. Java gets through, of course, the power of Scythe. Turn everything around, force your opponent off stage, no matter where they started.
Yeah, that was, okay, that's the you know, as he said, the power of Scythe right there. That man is definitely kind of just dragging which way he wants you to go. Even with the reversals, the weapon toss, it's not going to be enough just yet, but man, the damage that has added up so far. Now, Java's been good at doing things like that, being able to steal a couple stocks away pretty high up at these lower damages, but Ayo's been doing a good job, at least in his set, avoiding that. Man.
That side air that Blue just hit was nasty on the sword. He jumped forward and then hit the turnaround side air as Java was going through him. Just like that little fadeaway turnaround, hit the side air. Super clean. Blue with a massive lead here. I don't know if he's technically orange. We'll see when he actually gets hit. Yes, he is technically orange, at least after that hit. Has his choice of weapons. Does not want to swap over to the sword, of course. Goes for the double D-Light. We're going to have to see again. I didn't happen to catch if his dodge was burned. I'm going to bet it was.
Oh, no, he dodged back.
It was burned? Okay.
He definitely dodged. He's been dodging that same direction off
Yeah.
of each one of those, and it's been getting him blown up. So I'm thinking at this point in time, like, I mean, I think he must really think he's very far away from Java, at least to avoid the downlight. But the downlight has been able to catch that, up back dodge almost every time. So I have to figure out a different option on how to get out of that situation if he does get hit with another side light. Yeah, because Java's eating that up. Ends up evening the stocks pretty quickly. Now he's back onto the Scythe, though, and this is where he's been getting quite a bit of his damage down. That's not taking anything away from his sword, though, because if you saw the damage spread, there was pretty good sword damage the last game.
He's definitely at his moments where he's more splitting the difference.
Yeah.
But definitely the game-changing moments have been on this Scythe. Going to put a lot of distance between him and Java. There is a weapon spot on the field. I don't think Java's going to go for it. I don't even know if... Oh, he got it again, man. He's getting those looking like he's feeding. Neutral SIG. Huge lead for Java now, and he needs it.
Yeah, he definitely turned this one all the way around. Java's got something figured out between the second and third game, seeing that he's got a solid lead. I mean, he could lose his stock with some good Scythe combinations, but there's no weapon in hand yet for Ayo, or for Blue. Finally gets one. It is going to be the sword, though. Okay.
Side air to start things off. Java attempting the landing. They've now kind of swapped over stage control. Java had it while Blue was in the air. Just kind of going back and forth. This one's starting to slow down a little bit. We're getting to almost 3 minutes into this game. Blue kind of looking for his way in. Nothing starting with the downlight so far. It's just been, there's that weapon toss to try to break things up a little bit. We saw the jump neutral air coming in. Nice little side light. He's able to grab that Scythe. Now the pressure is probably going to come out in a big way from Blue. Even still, putting major space between these two.
Yeah, I mean, Blue, not going as reckless as he was before. You don't see him actually kind of throwing out these overextension options to try to catch Blue right now. Java, on the other side of things, oh, hold on. Actually getting comboed right now. He gets pushed off the stage. Nice. Scoops him up, and I think that's, definitely going to be it. Very good down there, and the, input to go ahead and throw him backwards instead of toward the stage. Good stuff to Blue. Has now been able to even this up. He does have quite a little bit of damage on him, but I will say that obviously he's able to get all that back with one solid read. You see the way that the Scythe can kind of chain some things together off of a read.
So one of the things that Blue's been doing really well with the Scythe, which is like a classic Scythe player move, is you'll see him jump and then like do a fadeaway neutral air in the original direction that he was facing. By fading that away, you're attacking at that 45-degree angle, which if Java has Spear in his hand, he has no 45-degree angle options that are going to be in range enough to be able to contest that. That's why dares are so powerful. That's why nairs are so powerful. That's why apparently Blue makes this entire kit on Scythe look incredible against Java.
Yeah, man. I like seeing Scythe combos like that, too, because it's like the Vortex. You're just getting dragged back and forth. He's like, I want you to be where I want you to be so I can go for the next follow-up that I want. He's getting a lot of damage off that, but unfortunately, though, is off the stage, does have more damage on him than Java. Back onto the sword. Not to say that he can't do it with the sword. We just know that Scythe has really been...
Oh! The weapon toss goes high. The dodge is burned. Blue being careful. Picking up the recovery high enough. Java finds the KO that he needs to keep himself in this. I believe, I didn't look in pools yet, but I believe this is the first game that Blue has lost all day.
And it kind of feels like it. Man.
Yep.
That was another dodge back that got caught too. So, but yeah, that was
did it again.
So clean right there. If we get that ending stock, that was such a clean way to go ahead and just look at that. Boom, picked it up after, so he can. That was like a freestyle combo, man. Off the easy with the spear, and then picks it up after and gets the down, the ground pound. So the damage here actually respectable on both sides for sure. But this time around, Jabba with the big play right at the end to go ahead and take it. Blue, though, does have the set advantage. So, you know, I already got the 2 games. We have to play on his 2 counter picks for the next few stages, or at least the 3 stages that he leaves open. So we'll see what happens here as Blue is shut down to Miami Dome, Demon Island, and Small Brawlhaven. All right.
Man, it's crazy to look at those PRs. Java PR4, Blue literally more than 10 times Java's PR.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is so crazy.
He's making waves, dude. He beat someone 30 spots ahead of him. Now he's beating somebody multiplicative spots ahead of him. Like, that's actually insane.
So we're going to be getting into this next game. No character swaps whatsoever from either of these players. I definitely don't expect one for pretty much the rest of the tournament coming out from Blue, whether he ends up going down into the elimination bracket right now or if he keeps going on through the winner's side. Gonna grab, I thought he was gonna get that weapon, but no, Java snaked it right out from under him. I'm surprised we haven't seen Java grab that weapon. I guess Java is prioritizing him having spear over keeping Blue completely weapon starved. Like, he can have the sword or even the scythe. As long as I have spear, I feel good.
And I think that's a good way to for Java to think. His spear has been doing quite a bit. Won him that last game. He's got some good range. He's been able to get a bunch of D-Lights follow-ups as well. So, okay, speaking of D-Lights, getting another D-Light side air this time around. Ayo, not really being able to get too much damage. Java doing a good job of just kind of curtailing him at the side, not allowing him off that ledge. You are not
Blue.
allowed entry back to this stage, Blue.
What happened? Where did Blue go?
Yeah, like, this is not the guy that we saw earlier.
This is straight up like you trying to get into a concert, and they're like, come on, man, get out of here. You know you don't have a ticket. So you try to go around to a side entrance, and then, like, somehow the same bouncer that kicked you out the first one, like, you think you found an unlocked door, you open it, he's just standing there with his arm crossed. Like, come on, man, what are you doing? Come on.
Oh, man. Well, he is getting kind of bounced right now. There is lit. This is the shell of Blue.
Where was this Blue earlier? Because the other Blue was incredible, and this Blue not looking so strong. 2, where was this Java earlier? Because he has a 2-stock lead, not even orange yet, so less than 100 damage on this stock. We're on Brawlhaven, which means we could see a very quick KO onto Blue here before Java even loses this stock. We could see a Game 5 after this on a 3-stock.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. Blue right now, earlier it was Royal Blue, now this is like a Cyan Blue. Like, he's not playing as dark as he was before, I would say. And then Java, I mean, he's like 4 shots of espresso in right now, the way that he's playing. This is going insane right now with the way that he is able to turn around the games that we saw earlier into what it looks like now. You wouldn't even think that those games even happened.
We went from Ayo to Ayo.
Ayo? Are you good? Oh, man. Okay, weapon toss up. Blue, man, I think we're getting into this Game 5 expeditiously. Like, he's going to have to think about these stage choices next time because, Small Brawlhaven did no favors for him.
It's now sword v sword. D-Light Recovery going to take off the top. Blue at least going to deny the 3-stock here. It's going to be very tough to deny the Game 5. If Java can take this one, it is the scythe, but Java grabs a weapon immediately, and it's the spear. This is essentially the most comfortable that Java can be on this character, regardless of what weapon Blue has. Starting this one off, still doesn't have Java in the orange on 2nd stock yet. Now he does.
Okay, hold on, man. He's turning around.
That got the recovery, too.
Okay. Gets him out of there. All right, he's not going to be able to contest that, like that weapon toss up right there from Java. But, yeah, wow, what a comeback from Blue. At the very least, to kind of threaten this stock. Throws away that scythe, but he's looking for, I was looking for a way to go ahead and take this last stock. Java coming down pretty aggressively, but Blue not expecting that, so doesn't go for a punish there. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's why I was getting the first time. Wow, okay. Gravity cancel down heavy. It's not going to be enough to take that stock, but it does push him off stage and allow a free weapon grab right there from Java.
Oh, you know he wanted to pick that one up. I think that might have gone over the corner too, so not even bouncing off the main stage. That probably would have led to the KO. There is the punish that he needed. I don't know if Java meant to actually like land perfectly on the main platform like that, because there was Blue ready for that punish. There are still signs of life. We know Blue can build up the damage very quickly. Unfortunately for Blue, there was a weapon spawn on the field. Java grabbed it. He's probably going to be looking for the simple D-Light punish. You see him staying very grounded. He'll jump up, but then fast fall down almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's going to get him the game anywhere on this map if he's able to get that D-Light. But Blue playing quite well around it so far. Got a swap, another D-Light coming out this time around, but from the spear, which will also lead into a punish for him if he can find it. Okay.
Oh, this was a little bit of a bold gambit coming out from Blue on that. Taking a side air, even bouncing off the wall, might lead to the KO on that right side. I can't believe Java didn't throw out a move that single time. I think Java's actually nervous. He's putting a lot of respect on a Blue.
I mean, with the way that Blue's able to like kind of slide back into this game.
Oh, TK, that hurts so bad.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wall slip's coming out. He's got to get back onto the stage. You are slipping, sir. You're slipping.
Oh, man. TK was doing his best to let Blue know. He's just too far away. He's under the water. He can't hear you. You're screaming on the boat saying, the shark's coming. I can see the fin. Blue's just under the water. He's swimming around. Well, bump, bump. Bump, bump.
Oh, man.
Bump, 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 bump. Okay, I wasn't going to do okay, hopefully he falls soon, because I don't want to sit here for 20 seconds doing the Jaws theme.
This is it right here, bro. I don't think I've ever actually seen that in tournament.
I don't know if anyone has fallen on the new wall slip. Like, I think maybe one person has, or at least I've seen one person fall. But that is a tough way to lose that game, especially because Java was giving so much respect. Look at that. Oh, we're not going to get to see the graph. Oh, maybe we will after. Maybe maybe y'all can like take a screenshot and then show us the graph for Game 4 after Game 5.
All right, so Blue actually going to take it back to allow Brawlhaven to be picked again. Now, I feel like, at the beginning of this game, I was like, Brawlhaven's not doing you any favors. But he was able to bring that one almost all the way back. Just, fortunate end right there, kind of losing it to himself. He did get the last hit of the game and then just kind of couldn't come back to the stage. So now Java, is going to have to think about that, though. Because he had a very solid opening to that last game, and it still kind of squandered and almost lost it. So.
And if we're talking about some of the other maps that are available in the pool, with the way that Blue lost last game, losing his stock to wall slip, okay, well, what are you going to do? Go to Demon Island, where the wall, it seems like it's the size of a postage stamp?
Yeah.
Like, no, bro, you're going to die to a hit before you get knocked out by actual wall slip. So that's just not even something you want to try at all.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, Blue getting off the side relatively quickly now. I'm pretty sure he's going to keep that in mind. I'm getting off this. Oh,
that is a good punish here. Coming out for Blue. It was a signature punish because he knew it would lead to a KO. Didn't have to worry about like multiple inputs, going for the GCD light at the right height, at the right time, anything like that. Just placed it right. One move is all it took.
Yeah, well, anytime I see that, like even when I'm playing, anytime I see that Sig getting punished or like thrown out and it whiffs, you're holding the hardest punish in the game. That is just like, please punish me if it whiffs. So, all right, Java. So far, I mean, that was the first time I feel like he's thrown that out since I've been watching him. So kind of interested. I guess he just wanted to cover as much space as possible and hope for the best, but it didn't work out for him. However, does do it that time. Covers a lot of space that side Sig, gets him out of there. Now, can Java get back into this game, get a little damage here? All the weapons are off the screen, but luckily AO or Blue able to grab one first. But Java right back onto the spear. This kind of pride and joy right now as far as his games have been going.
Somehow Blue is getting around these neutral airs from Java. There's, of course, the classic spear option. Weapon toss into the pick up neutral light. Shadow Clone right over the corner. Again, none of these Shadow Clones have been successful from Blue so far, but I think he's only been punished on like one of them, and he's thrown out 3 or 4. So not a terrible thing to throw out, just something you might as well throw. Since you're not going to go for the actual edge guard situation, you're not going to try and sit around the corner and punish an approach with a D-Light or anything like that.
Oh, yeah. So, hold on now. Blue, kind of
moving that was
around
a nice
now.
one.
Yes, it was. Wow, that was like a huge bait. Like, oh, I'm stuck in the corner. Psych, actually, it's my punish now. So, look, I mean, solid lead yet again here for Blue, as it was in the first 2 games that he played. But, as seen in the last game, even though Java was in the lead, Blue was able to bring it back, so Java could potentially do the same thing.
I think we've seen Java delete Blue's stocks like 3 or 4 different times in this set. So if you look at the top right and you're like, yo, Blue's got this one in the bag, that is not necessarily the case. We have very recent history that will prove you wrong. As we might see right now, he did get hit, that interrupted the recovery, still able to get back to the main platform. GC Sidelight coming out, doesn't quite make connection, but no major punish coming out from Java, even though the dodge was already burned. Again, we're not seeing Blue push off stage too much. He knows he could lose this stock very quickly if he's not careful.
Yeah, you see him like Blue just kind of like jockeying for position, and he is playing the side of the stage pretty well too, to be someone in the red and who could just kind of like lose that stock to a Shrey Nair or Shrey Sayer, but unfortunately does get caught up by that downlight into the recovery. And now a pretty even game, not too much damage here on to Java. And not the weapon of choice yet in Blue's hand either as far as for damage racking, but he's been doing quite well on his sword regardless.
See him backing up just a little bit, hoping that Java's going to go to the main ground, and Blue can punish that landing with a D-Light leading into a side air or a recovery. Being very careful. Again, nice spot dodge there. Doesn't find the GC D-Light. Over. Okay, he's actually going to throw away the scythe onto the sword. Shadow Clone, just for good measure, might as well.
Oh. All right, this is getting a little scary here for Java. He's definitely in Sig percentage or Sig, colors right now as far as damage goes. So definitely.
Again, another bold move from Java, going for the GC sidelight. It's not even like that's gonna add up too much damage. Blue put over on the side, jumping on the side. He's not gonna spend too much time there. Doesn't want to follow the wall slip. D-Light side air still doesn't send off the screen. I don't even know if one more D-Light side air from the same spot would do it. D-Light side air from Blue. He takes it over someone who is like 1/10 of his PR in Game 5. Blue keeps it going.
All right, and that means he's in the finals. He's looking good, extra good here in the Summer Champs. We might actually be able to crown the Summer Champs from the depths, man. He's like
that
the guy
be crazy.
In the back, like you. Come here, you're the champion now. That's you. So, because that's what it looks like, 565 to 500 damage. The accuracy pretty much even with them. And then on top of that, SIGs were thrown out. There were definitely some SIGs being thrown here, but here on the side, it doesn't really matter because it seems like the end of the game was all on Blue. Look at this graph right here. It was getting a little scary. Both of those guys were in KO percentages when you look, or KO damages as you look over here. But no, Blue was able to take it over Java in the Game 5 situation. Almost took it into Game 4 with that comeback, but the wall slip got him. Luckily that he didn't let that mess him up. Let's go ahead and look at the Game 4 graph, too.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. You'll see it right away. It's nothing hidden. It's nothing cheeky. It's right there. It's those two right there. That first stock, very short, so it's skinny, which means it was taken out very quickly. Yep, here we go. Here we get the zoom in. And then it's also like very steep, which means that damage, this right here, that is almost a literal vertical line. And then he spawned back in and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to do that again.
Yeah.
I'm going to build up 100 damage like that. Look how vertical that is. Look how skinny that is. That is a very quick stock. That is a stock taken in like regular KO damage as well. So that means that damage buildup is just lightning fast.
Man. I cannot believe he lived on that stock so long.
Yeah, that's where that comeback was almost possible. That's where it almost happened. But it wasn't even Java that did it. It was wall slip that did it. That comeback potential was so close.
I just like the fact he got like one extra hit in right at the end. He's just like, before I die, you'll never beat me. And then he just like drops down. So, yeah, it happens. I do like the, again, I love the inclusion of quicker wall slip because it does force people to kind of like get back into the action. I thought by the time he saw the third that he was going to be like, bro, like I got to get on this. I got to get back on the stage. But he was just so shook at Java's hold him down. But if you look at the fifth game on the left side for the first stock, I think Java did like put that into, or maybe that was actually the fourth game where Java just edge guarded him like multiple times. Yeah, I think that's probably why he was kind of like conditioned to be like, I don't want to get on the stage because I keep getting hit. So understandably so. But luckily for him, he was able to take it in the fifth game.
That is going to be it for our block. We're going to go ahead and read off who our winners finals is. It's Stingray. Not a huge surprise. Not too many people put him in top 3, but still not a huge surprise. The other one, of course, what we just saw, is Blue.
Yeah.
PR 43, seed 30, guaranteed top 4 finish for this weekend at the North American Summer Championship 1v1s. He's got to be a true grinder coming out huge today. On the other side of the bracket, give you a quick update before we head to that break. Taffy, who I said took out Phazon earlier, also took out Tiffany 3-1 and then took out Pugsy 3-2 to get into the elimination side of the bracket for top 8. Currently on Pro Brawlhalla stream right now, we have Megdi versus Radish. That set is tied 1-1 as a top 8 elimination side qualifier. That is who we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's going to be coming up already on the elimination side of the bracket. We do have Jetbean versus Impala for when we come back after this break. Thank you so much for tuning in for this block. Keep your eyes peeled because it's definitely not over. We'll be back in just a few moments. I'm going to run through all the links of where you can find everything in case you haven't heard me say it 100 times before. Brawlhalla.com/schedule when you want to know when events, tournaments are happening, as well as dev streams in your time zone. If you want to know what bracket I was looking at and you're on Twitch, !bracket in chat, that will give you a link to the bracket. Otherwise, start.gg/Brawlhalla. If you want to follow TK, I know it's easy, but I'm going to make him say it yet again. Where can I find you?
I'm at TK Breezy, like everything. Pretty much everything is TK Breezy because I'm good at Brandon. Woo! Anyway, make sure you guys go ahead and keep tweeting at us, BH Esports as well. We love seeing your tweets on the board, and we'll be reading those out when we have some time to do such, or we'll see them down here as well. But with that being said, we are going to cut to a small break, get some more casters in here, and get right back into the action. Guys, don't go anywhere. Brawlhalla will be right back.
A little bit the spacing game coming out from Java. D-Light into the recovery. Fastball come out from Java. The way he bided down to get away from that. Yo, the nice 3-piece there. The D-Light ground pound. Ooh. And the down air insult.
He hasn't really been on the side of like explosive damage. He's been kind of taken down maybe twice at most. He's gotten so many.
Dialed in on those weapon tosses. Weapon spawn comes in. Neutral sig. I thought that was going to get setting up. Okay.
Okay, I like that.
Shadow clone. Open, but I said Stingray does not go back to this map. No, it's done. It's done.
Find one super quickly. Brawlhalla got it.
Brad's the game finishing attempt that we saw in the Pugsy set previously. Didn't hit there either, but again,
wait.
Dodge coming back on cooldown. Did he still strong D-Light attempting to get the stock off the left side? That's a punish. Java on the field. I don't think Java's going to go for it. I don't even know if... he got it again, man. He's getting those looking like he's feeding. The weapon toss goes high. The dodge is burned. Blue being kept.
While flipping coming out, he's got to get back onto the stage. You are slipping, sir. You're slipping.
I don't even know if one more D-Light side air from the same spot would
that's
D-Light
it,
side air.
I've prepared this for you. Drink. Open your mind. It will give you strength in Valhalla.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. You're going to love this. A blade for every occasion. Fear not the darkness. I take no pleasure in this. This KO is mine.
I like this place. Ah! Victory has never tasted so sweet. My long road does not end here. Odin is with us.
This is fun.
It's a shame the Saxons won't get to see this.
Nice.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Requiescat in pace. Never gets old.
Hello and welcome everybody to the simulation known as Summer Championships 2022, because nothing is making sense right now as we continue to move forward into top 8, where anybody who decided to use hashtag BHEsports is wrong, because all of our predictions have been bodied. My name is Ajax, of course, as being one of the people who have absolutely been destroyed on predictions, joined by Zip. For one, first time we get to work together, super excited about that.
Definitely.
2, we get to talk about what has been the chaos going on today.
Oh my gosh, it's definitely been utter chaos. All of our predictions,
these are changed.
Everyone in the office,
that's
they are gone.
Wrong. Let's see. I know my tweet's up here somewhere. Let's see. Luna, Meg D, Faison, nope. Let's see. Experience, Meg D, Stingray. That one actually still has a shot.
Yeah, that one still has a chance.
That one's new. How long ago was that? No, 2
hours ago. No, he was on the money.
All right. Wow. Good
he was
job
on the money.
you. Let's see.
No, you're cheating. 42 minutes ago, you're cheating.
That was 42 minutes ago. Yeah, no way. No
yeah,
way. We see you. We see you. And then, of course, we got Java, Meg D, Stingray. That's 42 minutes ago. You're cheating, too. We see all y'all. You're supposed to do this at the beginning. But there's a reason why you're seeing all of these changed. Because everything has been shifted. We got AO Blue coming out here with the Jiro, putting in massive amounts of work. I went away from Java because I was worried about what Hammer would, with the Hammer changes, what would happen. And the Hattori looked amazing, but AO Blue beat him to get here. And an experience with that W over Luna. And then speaking on Luna, like we said before, my guess for third earlier, because I saw that incredible run from Spring Championships, the run back from Spring Zip happened for 9th place.
And what happened to Luna?
Jet Bean won 3-1 over Luna to get into losers top 8.
Luna fell way earlier than any of us expected. I cannot believe it. One time for the camera, I'm going to give y'all this right here. That's what we got, man. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Nobody expected that. Nobody. You can't. Yeah, lower that camera. I'm short. Had that thing way up there. Hey, get in here, man. It's all love, guys.
Okay,
I love all you
King,
people
you're
at
going
home.
to be all right. As I'm the same height as you. But still, what an insane tournament it's been so far.
It's definitely
and
been
we were
crazy.
talking about everything. We're going to continue with that insanity, of course, as we move into the lower side of top 8. I want to talk about the people who got here, because let's take a look at the upcoming matches. Very unfamiliar to what you would expect. We got Jet Bean versus Impala. Reason for that being, of course, Jet Bean getting that W over Luna. Also, Impala beating I'm Llama on the way here. In the middle of all that, too, Cosmix ended up losing to CXTI, so that could have been a potential match leading into up at that point, too.
Did you just say Cosmix lost to Cutie?
Yeah. Yeah, you right.
What is happening out here? I
forgot
love
that's
it.
how it's
So
said.
everybody keeps talking about how this doesn't make any sense. I just want it to be known on the record that I love the fact that we're seeing so many new names busting chops. I'm loving every piece of it.
Let's keep going.
Come on now.
Taffy beat Pugsy to get through here, who also beat Tiffany prior to that. And then now I'm completely bodied. I had 2 chances to still at least get something correct.
Talk to me.
Meg D just lost 3-1 to Radish. So, we have guaranteed a new seasonal champion that will be crowned here today.
This is amazing. This is amazing. This is how I want every tournament I ever watch to be. Everything that we think is going to happen, I want it to be the opposite of that. Get all these guys out of here that think that they just automatically are going to make it to the top. You know what? All love to you guys. But get bus up. You feel me?
Hey,
we don't got the thing back here anymore. So I wanted to see, what I was trying to get at is, I want to see, we didn't get to see who AO Blue is fighing yet. Is that not going to be on our block?
Let's go ahead and take a look at that on the top side. So AO Blue is actually sitting comfortably in winners finals right now, who will be playing up against Stingray, who a lot of people looking at that and going, it seems like Stingray is the best optimal chance to probably take the whole thing at this point because of the history and also getting that ones W at Steel Series. So that's like a lot has been cleared for Stingray to get to here. But there are still some threats along the way. And AO Blue today, with the Jiro, has been playing like a champion. Like I said earlier, Java was playing like he was going to win the whole thing, and then he lost to AO Blue. So now, what does that say for that match? But of course, going into this first one here, we are going to have the Kaya, the singular Kaya rep showing up here from... I forgot who. Impala. I had to think. I had to go double check that versus Jet Bean with that Mordex, who had an incredible run in Springs. Hope still alive for that here, but you got to first get through Impala, who's also been on an incredible run.
Definitely having an incredible run, and not the first time, right? Like, Impala's been out here. And so is Jet Bean, right? Jet Bean has really been doing his thing as of late, but Impala is like a name I've known for a long time. And wow, look at that unarmed, putting together a nice string, but getting blasted with the side sig. Are you done? Is this a ground pound? No.
Oh, Jet's got the wall touch at the very edge there, but you're talking about the side sig, not afraid to go for the scythe neutral sigs as well. Jet being a very big fan of that. Like that, once again, he likes going for the anti-air plays to catch people slipping, and you got to watch out for the ledge because he will go for that D-Light input. He's been very consistent with catching people all day with that, as he just misses another one there, Zip.
Oh, man, we got top tier versus I would assume people are ranking Kaya about mid tier, right? I think so. The weapon kit's 2 mid weapons, but that signature is top notch. Gonna go and throw him over the top, and Impala with the lead.
I mean, you know, the Spears have been showing up a whole lot lately, and for good reason. The combo game has been solid. It's not exactly the easiest, weapon to line up consistent damage for, because it could be pretty easy to whip punish, but people have been playing it like it doesn't matter today. Also, one real thing that, like, one interesting thing of note, at least for this match, is that these are 2 players who are out of top 16 seed. This is 17 PR versus 32 PR. The top 32 creeping in here to guaranteed 7th.
Man, look. This just shows, man. You got to keep your practice up. It doesn't matter how long you've been a top player. It doesn't matter how long you've been winning. It doesn't matter how many gold medals you have. If you take a little break and you think that you're going to slack off for a little bit and come in here and get gold again, something else is coming to you. These players are hungry out here, and you better stay just as hungry.
Hey, the meta shift changes too as well. The shifts away from Hammer, the smaller stages, man, finding scoops like that off the side of the stage. Impala with this is actually a pretty comfortable lead right now against Jet Bean. It's still Mordex, so a Mordex stock can happen at any given moment, but you have to first get access to that site to make things happen. Instead, it's going to be the Gauntlets where he's going to have to start off with.
I mean, to be honest, a Mordex stock can happen at any time with either weapon because they're both absolute robbery weapons. Come on, man. Gauntlets and Scythe are straight up robbery weapons.
Oh, man. We saw so many Gauntlets start to show up heavy at right before MSI, into MSI. A lot of people who were playing pretty much always would go for them. You saw the Vals, you saw the Wushangs. They're starting to show up everywhere, and it just continues, of course, with that Vortex. But I am really impressed by the way Impala is playing. Still holding the lead. Finds the Sunlight, finds the read on the way down there into D-Light Sair and closes it out. Amazing job from Impala for game 1.
Man, did you watch any of my blocks yesterday?
Oh, yeah, I was watching.
I know you were watching. So you know what it's called whenever you get baited, right? Get your dodge baited. You just got your room key to the base motel. So anyway, we're going into game number 2. Impala with the first round. Nice job after that good old bait. And I want to see what this Mordex can do to kick this next one. Ajax is cracking up. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Is that where you get the grits and gravy?
That's where you get the grits and gravy and the chicken and bacon. You understand me?
Oh, man. Look, the lore with Zip is deep, and so is the lore that will be happening from this tournament today. One thing that we've been seeing a whole lot with the stage changes, of course, is that Apocalypse has become the new standard. This is where we always start, or where we always end up going to eventually, which has still always been an optimal pick for characters like this. You want to be able to have that combo game. You want to be able to have that pressure off the platform. And Jet Bean at Springs was really good at baiting people towards those platforms to get very free punishes.
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, and that's one of the best things you can do in this game, right? This game is a momentum game, and it's all about hard reach. So you got to bait people. You got to set people up to do what you want them to do. And once you get steamrolling, then, I mean, look at what the Gauntlets are doing right now to start this game off. See, okay, so you steamroll somebody, and then you start going for the crazy hard reads like that and messing up your own flow, and now you're setting yourself to where you could have lost the lead. But nice pickup from Jet. Going to still take the lead off with the recovery over the top.
Exactly. As soon as he whiffed that, it's like, okay, let me go over straight GCD light into recovery, just close things out right now. But for Jet Bean, I feel like the message needs to be sent in a small way, right? Like, Impala played so well in the first game, and sure, Small Brawlhaven definitely helped out a little bit with some of those stocks.
Definitely.
But you still got hit by it. So you got to be the one to send a message going into this next game with Impala, who's been having a bit of a hard time finding most of these hits. Finally finds one, just misses out on the recovery to close that one out.
That Sig and that Neutralite probably would have KO'd on the last map, but this is a much broader stage, so you're going to have to get more hits and better punishes to make sure that you get these KOs. Now, sliding off the side, trying to keep him away with the down signature. I'm liking what Impala's doing, but now you're getting a little too close. You're fighting the Gauntlets chest to chest, and that's exactly what you don't want to do. Getting pieced and creased.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want right now. And still, the nair off the top still not going to be enough. Like you're saying, a little bit more distance on this stage, so you got to make it work. And one thing that Gauntlets does not lack, especially if you get caught by one of those, is going to take you out. But the recovery finally finds its mark.
Nice. All right, and I mean, obviously you're juggling with 2 bows. I was going to say, which weapon are you going to go for? But I mean, the bow's the answer. I think that's what you want to play with right now. Even though the spear closed last game, I think this is the stronger weapon in this matchup.
I've definitely seen way more hits come out of the bow. And I mean, in the previous match, too, it was very even spread. It was 237 on the bow, 202 on the spear. So it was even across both. But I think that the spear was just getting kind of crowded too much by the gauntlets early, and I think that's what's been more making Impala more inclined to want to switch away from that, as we see Impala take an exit off of stage right there.
Exit stage right. You know what cartoon character says that, right? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know the character's name, but he is a cat, which he kind of looks like a Mordex right now.
How you gonna build that up and not even know the answer, bro?
You made me forget who it was with your confused face.
You know what? To be fair, as I didn't have the answer to seal it out, so unfortunately, I made you look bad at the same time too. I held 2 L's in the same situation. I'm so sorry.
I had it at first, but the face, man, I'm telling you, it threw me off. My brain was
Remy
moving
shows
too
up
fast
on analysis
to keep
at some point, if he just tells us the answer is and this is what the actual answer was.
You know what? I would love if Remy would do that, and I would love to see Impala get back on stage. Finally gets up there, lands a nice little signature, but still down pretty hefty, a whole stock, and really heftily damaged on this final stock.
Yeah, and Impala going off unarmed, just trying to find a dodge, but doesn't necessarily need it. And although you've taken quite a bit, this actually wasn't as bad as the last one, because the last 2 stocks has mostly been deep in the red before you finally got the knockout. You still have an opportunity here as you get the 2-piece right there, trying to get the read on where he was trying to land with that recovery. But still, even without that, he's starting to get a lot more stray hits here, Zip.
Definitely landed some good hits and hasn't been touched for a while. Nice, gets snatched immediately. Jet Beam in a position to close this one out. Just lets him up there for free, but not really. The side air puts him right back down. And now it's the Scythe you have to deal with. For the closeout, neutral sig will do it. Jet Beam, time to set.
Nice job getting the dodge read right there. I was actually going to point out how Impala was the one waiting a little bit at the end, where he was looking for the burn dodges to find more of those sidelights to get more damage, because it's on you to have to get a lot of damage going, and Jet Beam could get panicky and try to make sure you don't, so try to land early. But Jet Beam recognized, oh, you're the one freaking out because you're currently at knockout percentages, gets the read at the end, and now we're going to go on our way over to Fortress Alliance.
Now, here we go. I mean, I have a question for you as we get into this game. You see that castle in the back there? You see that on Airbnb for a cheap price. You going or what?
All right, look, there's a reason why Spanish folk live every horror film. We're never there. That's all I got to say to that. So, in this game here...
That was good. That was good, and it's so true.
Smart financial decisions also include survivability, and I am not stepping foot in that. Well, especially with the music going on in the background, no thank you. Because as we're hearing what could be the church bells ringing for one of these two, if they get a good lead right now, because I think that I know that it's pretty cliche to say, but this game 3 means a lot. As we see that knockout come out on the side of Impala, if you can force the other one to have to approach you more often, especially if you're Impala. If you can get this game, that means you're going to get Jet Beam more inclined to rush up on you, and that's going to open up a lot more for Bo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now, I mean, even if you open up a lot for the bow, the spears the thing putting together the damage. My gosh. I love seeing people get picked up with those combos. I hate getting hit by it, but it's fun to watch somebody else feel my pain.
Exactly. Look, it's incredible to watch. It's terrible to get hit by. As it's much like that move right there. That's the first time we've seen Jet Beam in a while go for the burst option ground pound. He hasn't gone for that since game 1.
Yeah, for sure. You're right. There's been a lot of opportunities too. I thought that we'd see it there was 2 times last match that I thought it would happen, but Jet Beam playing a little reserved on those edge plays. Nice right here, playing the edge guard. Weapon throw down. Your weapon less. And wow, is that the stock? Just pure fear placed into the heart, just like if you yourself went and stayed at that Airbnb. Pure fear led to that KO.
Well, it's stage positional pressure, right? Like, the only opening you had was that door at the bottom. You want to walk through, but the problem is you walk through, you get D-like ground pounded. So I'm not opening the door, and neither did Jet Beam. Unfortunately for Jet Beam, though, he still ended up losing it anyways. And, well, now you're 9 credits, but you were in the movie for 2 seconds.
So you're down a whole stock. This is looking like reverse exactly last game. Impala was down the exact same way, almost the exact same color on the stock, but Jet really has to get this one out of here to even attempt a comeback.
Yeah.
And nice job put out to the side. You have the Scythe in hand. I mean, I like the idea that to try to check for the over-the-top recovery and go for your recovery. Nah, it wasn't going to work out. Boom, and that's going to be the game. Impala driving into the set lead.
Hey, always consistent. Very much a card that'll last you a long time. It'll get you through everything. And right now, built a little bit differently, as Impala finds not 1 but 2 of those slide cancels to find the knockout. And Jet Beam getting forced away just from positional fear there. And then on this last one here, Jet Bean trying to go for an edge guard prior to that moment, went for the reversal recovery, trying to catch Impala, excuse me, going to the bottom and then quickly recovering also. You can get your resources back off. Impala saw through that, was able to close it out. Now we're going to go on over to Miami Dome, which I think is the only time, the second time we've seen this the entirety of today.
I mean, all over the whole weekend. Like, people are rarely picking this map, and I completely understand it. Those platforms are placed pretty awkward. And so it leads to a play where you can't really stay grounded and try to do most characters' SIG packages don't reach up to the plat, so you can't really do things you can do with other platform stages. But right now the spear is going hammer time. Well, that signature can reach up to the platform, so I think for Impala this is going to be really good. Even Mordek's neutral SIG with the Scythe will be able to reach it too. So they'll both be able to make something work with it, but down light into the side air still isn't enough. Going down to the side, slid off with the pivot down SIG. What a KO from Impala.
What a story that's being told right now. And I was gonna say one of the biggest reasons that you come to Miami Dome is you're trying to mix up your disadvantage. You have been struggling to land, so like you said, it's a little harder to hit those. And Paula has answered back with repeated nairs from Spear and has gotten not one, not two, but 3 recoveries straight up from Bo. Not even off anything else. Just like, oh, I know you're gonna land here, I'm gonna catch you. And at this point, Jet Bean has been looking a bit lost on not only the center stage gameplay, but of course those offstage gameplay from those slide cancel signatures.
Definitely. And here you go. Those are those recoveries you were just talking about. They clean up the second stock of Jet. Jet is now down dose of them boys. Oh, and only has Impala on orange, and Kaya doesn't have bad defense, so you're still in a tough situation to get the first stop.
Man. You've been struggling to land. Gas prices are a bit high right now. The jet fuel is a little bit bit of a struggle. Disadvantage has been looking kind of bad. Finally, decides to go on a collision course with Impala to go ahead and get that knockup. But like we said, Impala's built sturdy.
Hey, look, man. I'm going to tell you right now, that was farce. This dude is spitting. But I don't know. I'm worried for Jet. I don't know what Jet's going to do. Jet's just fighting for his life, but Impala has complete control of this match. Man, if you could have got a little bit more right there, you might have changed my mind, but it still wasn't enough to make me feel like this is in your favor at all. Pick up that? No. I thought we were going to bait a dodge. Take it back to the base motel for the downlight.
Well, that right there, too, also conditions the fear later that I might go for the ground pound. Because I went for the nair read on the high recovery there. Now you have to worry about the fact that I might go for it straight up, and Impala might just hover the side of the stage and go for another slide cancel signature because they've all been connecting. And for Jet Bean, you're at that straight hit window now where a D-Light Sair on a spear can take you out, or actually just that. Wow. As we see Impala knock out the second place finisher from Springs, who just finished beating the Springs champ, the MSI champ, the #1 PR of Luna. Jet Bean has fallen. My predictions are destroyed, much for good reasons from plays just like that from Impala.
That was such a set from Impala. Impala playing so clean, and for me, I love to see it. You know, not to say that I don't want to watch Mordek's players win, but I'll just say that I want to see a Kaya player win.
I think there's a slight fan favorite thing going on there between the two of them, and I don't disagree with it. But look at the damage difference. Like, usually when you look at Mordek's, they like the damage numbers will be only so high, but they have such great strings. They have such great pressure. The advantage is insane. It's hard to land. That didn't matter there. Literally nothing about that mattered. Everything that like when you're off stage, you had to worry about the potential of Impala just driving on through and you getting hit, and there was no answer to it. Like, I really couldn't find an answer. And even with the larger walls that you had on Miami Dome, still went all the way down there to cover it.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. And Kai is definitely one of the characters that can do that. It doesn't matter what stage you're on. If it's a long side, short side, she pivots off with that down signature. You're in danger. All right, so we're going to go over here and we're going to look at this board, guys. We had that 3-1 hit and run coming from Impala, and now we've got Radish going up against Taffy. Okay, so now, I'm a little bit more familiar with Radish. Can you give me a breakdown on Taffy over here? We got PR 26.
So let's go ahead and talk about the run that Taffy's been on, by the way. PR number 26 was PR 12. Taffy, if I remember correctly, went through a couple people as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that really fast as I pull this up here, and I forgot that I moved forward. Definitely prepared at all times. I'm always ready, right? Right now, here we go. Okay, so Taffy took out both Tiffany and Pugsy to get through here. Pugsy is one of the people we always look at who is, you know, the doubles champion, but will sometimes not make it as far in ones, but looked really good today, especially against that Koslik set earlier today. And Taffy came through with the Brand and made that work But, of course, we're going to go ahead and talk about really fast exactly how Impala was able to make it this far and how they're able to take out the second-place finisher from Springs. We're going to go ahead and listen to how Remy breaks it down.
Impala has not been in top 8 in a while, but he did show up today and he made it look really good. I really liked what he was doing with the spear and the bow. The gameplay was pristine, the reads were pristine, and the movement was pristine. Impala, he really does do it all, and it's kind of based around this kind of gameplay, this kind of read-heavy, dodge-focused gameplay, right? Where he sees you make one mistake and he punishes it. And there's this key play I want to look at where maybe we can all learn something from Impala, right? You see that side air go through, and you see that right there. It's always a move like that. It's always a position like that where, okay, player X has wasted his dodge right here, and now Impala strikes. He hits this downlight, he hits the Sarah after, and you're going, all right, what do I do next? How do I push this forward? How do I extend this into a game-winning lead? Well, Impala knows he's going to show you right quick. It's the beautiful, beautiful character mastery with the slide-off N-Sig, and it looks good. You can already see that Jet Bean, he's out of options there. His dodge is caught, so he can't actually dodge through this N-Sig, and if he did, it'd probably still hit him. That's just what Impala knows. That's what he's created. Sure, Jet Bean can always go down. He can always look for the lower option, right? But he's going to go up because most people, they reaction jump. Impala knows this. He puts out the coverage right there. He could have put out the coverage lower. It's all about what options you have left. It's all about that 50-50 he's created for himself. And Impala, he chose right there, and he looked really good doing it. Continuing on, Impala with the spear. We saw it once. We're going to see it again. It's these punishes, these dodge and reads, these forced movements. I'm going to play hit slow for you guys here. He hits that nair, he hits that Sair, and he's so good at it. But continuing on, the dodge in. Again with it. You can't make mistakes like this with Impala on the map, or it is wrapped up for you. Look at that arrow pointing in. Look at where Impala is standing. How are you going to dodge like that and expect your stock not to be speared away, right? Double downlight, it's clean, the damage is there. Even though the dodges are being punished, Impala can go even further. Impala can unlock his true potential. He's done being an Impala, he's a reindeer now. Because let's look at how he carries this guy across the map like the reindeers carry Santa Claus. He's carrying him with pure movement, pure juggling tactics. He doesn't care about dodge reads anymore. He's everywhere all at once, doing everything all at once. He's great at it. I love it. I love watching him play, and I hope to see him even further. I'm going to send it back to the casters for the next game.
Well, you heard it here first. Impala, the red-nosed bow, apparently, coming through here, lighting things up, getting that victory, clearing the path away, of course, to carry that W on over for the big man himself. Only being Impala, not Santa Claus this time. But still, incredible job. Guarantees at least 5th. You're talking, like Remy was just alluding to. Not been in top 8 for quite some time. Yeah. Jet Bean was able to get that incredible run. And something that we look at a lot of times when somebody has like an incredible performance like that, can they repeat it? Can they make a back-to-back? Well, Jet Bean beat Luna to get to here in the rematch. So it's like, okay, maybe Jet Bean is actually onto something. Maybe, no. Impala shut it down, taking out another Mordex, taking out a lot of the competition, continuing to move forward as we move forward into this next match like we were just talking about with Radish versus Taffy.
Radish versus Taffy, man. Oh yeah, you were giving the breakdown on who Taffy beat to get here.
Yeah, so it was Pugsy and Tiffany to get on to here, and now also one of the other people who we expected to pretty much be in this position because of the incredible recent performance is Meg D going down to Radish just before that. And Radish has had some moments of brilliance. We've seen how Radish was able to get a top 8 recently. I think that was Steel Series, if I remember correctly. No, it was Omen Oasis. He got 4th. Steel Series, not so much. Mine was a little bit, just a little farther down. But Spring Championships only getting 13th. But 13th, you know, saying only 13th in North America, not easy to do. But now, 3-1 over Meg D, one of the hardest people to hit in Brawlhalla, period.
For sure.
And he did that with the Petra. The consistency, of course, the side light, side air is one thing, but the ability to get Meg D mixed up enough to land those signatures, that matters a lot. And I'm very curious to see how this goes as we see the power-up. That's the real reason why Taffy's here. It's the power-up of the new crossover.
Yeah, definitely the new crossover. But Meg D, we're talking beating Meg D. Meg D's PR 10, if I'm not mistaken, and then we're talking about the second place at MSI. You beat that person, and I'm going to say Radish needs to be a little worried going into this game. But you're going to pull out the Petra, a very, very strong character. But going up against a Bren crossover, Bren is definitely top-notch.
Well, it was Radish who beat Meg D.
Radish? What's going on here, man?
Yeah. So Taffy needs to be a little bit afraid. But also, I mean, the thing is, just the ability to play at this level is one thing. The ability to play through people who are that defensive at this level is another. But Taffy, of course, not a stranger of that good defense as well, but with these smaller stages, it makes it a little bit easier for Brynn to line up those very easy knockouts, especially with the Axe lineup.
The Axe lineup. I mean, people keep talking about how this weapon's nerfed, and I understand. The hammer and the Axe got nerfed at the same time. I still think that the Axe is super strong. That pickup was super strong. But the Axe is still top-notch, and so the hammer has fallen a little lower, but I don't want to hear any more slander about Axe play.
I mean, the option coverage right now from Taffy has been immaculate. We're just hearing Remy before talk about catch and burn dodges, right? Well, all right, that's a Petra classic. You get hit by that, that's your own fault. But Radish is going to go for that out of disadvantage every time. There's another burn dodge right there. Eats it. That was all guaranteed off of the burn dodge into D-Light, GC D-Light Sair. Taffy is exploiting heavily on them because we saw it before with the neutral sig to send them up to the skies. Didn't found out that close stock. Finds it again. Radish has got to be careful, but where he's trying to land right now, finally finds one there to get that stock.
That was huge. Raiders looked like they were about to bring this back and was doing really good to get rid of that first stock of Taffy. But then that pickup, and it carried so far out to the left, it made it so much easier to get rid of that stock. That was so big to create this lead. Now Raiders is going to have to play twice as hard to try to run this back. And downright dealing with this Axe, and I think the orb does well, but you're going to have to be really, really careful. And I like to swap over to the spear.
Yeah. Play the poke game right now. It's like try to outrange the orb as much as you can while not having to worry too much about trying to get big combos started. Granted, most of those starters actually came off of those sidelights from the Axe, so we're not really seeing anything change right now as we see him avoid that, but let's see what Taffy can do about getting in. Taffy has had a struggle for the past, minute to actually land a hit. Raiders has been clawing his way right back in.
Yeah, Raiders is doing really, really well right now. This is exactly what I was saying. Play twice as hard, right? You're making Taffy second guess every decision that it looks like Taffy wants to make. Finally, weapon throw into the Nair. I mean, the neutral light worked out, but he's still not a lot of damage put on. And boom, the KO is done by Raiders. Here we go, final stocks, and opting to stick with the gauntlets.
Yeah, this is the testament of good players. When you can make a comeback after being down like that, and not just a comeback while taking a lot of trades. Raiders did that with barely not getting hit at all. And that is really, really frustrating for Taffy. But now Taffy has access to the Axe, just misses that. That would have sealed the game there, Zip.
Inched over a little bit to the left. That would have been the hit. That would have been full coverage. Couldn't get back on, but you got to give kudos to the movement of Raiders to touch that little sliver of land that they had. All right, here we go. Nice, and the Sair off of the side light is going to get the KO for Taffy. Taffy with the first game, and I like it. The play was so good. Now, it got a little scary allowing Raiders to bring that back the way that Raiders did, but you still closed it out. You still got to take a deep breath and go into this next one and see what you were doing wrong when you were getting it ran down on you.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that Raiders kind of stopped playing scared is the best way to put it, because those replays, you saw it again, how most of the damage and the two stocks that got taken for Taffy to start were off of Raiders playing very afraid out of disadvantage, which, to be fair, that is Brynn staring you down. There are some massive punishes you can take from that, but Taffy also started playing very frightened afterwards when Raiders was playing just out of range. So let's see if Raiders can replicate that success, but this time finish the deal and take a game.
So I have a question for you. I'm not one with the Creed. Can you give me some lore on this character, Ivor?
I am also not one with the Creed, so all I know is that he is from the Viking version. That's all.
Valhalla, right?
That's as far as you got. And I know Left Stick somewhere in the building is very upset with the both of us.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Left is a huge fan. Left is a huge fan, and hopefully he's becoming a fan of Taffy because the use of this crossover and this play that we're seeing is very, very good. This high in the bracket, and Raiders is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, still playing like an assassin at that, and it's like doing amazing as sneaking their way in. Every time Raiders has been very afraid to try and find openings, but this is very close. Sidelight Sider, actually just a straight-up Sider, not going to be enough going off stage. Maybe looking for the ground pound or looks for the recovery. That's going to be a neutral light punish. It's not going to be enough, but looking for maybe the ground pound. Good defense on Taffy. Excuse me, on Raiders to get away from Taffy, and that should be Raiders just stock with the weapon toss. Absolutely. That was... That turned very high intensity really fast out of nowhere.
Really, really fast. And at that last moment, I think if Taffy would have been a little bit more patient, it was such high octane that the decision-making started to get lacking. Because you didn't have to go for your recovery yet, and that's, especially with the axe, you want to kind of wait for the other person to approach, and then that way you can kind of use it as a defensive tool as you're recovering. But the dodge should have been able to go through that gauntlet throw. Either way it goes, still a good look for both players. They both got down to the second stock, and Spear is the choice here. I'm loving how much Spear we're seeing, because I was trying to say last time during doubles that weapon is way better than I've been thinking. Oh my gosh, if that downlight would have hit.
If you deserve that one. You actually deserve to have that stock, Taffy, but instead, Radish is now going to make you pay for it momentarily as the recovery comes through and closes it out.
My goodness, that weapon, dude. The Spear is nuts, man. And it hasn't, okay, now I know that there was the balance changes, but the Spear didn't get that much of a treatment for it to be being used in this caliber, right?
I'm going to go ahead and give compliments to Fiend during MSI. I think that Fiend's Spear play really opened the eyes of a lot of people into how good this combo game weapon can be. Because Wes and Fiend came in and said, y'all are talking about NA, y'all are talking about EU, y'all forgot to pay attention to us over here. And it's been consistently performing well, as we've seen that from quite a few people here today. But Radish is going to go ahead and find that knockout off the top. One more stock apiece here for both of them in game number 2.
You know that tech I'm seeing Radish use, I haven't really seen many people do that. Side like Sayer is going to be some good damage. But when Radish gets the recovery KO with the gauntlets up at the top of the screen, Radish uses that one extra jump and then throws the weapon up, falls down against the new one. That's pretty cool. And I'm seeing like it's literally lingering into a weapon laying on the ground and then the other player coming into the stage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, wasting a little bit more time on it too, like make them back off. But oh my goodness, that's a bad spot. Yeah, going for that recovery. They're going to be forced to potentially take another dare here. I don't think that Taffy goes for the ground pound that gives up stage position. Just missed out on the D-Light on the jump in, and now Radish just misses out, goes for the big play and gets reversaled by the side air.
What a punish, what a punish. That side air was perfect on that Shoryuken, and most of the time that thing like goes unpunished, that Shoryuken.
Bro, I just look over at this, you go, ah. It's like as he gets knocked out.
I had to hug myself because it was so intense.
You got that just missing had Zip in his feelings.
Yes.
It's like, man, maybe I should call her. But we're going to get into the next one here. 2 games up in favor of Taffy over Radish right now. But Radish has been struggling a bit to deal with Taffy's mid-range game, but Radish also just beat Meg D. That's why I can't count him out just yet. Meg D is one of the most defensive, strong, talented players in terms of just kind of mentally taxing you because of how hard it can be to hit him. The fact that he's run into that same issue here with Taffy, who's been playing a little bit more aggressive, it might take a few games to adjust to that. So we'll see if he can make the adjustment to close it out. It's been very close each game so far, though, Zip.
Yeah, especially the beginnings are always really, really close. One of them takes a stock, and then the other one immediately takes the other one. And then from there, they carry on with a little bit of back and forth play. No one's really getting smashed out, you know what I mean? But I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on in the closeouts for Radish. It's always like a big whiff that gets you closed out. Now, Radish had this lead in the first game, but Taffy was able to bring it back. Can Radish hold on to this one?
It's kind of hard to on Small Brawl Haven. Like, it's just these stocks have been flying so quickly, and the amount of connections I've seen Taffy get off of D-Light stairs have been so high that Radish is kind of been scared out of jumping, which makes it way easier to find those sidelights. So Taffy's been playing amazing on the conditioning game. Gonna go ahead and avoid that run-up gauntlet neutral light, and again, Taffy keeps getting the whiff punishes. Finally gets up stage position after trying to go for a little bit unexecuted on the edge guard.
Yeah, very, very low execution on that edge guard. Didn't really get too much.
That's like 5-6. It's like, all right, look, let me showcase. I want to showcase the crossover. You see how cool these look?
They really do look really, really cool. But, you know, sometimes you got to do the Beyblade and let them rip. You know what I'm saying? You got to throw out those SIGs and let them know, hey, I got these in my bag, and I'm not afraid to use them.
That's the spirit of Teros.
Yes!
That's the lost spirit of Teros we're watching right now. Just let them fly. But going to go ahead and get that chase continuing right now. Just misses out. That sidelight sider is going to get a free punish, of course. And that gives Radish another lead.
That was the tech again. You see it?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Gets the KO and instantly chase dodge up, jump into the air again, throw it up. I don't know why it's so intriguing to me. It's just different. Nice! The neutral light to beat the ground pound right in the middle of the hitbox to stop it from coming down and ruining your recovery back to stage.
And my goodness, Taffy is committed to the bit at this point right now. And I mean, look, if one connects, then you look like a genius because they're gone. But for Radish, we have seen none of those connect. And that one is a lie on my part because he finally gets a connection. However, it was not enough to seal the deal.
I thought that was it. I really cannot believe he made it back. I cannot believe it. Side like Sayer, you are hurting pretty bad right now, Taffy. I don't know. I think that we're about to get a game on the board for Radish. Can Taffy clutch up? Ooh, double whiff. And still not enough. Weapon throw. Dodge is used. The good old sneaky axe recovery. You don't get into the right placement, and you just get blasted.
And now on last stock here, I think this is where Taffy stops going for all of the SIGs because you've done so many in a row that now Radish is going to be playing at that rate you're scared of them. So this is where you should be able to line up some pretty free punishes for side lights is what I would have said if the match was still going. But it is not because Radish just put himself on the board.
Yep, there we go. There we go. 1-2. Radish at least holding strong and not going out 3-0. We got to see more though to make sure that Radish can come through and take this set. But Taffy is definitely going to be looking to close this bad boy out here in this game.
Much better game for Radish that time too. 601 to 460. So in every other game, it was usually about a solid 200 difference in favor of Taffy, regardless of how close it went towards the end. So the fact that Radish was able to come out on top that time, play good defense, and I think simplicity is key is the big thing. Is that actually simplicity don't mean anything in the eyes of Radish now. He's actually chasing very hard at disadvantage.
Fighting very well in the sky, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Because Dragon Ball characters fight in the sky. And what does Petra look like to you?
Basically.
Yeah, come on now. You know what Petra is.
That's a whole Street Fighter character.
That is not no Street Fighter character. No, it is not.
That is a disciple of Akuma.
Look at her. She's literally Kefla. We've been over this. Nice KO with the recovery.
You might be right, just because of the knockout on the top.
You know what I'm saying? Fighting in the skies.
I ain't ever seen no short you can go that high before. Right now, Radish has another lead, and Taffy has been struggling a bit to find these openers. Before, the dares were pretty easy to find, and mostly the side lights were very easy to find.
Nice.
And now we're seeing these actually connect into the downer. Go for another one off the GC. I like the attempt there, Zip, but that one missed. However, the attempt still puts a lot of fear into Taffy in the next time.
The attempt was huge, and the whole sequence itself was huge. Look at the damage. Right, you're higher damage on your second stock than Radish is on the first stock. No, another hit. You finally land a neutral light, but it's still not really enough to do anything. Try to go for the haymaker, and that's going to be a clean punish.
All right, this is why I did not want to count out Radish back when he was down 2 games, because going up again, I know I keep mentioning McD on this, but there's a very different play style you're running into on that. And Radish is now starting to warm up to a lot of what Taffy was doing, and Taffy has been struggling to find openers. Before, Taffy was getting every D-light that they wanted, every single side light that they wanted. Those have not been connecting anymore, and that is a huge change.
That's definitely the deal. Now, the recoveries are still hitting, but is it too little too late? You tell me. The downlights are really not happening exactly how you said, because it was more of like punishes, and Radish just started slowing down when they swing, right? Like, so that just trying to throw them out raw and neutral, they're not really hitting at all.
Finally
gets the punish.
Yeah, they required a whiff punish to get it, and one that made sense. But the neutralize, all right, that was... I like the fact that Taffy actually went back on stage there. There's no reason to go for ground pound or anything at that point. It's not going to knock out. You get stage position again. But now Radish going back in, had the right idea, chasing with the recovery. Taffy's going to get away from it. Taffy finally finds the side light, but no real follow-up after that, Zip, and that's a huge part. I like how, since I pointed out earlier that none of them connected, he's connected on like 4.
That's exactly what's been happening.
I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it.
Yeah.
Radish has woken up heavily. We are now going to Game 5. We are finally not going to go to Small Brawl Haven, because I think for Taffy's realized, well, that is not working anymore.
Yeah,
it has been too much of a struggle.
You're fighting Petra.
Yeah.
You don't fight a resonant slapper on that stage. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you really trying to lose your stocks that free? Is that what you want?
Yeah, it's true. That's actually true. Why are you trying to, look, Petra wants all the smoke. Let's just be real. All right, we're going to get into game number 5 here, and going on to Apocalypse. The background probably having to do with the hand of Petra, let's be real.
Yeah.
Now, game number 5 here with the platform in the mix, a little bit different to change up the way you land, but also the way you push advantage. Let's see if it matters enough to give Taffy that adjustment to get back into this.
I mean, we're going to see. It's been an okay start here. We're really early on in the game, but, I mean, the neutral play, look at this. Getting nice little punishes, nice little damage racked up off a couple of small touches with this axe. And I like this because the other games we're seeing like a lot of heavy spear use. You rack up some damage with this axe and then switch over to your spear because you're being killing efficiently with the spear. So get their damage up with the axe and then close out with the spear.
Yeah, I mean, this air game has been looking a lot better with all these straight hits off the axe. Okay, so you don't really need to do a whole lot, and that is finally, that we haven't seen that connect since stock 1 of game 1. It's finally going to find another mark, and this is the most important time for it to do it.
Definitely, definitely. You got to take this lead, especially with how Radish, you got to stop the bleeding. Radish has been starting off every game hot on this run back and really cooking you alive. You gotta change pace, and it's looking okay. But Radish is starting to heat up once again. The microwave's on.
Yeah, hopefully that can keep going. Let's see if he's found a way to find his openings back up. The neutral is going to push him back off stage, but the gauntlets are actually not going to be the play. Just to make sure they get the star going. Sidelight side air is going to be the consistency you're always looking for and gets that stock.
Radish might have the cleanest weapon starves I've ever seen. Like, that pickup, threw it down, like skidded a little bit in time to come over, grab the other weapon, throw that one down, and then pick the other one back up. That was
still
so
push
clean.
ledge without wasting a lot of time. Like, it was very minimal effort taken for that. And now you look at how much more grounded Radish has been trying to play because of how many air dares he was losing before. And Taffy trying to force them. It's been working for Taffy's advantage, so in recovery is going to be enough to do it. Game number 5. Loser here goes out elimination side at 7th place. And again, what has been one of the most chaotic brackets we've seen in the seasonal championship. I'm surprised this isn't titled Winters from what we've been seeing today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, so one of the things that I'm seeing of Taffy's play in this game is understanding how to fight Radish in the skies. Like, I kept mentioning how Radish was fighting in the skies, and that was the answer to these games. Now, Radish is going up there with, oh my
right.
gosh.
Yeah, the sky's the limit, like you said. Unfortunately, that limit was broken, and we are now on to the final stock. Gonna go ahead and sneak in to get that spear. Sidelight side air coming through. Here comes the Radish, starting to get some damage on, and Taffy just trying to be very careful about how he approaches now.
Man, that was ridiculous. I'm lost. I'm at a loss for words. That gravity cancel was so good. But this axe, all right, so in this game, the axe has been the answer for Taffy. A lot of good play, a lot of nairs have been hitting and leading into situations where the recovery can come out. But Radish is starting to catch on and playing a lot better defense than they were in that first stock. So we're seeing a turnaround here. Then we got even health, nice side air. And what's going to be the play?
I don't know.
Gets back on stage.
You got to be very careful how you get back on stage. It's going to be switch over to Spear. Looking for an opening right now, just trying to hover around, looking for that one opportunity. Radish looking for a bird dodge. Goes for the big play, but the recovery comes through, gets the punish. Radish is going to find him. Oh, he used a lot of resources, but Radish gets no punish on the landing. Side air comes through. Maybe a dare at the ledge. No, goes for the D-Sig. Does not connect.
Throwing out those spirit bombs, man. Asking for the people's energy, the crowd. Are you rooting for Radish? Because Radish might take this one home. Taffy really trying to make it back to the stage. If that was over a little bit further, that was game. Taffy still hanging on by a thread.
There was so many times where they just whiffed off the recovery before, up for the signature after, missing out after again. But Taffy goes for the big play finally again at the end. And that's going to cost them as you close it out with the side air. And Radish continues this run through Summers and knocks out Taffy.
My goodness. What a set, man. That was good stuff. That was good stuff. Both players, like, it started off on just a straight roll for Taffy, and then Radish caught a nice adjustment. Look at this last game. 588 damage, 65 blows thrown. 51%. If you know anything about me, I keep up with the accuracy numbers a lot, and I have not seen a 51% this whole time, this whole weekend.
Yeah, it has been very minimal, of course, throughout all of these matches, and like just the ability to actually get these openings against the way people have been playing today has been extremely difficult. But the fact that Taffy was going for so many signatures and not connecting, and the fact and Radish was connecting on him more often, that's Petra landing those. You are going to lose a stock off of that, and man, like, just the spear got invalidated in that last game, actually. That's a very important part of that graphic, because that spear was pretty much what got Taffy, like, those first couple games. We were talking about those, the D-lights, the coverages, the burn dodges, and the pressure that Taffy had. That being gone, was the adjustments made by Radish to avoid that, and I think that mostly came from how much good play the orb had at the end.
Yeah, the orb was amazing at the end. The orb was immaculate. So you get into the last game, honestly, the whole trail leading into the last game, Radish was playing the orb so well and then started landing those D6, those spirit bombs over on the edge. And now it's like, okay, my recovery is kind of scary to use with this spear on the side of the stage, blah, 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 blah. We get forwards into the last game, and that's where it wasn't the last game's play that allowed Radish to take that spear out. It was everything leading to it, and then you get that last game where it was nothing but axe. Literally nothing but axe. It was what, 70 damage on the spear?
I did think it was it was bare minimum. I already switched, so I can't see what it was before.
Yeah.
But still, running
It's
about
back,
52.
it's back.
52 when most of the damage was done on the spear for the very beginning games. And sure, it was small Brawl Haven, so it was way easier to line up the side lights and the D lights as just straight up calls because you have no platform to land on. But eventually, those D lights didn't connect anymore, and I think that's what forced Taffy to be more afraid to go for the spear more often, because I was freaking out during the entirety of that. I was like, that was when recovery didn't hit. I'm fairly certain that was when the recovery didn't hit from Radish. I was thinking that this is now my life, by the way. I am now have to live. I might make this like a sub notification. Actually, this is like, yes, thank you. But well, here that is. I know they got me on it too. It was like I definitely had like the weirdest freak out during that. There, as production has said in my ears, softly, they are always watching. See, this is why
I put the softly on
This
it?
is why I told you I won't ever step foot into the church over at the Temple Alliance, because that they're always watching. It's actually just BMG in that temple.
That makes sense.
Just keeping an eye on it.
If Toast has any access, if he has a key to that door, it'd probably be scary to walk in there.
Wait, was Photo the one in the dining room with the lead pipe this whole time?
This guy.
We solved Clue.
This guy.
We did it. Now I got to leave because Photo heard that we found it out. But still, we're going to get into the next match. Of course, we got Experience versus Radish up next. This one, I think, actually is a run back. Actually, no, it's not.
I don't think so.
That's going to be the next match. But I'm pretty sure that those two played each other in winners of Top 32. But the next match we got is Java versus Impala. This just sounds like, by the way, a car matchup at this point. This is like the concept car versus like the one that actually made it to the line.
Yeah.
The concept vehicle has been the Hattori. It has not been what we normally know as the blueprint of success from the Bodvar. It has been the Hattori all day. Actually, never mind, I was lying. It is, in fact, Experience and Radish. It is not that matchup, and we're getting into that right now.
Experience and Radish. One of the things that I've been excited to see, I was watching earlier on before I was on, and I saw that Experience is going crazy with the cannon. And I am so excited to see somebody playing cannon. I was talking about this all yesterday. Like, where's it at? Where are the players using this?
Had that Zol yesterday that popped off, and also this Experience did pop off earlier because it was in fact. This is in fact a run back. And so at the very beginning of Top 32, Experience 3-0'd Radish, and then Radish went on a tear through the elimination insider bracket. And now that the run back is here, let's see how things go. I think a big part of that is going to have to do with Radish being able to get those whiff punishes when necessary. Going to find one right there with the side light, but you were alluding to it. Cannon goes off. And Experience's Cannon in particular, who also is the person who set Luna down the eliminations, is the reason why being able to get to this point.
Oh, man. I don't know. I can't believe the game started the way that it just did. The cannon does go off, but Radish said, I ain't having none of that, and cleaned that stock up with those gauntlets. And, I mean, actually, that was a fair amount of gauntlets and orb on the first stock. Now, we're going to see what the sword can do. Can he land a downlight recovery or something like that and get rid of this stock quickly before you eat too much of this orb damage?
What's funny enough is that's the thing that we've been worried about the most when it comes to watching Experience, because we haven't really seen Experience on Sword Legends for the most part. It's not really something we see too often. So earlier today, Experience was missing out on D-Light recoveries, and D-Light Series just going for straight up air-to-air reads with the recovery, hoping that they would connect. It has been getting better as the tournament has gone on, but you see Experience is just kind of hovering around, and I think Radish has understood that. And Radish is playing around the grounded game, so you can't find those D-Lights, and just gets them again.
Oh my gosh. So one of the things about Experience's gameplay, like I like how you're mentioning he's not doing like the bread and butter stuff that sword players do. I think in general, Experience's play is like all heart and grit. Like, right? Like some people is all practice and things like that. Experience comes out there and he's just like, it's all talent, baby. I'm on you.
Yeah, it's either you get the experience where he is rushing you down for the quickest 0 to knockout you've ever seen, or the slow-paced gameplay to try and frustrate you to approach and then win out in neutral. That's one of the things that you have to be very careful about, was when experience flips the switch. Radish has been playing in Experience's face this whole time, so he hasn't really allowed Experience to go for that crazy pop-off gameplay. That's why we're seeing the more slower pace now with the sword to try and bait Radish on over to the ledge to maybe snipe out an early knockout.
Now, that was a nice bait a moment ago on the edge from Radish. Dodged out of the way right when the Sair came in and got a clean punish with the sidelight on the orb. Now we have the Gauntlets out, trying to see if we can get rid of this stock. Is it going to be a 2-stock game? I don't know, man, because it's looking like nothing big is hitting for Experience. Experience can only land sidelights. We haven't seen Sairs hitting lately. No recoveries, no nothing. Look at it. Tries another sidelight. That doesn't even hit. But that hits with the, from Radish. The recovery goes into the orb. And what are we going to see, man? I don't think that, yeah. We're going to get a neutral signature out of the...
You can.
Sure you can.
Sure you can hold this L, because I don't think that Experience had a lot of answers to doing anything otherwise to that. The cannon got kind of bopped at the beginning, but also the sword play, like you said, it was mostly sidelights. It was maybe a couple stray side airs occasionally, but as you look at the damage difference right there, essentially double on the side of Radish for 566 to 296. No signatures really thrown from Experience as well. When you're playing Sidra, that's incorrect. Sidra is all about that range, the coverage that she has from the sword end sig, from the cannon neutral sigs, from the down sig that we saw earlier, from the anchor drop that stole a stock away from Luna.
That was one of the biggest plays of the day.
That was big, Brett. That was Experience at his finest. But look at that, 92 damage. 92 on the cannon. Experience is going to have to find a way to make that work going into the next game.
I think Experience will be able to find a way to make it work. The question is Radish going to force it to not work? Well, hell no. Hey, man, what's going on, man?
This is the new hotness. That's what's going on.
That's the new hotness.
It started off with Spring Championships, and people have been looking at it. It's like, at first it didn't seem right. Smaller stage list, kind of seeming that way. Jiro is going to be the pick from Experience going into game number 2. Having that sword and scythe combination, such a good combination combo-wise, and even though the sword is still there, we didn't really see a lot out of Experience's sword play. The scythe is not something we've really seen too much either, but might have been labbing and working this out as we get into the continuation of top 8.
I mean, obviously you have to know something we don't know, right? You're going to pick a character that most don't use and get your first stock stolen.
I know something that you don't know. I got something to tell you. Put that Jiro away right now. Go back to go back to Soul. All right, so right now, I like the attempt at going for the GC sidelights to try and keep that combo going. And then Radish shot at, said, okay, cool. Dare. Oh, cool. I sniped your jump. Cool. Here's a D6 for your troubles. Shake my hand, call it a day.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I can't believe the stock was taken that fast. I can't believe this character's the new hotness. I got to get back on that. Like,
I mean, AO Blue out here is going, AO. This man has been putting in work. Gonna go ahead and finally find the stock right there. Definitely looking at least a bit better compared to the last game and how long it took to get an evened out stock, because actually, never mind. It wasn't that last game of 3 stock. I'm so sorry.
You're all good. You're all good. Trying to get some coverage on the side. Raiders with the neutral sig off of the gravity cancel. Makes it back on, and now Experience was trying to fight back in. Gets in there. Still in the damage deficit, and you're fighting a Resident Slapper. You have no defense. Stay away from getting hit. Try to keep away on the off the left side of the stage. I thought Experience was going to do a little bit better on keeping Radish out there, because Radish didn't do anything special to get back, right? And now you are in dangerous territory. The gravity cancel D-line was so close.
That was good defense and Experience. I'm definitely going to give him that. He hovered just below. Gonna go ahead and hover his way onto the left-hand side, though. Gonna be brought back in, of course, by the emergency vehicle. And what do you do now here, Zip, on this last stock? Now, it's not like the Jiro has been looking awful. It's just that the Jiro hasn't had like the big combo starters to close out finishes that we've seen out of Radish so far. And it's mostly been a simplicity is key tactic where I'm gonna get a couple hits and dip. You have to force something to scare Radish at this point, and Radish has just been playing at a disadvantage so well.
Well, definitely what you're saying, you got to force something. You're playing Jiro. That's what this character's all about. High octane, and you need to scare somebody. You can't just sit here and play nothing but Nooch. That was an amazing pickup, by the way, to get this game tied up. Now, what I'm looking for, I'm not going to give you a deep analysis right now. All I'm going to tell you is neutral sig. That's all I want.
That's something I've actually been wondering. Like,
Where's it at?
We were just talking about how Sidra not using any to 6. That's the same on Jiro. Like, that, you want that range coverage. You want the Shadow Clones to go ahead and sneak up and try and just catch them slipping. And at least, Experience was able to get that GC Light recovery a little while ago, where we were kind of wondering, hey, is he going to actually get anything going with the sword? It seems like as the match has been going on, Experience's adjustments have been getting better, and it seems like he's kind of waking up a bit more to what Jiro needs to do.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better job. Okay, see, I was going to say he's doing a better job of not getting hit, but immediately on red, super highly damaged off of what, like 3 hits on this stock, maybe 4? This is what it is when you're going to play this character. That could have been a true combo, and I believe it would have KO'd. This is scary territory for Experience off to the left side of the stage. You're going to have to get back on here. Oh, I thought it was going to be, that was crazy. Went for the Sayer. I thought it was going to be a Spirit Bomb.
My eyes have still been, like, crunched to my face, wondering where the side air was after that side light. I'm still very confused why we're still playing this game.
Yeah, I don't get what that was
Radish
either.
is going to go ahead and finally close it out right there and say, look, I got you. We're going to finish it out right now, even though it took me 20 more minutes after I missed the side lights there to go and finish it. But that right there was the best reversal we've seen all day. As soon as Radish decided to go, Experience decided to go for the GC side light, guess what? No dodge. So you're not going to make that back. You have nothing to try and challenge me here. This is going to be covered freely every single time, and Radish capitalized on it. Radish now up 2 games over Experience in the run back from earlier.
The run back from earlier, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe that the Jiro comes out. We don't even see the Sig pack at all. What Sig did we see? Did we see any? No, it's sitting right there in my face. We saw one signature. Which one was it?
I honestly don't even remember which one it was.
I don't even remember that
because
happening.
I don't remember seeing it at any point, and that is something that goes against what you want to do with Jiro, like we were saying, especially on ledge. You throw him at the ledge to condition people's fear out of the idea they could jump on safely. So what does that line up for you later on? Free ground pounds, free offstage play, because you're afraid that you don't want to go off stage. You're afraid that you don't want to actually try to get challenged. So if you put them out at the ledge, you got to hover, you got to wait, and if you go a little bit too aggressively, you're going to get hit. That never really happened, which could, of course, just be a legend swap, not being prepped for that character yet. We're used to seeing cannons and stuff come out from Experience, Axe. We haven't really seen that. Like, after that game 1, it just disappeared, and I think at this point, you probably should be going back to that.
I mean, my question is, we know that Experience said that he doesn't like playing 1v1s. Is Experience just burned out at this point? I don't know. Because why would you switch off of the weapon that's been getting you here? I know you didn't really get to play the cannon, but one of the things that I think happened is Radish didn't allow you to play the cannon.
Yeah.
So you got to force it. You got to force his hand and say, you know what, it's going to happen whether you like it or not. We see down here on the character selection, he hasn't picked anything yet. He's really taking this time to think about what he wants to do. And I think you go back to your roots. You go back to what you know.
Yeah, I think it, from earlier, probably ran into the cannon, and also Experience was playing hot. Like, that's the same Experience who beat Luna earlier. So, like, might just have a bit of that burnout, like you said. Maybe, because, definitely more fan of Twos, our MSI Twos champion. And coming into this was, of all days, this is their way. Okay, this is going to be primetime Experience. This is going to be exactly what we expected. But I think going against Java earlier, I think it was, who ended up beating Experience. No, Stingray. Against Stingray, could barely hit him. Like, barely. So that's one of those things that kind of sits in your head. It's like, well, now is Experience tapped out? Is Experience packed up and ready to finish and be done with this right now? I hope not, because it looked like there was moments that were starting to make sense for Experience as that match went on, even with the Jiro, and that's something we're normally used to seeing. I think that's a big reason why we're taking some time to, like, figure out this legend. Is Experience going to put in all the cards now, all of the chips forward, go all in, and try and make this work as much as possible? Or is Radish going to get a defeated Experience at this point and be able to move into that elimination semis?
Look, if you lose, I'd rather you just lose to Radish. Don't let the game beat you up. But at the same time, we're making that up. We don't know what you're feeling, Experience. You got to get out here and just show us what the real deal is. At this moment, it looks like he's not even in the lobby right now. But also, we're waiting for him to get back in here. And I just want to see what character he locks in. I mean, besides the Sidro, you said he's played the Zol before, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the Amethyst is what we always see.
The Amethyst, there we go.
That's what we're normally used to seeing. And, I mean, to be fair too, we haven't seen any of the Rayman. Like that's something we can also see, which was something we saw quite a bit of from. Actually, we're seeing like no Rayman today. Before it was everybody loves Rayman. Now everybody's apparently tired of the reruns, and now no Rayman to be found. Which of course, a couple of the changes with the recent patch might have something to do with that. But Gauntlets are still there. But right now, the dominant performances that we're seeing out of Radish in this, at least at the start, mostly from that orb. Not even just in this one. It would happen against Taffy too in that match to get that reverse 3-0. Like, I think Experience is just this is the moment that makes or breaks champions. Like, you have to be able to rebound from stuff like this. And well, one thing that champions pick all the time, Zip.
Good old Kaya.
It's not. For a second, I definitely thought I saw Koji down there. That was not the buildup I was going towards. That was not the same thing I was expecting. But Impala has been driving in consistently at 200,000 miles. They still built for the industry. They still going to make it work. And we're going to see Experience pull out the Kaya. 2 Kayas in top 8.
Do you think that Experience went over to Discord and was like, Impala, what should I do?
I think Experience went
Paul's
over
like,
to
pull up the Kaya, you saw me.
I think Experience thought about like the winning thing later on. It's like, man, I can't let Impala be the only one who has this. Now if Impala goes out at 5th, that means that there's 2 that got 5th Kayas. And it's not just
yeah.
Look, we know. We're going to put an asterisk next to Experience on this one. But let's see if maybe it's not. Maybe Experience gets somewhere with this. Obviously, we've been saying it earlier. Maybe Spear is the answer. Maybe it's not. Right now, Orb looking like the consistency that you always need. And not going to be in range to punish that. Doesn't even matter, though. The anti-air coming in again. Zip. It's the only time I go into Eternal Optimism. I don't know if I have the ability to do that right now. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think the Experience needs to do to get back into this game?
Your bow's really got to turn up, right? The spear is a super read-heavy weapon. And the bow, you can just play some nooch. So I think if you can get your neutral strong and really run this game up, run some damage up, then you can start to pull the spear out once you've seen how the other players like to play. Even though it's not the same weapon, you can see where dodge patterns start to come out and understand what the player's trying to do, and then you take out the read-heavy spear and you KO stocks. So, I mean, that's it. And the bow's doing well right now. That's what I need to see.
And Experience is literally just, he's hovering near the ledge, jumping around, waiting for you to do something, and then getting whiff punish. He got this ledge control off of empty jumps into a dodge side air. And then he was able to almost take that stock up by jumping off stage, getting that there. Now the spear coming through. The spear recovery is not going to be enough. Got to go ahead and get back to the bow. Sticking with the spear, actually. I felt like the bow was kind of looking pretty good at the end there.
Well, I mean, I think it's exactly what I was saying. Like, you want to rack the damage up with the bow, and then now is when you come out here with the spear for KOs. Wow, that was scary stuff. Radish was almost able to land in there and get that KO on that turnaround on the Experience, but Experience with the Pogo gets the stock after safely making it back to the stage.
Yeah, able to seal the deal right there, and that was a big part of Experience. Radish just looking for that nair to hopefully just snag it and kind of just put like that ribbon on the package and that gift leading into game number 4. But now one whole stock up, not touched at all. Experience is going to have to do what is not the easiest thing to do and find a borderline perfect stock. With, I think, Bow is the next one lined up.
Yeah.
With Spear, it might be a little bit easier, or that just do it with unarmed.
Do it with unarmed.
That's more hits that we've seen in a while. Those being lined up with the unarmed.
All right, here's the bow. And like I said, the bow looked very, very good in that first stock that he took. And we just got to see how the neutral plays out, because I think that's one of the main areas he's been suffering. Oh my gosh. He's not been able to deal with the edge guards of Radish, and he has been losing neutral a lot in this set. So, I mean, that's the answer to me. And we're back to the spear. I don't know. This is tough.
The win condition just been online for Radish at this point. He's just been controlling advantage at the ledge so well. He's getting so many more connections on his signatures off to the side. Doesn't really need to worry too much about overextending. The late hit of recovery gets a hit in there too. To almost catches Experience on that. It's not going to be enough, but now we're inside light side area ranges. This should be what could be a 3-0 in favor of Radish. Not going to look for the recovery, just going for a straight up hit.
Yeah, okay, so that neutral stick has been hitting a lot.
It's been pretty close, like on the mark for the most part.
Yeah, it's been on the mark, and it's also super scary that it's still just ripping off, and you don't even know if it's going to be at the right angle. So now you have no idea where to dodge if you're Experienced. And Experience has the bow back in hand, but look how much damage is on. Neutral Light almost does it from the orb, tries to dunk, punish from Experience. I don't know, man. This is... look at the damage. Look at how damaged Experience is. Literally one of those is going to do it. And 3-0 Radish's way going into the next round. What a performance.
Absolutely incredible performance. Where Radish was looking at what could have been a, just straight up 3-0 elimination from Taffy earlier,
Yeah.
but not today. Gets the reverse, then comes in here back-to-back, goes up against Experience. Experience going through the cycle of all of the characters that they could find on the character select screen. Not a single one was able to get that answer. I think that the Jiro looked solid at the start, but the Sidra getting beat, I think, was like the nail in the coffin. I think that was what the moment where it was like, okay, he just figured me out. I don't know if I have enough of the tank to figure this out myself. And Radish continues to move forward, finds its way into Elimination Finals.
All right. Yeah, if you guys can...
or Elimination Semifinals.
Elimination
Semifinals.
Elimination
There's still more rounds.
But real quick, production, go and throw me back that other slide. Real quick. I want to go over here and let's talk about this bad boy. So, in this last game, we saw the average damage per engagement. When Radish touched you, you're eating 38 every single time. All right, and that's very huge because that's on more touches than Experience, and Experience still has less damage per engagement, right? And then we got down here, we have 72 strikes for 42% accuracy for only 58 for 40% accuracy. So, and then, man, we're not even going to talk about the 6. That's more strikes and higher accuracy coming out from Radish. That just shows how much of dominant performance that was. But who's going to break this down a little bit more for you? It's the boy, Remy. Take it away.
Thank you for the excellent pass, Zip. Let's talk about Radish and let's talk about Gauntlets. Gauntlets, they're explosive, they're high damage, they're that weapon where you get hit by one move and all of a sudden you're off stage, you're begging for your stock back. But not the way Radish plays it. He plays it in a way that makes you even more worried about your stock because you blink and all of a sudden you're still on stage, but now you're in the deep red. I'm going to hit play here for you guys, and let's just watch how Radish tracks on Experience, always getting these hits in. They're not 0 to deaths. They're not, like, taking him anywhere, but all of a sudden Experience is in red, and that's 10 seconds. I'll tell you that's 10 seconds because when I cut these clips up, they're 10 seconds long, and he just sent him from yellow to red in 10 seconds of pure just hitting him, following him around the map, pure it's not neutral because there's no resetting. He's just tracking him, and every time Experience says, yo bro, give me a second, he gets another hit off. And he is so consistent with that. Radish isn't going for these big 0 deaths. Wait, I lied. Yes, he is. He's getting them right here. He's getting these beautiful turnarounds too, and this really was a big decider of this set right here. You could see it had Experience thinking about what to pick next for a while, right? So plays like this on the orb are clean. I want to break this down for you guys and show you exactly what went wrong with Experience's stock here and how Radish was able to turn this into a beautiful stock take almost instantly, right? So let's take it back slowly and let's hit play from right when Experience knew that his day was ruined, all right? He goes for the common side light turnaround, and as soon as Radish sees that he's hit him, he needs to take a second take. But like I said earlier, a lot of players, they like to jump, they like to move instantly up, and they don't want to go for that fast fall into the abyss because they're thinking, okay, it's going to be a lot harder for me if I go down rather than up. He jumps instantly, but Radish sees that coming. It's going to be a down air. Your recovery's gone now, and it's Petra Mastery. He's just going to go casually to the wall, and he's going to go for that down sig. It's really good stuff. It's common. It's common for a guy like Radish. I'm not going to say it's common for everyone because I know Zip Master Flex not hitting that play. All right? Continuing on, though, same thing here from the first clip. It's just that area cover. You see, as soon as Radish gets in the first time, he just stays in. He follows him around. He doesn't let him reset. He doesn't let him touch the ground. Even that miss right there, he keeps tracking him. He's on his body the entire time. It's that play that Radish is looking for. He's looking for that close body gameplay, those consistent attacks, and those big damage leads that set up from one interaction. I love it. You saw the 38 damage per engagement. Radish is serious about that, and he's serious about this top 4. So let's see what the casters have to say about it.
Okay, so after that amazing pass you had over there, like, Remy just went and said, yo, give me that neck real quick. Like, what did you do to Remy? It's like,
I don't know what I did. I don't know what
Zip
I did.
would never make that play.
Bro, I'm just sitting over here chilling, you know what I'm saying, like leaning on the desk, doing my thing, and then Remy starts letting off, and I caught a stray, bro. Look at this.
I can't, like...
Jumpers.
Oh, yeah. That was literally right after. I was like, yo, that pass was clean. Like, it's just a perfect buckets right after that. And then didn't even matter because Remy ended up betraying you on the team, man. He was a ball hog the whole time. Like, but still, we got at least one more set before we get into our guaranteed top 4. We have one more to determine here for the elimination semifinals. This is one that a lot of us had a giant question mark going on earlier today. And I said after a little while, that question mark is no longer a case anymore. That has been determined by Java's switch over to Hattori. Going away from the Bodvar, sticking with this. On the other side of things, though, Impala.
Yes.
Impala has been driving through everyone today with the Kaya. And we're going to see that happen here again. How do you feel about this going to it? Because honestly, Impala looked really good in that elimination top 8.
I'm trying to see if Impala's going to pull up on his block and bleed it. I don't know what's going to happen here. But we're going to see, because Java's got the Satori out, like you said. The bow is already in hand of Impala, and the sword is here. All right, so sword versus bow is a good start. So I think both players have a 5-5 matchup here, and off the side of the stage, they're both going nuts. Yo, the dunk.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I thought it was going to be a stock instantly off of no touches, mind you.
Well, he bounced back in, kind of like after that line you said before, all I could see was an Impala on like the springs just bouncing with the hydraulics. That's kind of what happened with that first stock. Both of them just bouncing around at the bottom of the stage. I'm surprised not a single stock was lost. But round start to Miami Dome. So I think for Impala, you were doing just fine here before, and it is continuing. Java's defense was really the big case scenario of why Java was able to kind of move forward in most of those matches before. It's not looking as strong right now as Impala continues just sliding right in. And he said, look, read them DMs.
That was so good. You land that signature, and then I was like, okay, that thing slides over so fast. I'm kind of scared to go down there grounded with you and meet up with it. And they said, don't worry, much obliged, I'll come up there and talk to you. So it was like, just knew where you wanted to go because you had to, because your mental was messed up. That was so good from Impala.
I just realized that Neutral Stick's basically the Bird app. It's like just sliding right in, open the DMs from the Twitter.
That's definitely what it is.
But the recovery is going to go ahead and take it off the top right there. Java has found a lot of recovery KOs off the top today. Most of the time you see that D-Light Sair being the main KO option for the Spear, but I think Java's presence of mind to just chase people in the skies has kind of tripped people up quite a bit today.
Chasing up in the skies, like you said, my man Impala's doing a great job of doing that with that recovery of the bow. The bow recovery is so good because it acts as a grab. Yo, bro! I'm talking about the recovery, and you're just going to showcase the ground pound and how it has no cares about how much damage you're at. Once you're at about a little goldish yellow and above, that dunk is going to get that stock out of there.
Where has this Impala been? Like, this is Impala has been looking incredible all day. Going for another one right there. We're going to get hit by the ground pound. A reversal side here. Going for another ground pound. And Java steals away a whole stock right there. Gets us back in the game. So let me show you as well another weapon that has quite the ground pound attached to it, Zip.
Oh, my gosh. Well, Java out there playing like me, I'm telling you.
Well, you never would have hit that play according to Remy.
See, that's why I said it because of Remy. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, to be fair, that's why you're standing here with me on the desk.
Hey, chill. You can't let the people know.
They already know.
No, don't do this.
All right, going for the side light, D-Light up for the GC, but not going to connect. That means that the dodge was burned already, and because of that, that was a free punish for Impala. Not enough to take it off, though.
So much damage. I'm so scared for Java right now. Throws out a raw down signature, but able to cancel in time to jump over. Still hasn't been touched. Almost scooped his Java, but a couple of good hits. Still runs into the active frames, and the cape comes out because that punish was super.
Yo, Impala really charged that. Said, I know you're going to walk into this. Definitely. And at the very end with the cape like a Bolt of the Matador as well.
Yeah.
Just like guide on in, like, come on over here. Come on over. The water's fine. And just after backing off, holding onto it for a while, Java expecting to be able to find a punish and then just walking right in.
Yo, looking at that is so funny. But it's funny. I mean, at home I play some Kaya too just for fun. I like this character. And that's what you have to do when you do that signature. If you throw that and you're like, oh, crap, and you didn't land it, you're just like, I'm holding this the rest of the time, man. You better just back away from me, please.
I mean, to be fair, that is a play that you'll land at bronze. So, like,
we just saw it at the highest level, and I'm getting cooked alive out here.
All right, I'm dead. I'm sorry. But right now, of course, Impala coming through and just continuing to showcase such an incredible performance with this Kaya. We were talking about what a rare treat to see one here in top 8. But from the way that Impala's playing, I feel like this should be a consistent factor. Just slide cancel signatures, the pressure that he's had, the spacing that he's had. And this has been against Java, who has been outspacing everyone so far today, Zip.
Definitely outspacing everyone. The neutral is so good. Chasing through the skies. This man, Java, can't get anything started right now. The spear, we've been talking about the bow of Impala. The spear is looking so good. Tried the gravity cancel, no good. Make sure that Make sure that Java just didn't even come down there and attempt anything. So much coverage on that
That is
hitbox.
a massive warning sign. It's like, just back off. I'm not going to try and challenge that. Last time you tried to challenge something like that, you end up losing game 1. So for Java, it's like, just control the side. Sidelight comes through, and we've seen a lot of those neutral sigs on the sword as jump coverage options from Java, but they haven't all been connected. Java's got to be very careful because of all of that. He got forced into the skies. That weapon toss forcing him to burn his jumps and his dodge in the skies was so good by Impala.
There's not a lot of input heavy things in this game, but to be falling down after the movement you had just put into place, you were facing the left, and then do a gravity cancel, you turn around now, and then neutral light. That's actually kind of strict.
Yeah, I mean, that's not easy to do. One thing that Java has found very easy to do to everybody, though, again, another recovery KO off the top. That is going to play into, hopefully, later on in the game, lining up easier reads on dodges, on panics, so you can find those D-Light side airs off the side. I don't know if that's going to happen the way that Impala's been playing, but we'll see. Java's definitely looking much better. Finally finds a sword neutral sig, and what could have led to a potential stock, and that ends up leading to a reversal, once again from Impala, who finds him off the side of the stage, does not get the wall touch again.
Whenever I saw that, man, all I heard was counter. That's all I heard, man. That was so
combo breaker.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Java ended up losing that stock over there on that side of the stage, because it was really looking in favor of Java. Wow, goes out there and falls all the way down. I ain't seen style like that in a minute, my boy.
Well, it looks like Java does in fact have that killer instinct. So let's see if he can keep that going as he finds what was an absolutely necessary play to go ahead and get that knockout. And you got to watch out for this Glacius style movement coming in here from Impala, constantly sliding in and getting those free knockouts. But at least Java's now made it much closer.
You talking about Glacius? Java definitely has.
I've just been making all the references at this point. You started it. I've just been going.
Oh man, I ain't even gonna lie. Whenever I said counter, I was talking about Guilty Gear.
Nah, that was definitely on a different place. Different place.
I love where you went with it though, man. We kept it on the fighters. It's still good. It's still good. But right now, both players trying to play some fighting game nooch. Not really doing much. Just playing that grounded play, trying to get in. Oh my gosh, off the side once again from Java. The play on the side of the stage is so good. The nair, the weapon throw, the pogo. Java closing that bad boy out with style.
That was so good by Java. Both of them going for the ground pound, so it's on who breaks first on the panic back up. What did Java do to adjust around that? Jumped up with the nair. That caught him slipping, pushed him underneath the stage afterwards. We're going to see that, but that is after that amazing play that Java had to go deep for that pogo. Here it is. Reversal side air. Goes for the down air again. Gets him on the smack away. Weapon toss down, closing it out with the down air one more time. Perfectly pogoed to bring us over to Apocalypse for game number 3, 1 game apiece.
That was so cold, man. Everybody, go ahead and hit hashtag BH Esports Java Swagger. That's what I need to see. That man is going too crazy out here. Tries to go for another ground pound that we've been seeing land a lot. Apollo not able to get that one because Java was too ready with the recovery. Now, on the side of the stage where you don't want to be, because Java has been making this work every single time and does it one more time with 3 pogos. This dude is not playing.
This is one of the hammer experts that we've all seen, known to love. This is one of the Bodvar experts we've known for so long. The first tournament we get to see is Hattori, and I feel like the spirit has been around forever. He has started to wake up so heavily. Actually gonna avoid the weapon toss down. This now gives him a free opportunity here. Gets the wall touch, does not get hit by the ground pound, but then here comes Impala, who has to avoid this weapon toss up. It just misses out on the ground pound input after the delight to potentially steal another one away.
This is some hype stuff, man. I'm liking every single second of this set. Impala's definitely not liking what Java's turned into, because I think this is Ultra Instinct. Everything that he's seeing is got to be in slow motion, because the punishes are too clean. The reads on the movement are too clean. Right now, can't really get anything started. Tries to go for the weapon swap, but Impala says, not on my watch. Spear in hand.
Like I said, the concept car seems to be approved, and the Impala line is starting to be removed from the mainstream. And what can you do now to answer back? He's been facing such a large damage difference over this match, and that is not going to connect. But D-Light Recovery is going to connect. It's not going to be enough, but he's going to find him on his landing. Straight up side air zip.
Java almost creating a 2-stock deficit and does it with the down air. Now on the stage all alone, waiting for that final stock of Impala to come in, and he's ready to take that one out. Boom! Hey, Impala said, I'll take out that first one. And now 2-1, man. Crisp white tees on both players. I don't know.
They looking fresh in them right now. Let's see what they could do about finding this fresh stock into a clean knockout, because you have a massive damage difference between you and Java. Like you were saying, completely fresh. Not much you can really do other than try and go for a big play. And Java's the one doing it. He's a full stock up, so at this point, he can afford to gotta go for these deep plays.
Dude, Impala just, I think the win condition here is stay off the edge. Stop allowing this to happen. You've got to do something. Go over the top. Do something. Just stop touching that wall. Java's back at it again with the white Vans. No. Okay, nice recovery. Able to get him off. Impala, no. I think you're going to be gone this time. Oh, Java threw away the stock, being a little too aggressive, and now Impala really has a chance.
Okay, well, all of a sudden, there is some life in the Impala right now to see if it can maybe get the new engine, get things started. But what do you do about avoiding the D-Light recovery? What do you do about avoiding D-Light's Dare? Right now, you're being pushed off stage. You have to watch out for this potential dare. He avoids it. Decider is not going to connect either. Wait, this is a good opportunity for Impala. If he can sneak one out, he does not, though. And now he's going to get back on. He avoids the Nair as well. Oh, my God. This is so scary. And Java is continuously going off stage unarmed. It's not like Impala can't just maybe steal one away off the side of the stage.
Oh, my gosh. Trying to steal one away, getting these KOs for free on the side of the stage. If you're getting them for free, what would you do for a Klondike bar? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, right now it's about the Choco Taco because they're currently pulled off the line. Like we said, that could happen here to Impala too. But Impala currently just waiting. You cannot overextend. You have to be careful with neutral. Weapon toss into the Nair. Weapon toss down to try and catch Java for going for an aggressive recovery to try and beat him out. Sidelight's not going to be enough. Gets the read on the dodge. Amazing call from Java, but still not enough.
Oh, I can't believe that wasn't enough. And good
I don't know
dodge
how
from
he's
the weapon
alive.
toss. Oh,
Okay.
recovery. I mean, that was kind of at the end there. That was kind of Impala's fault. You know how hurt you are. You know what weapon is down there. Why did you slide off of there with a D-Light?
I think that was one of those, like, go for it all kind of plays because you haven't gone for that in a while. And hindsight's 20/20 moments, like, get missed, but if he hits it, it looks like a genius. But even you're still trying to hold stage position. You've barely been hit for a while. Java finally takes advantage of that and gets that recovery. You were off a stray hit recovery range, but we're looking at a 3-stock to 1 deficit. Brought it all the way back, and right here, yeah, he was looking for a hopeful sneak on the D-Light ground pound to try and just take that away from him. Game number 4, Java in favor. Java still holding out some hope. I mean, actually, I think the only one in the building, just to go back to predictions and how badly they've been destroyed.
What you got? What you got?
I think that Duke is the only one who still has a potential chance because Java was his number 3.
Java's my second.
Oh, okay, so you still got some hope too.
I can at least get one.
All right, so for that matter, Impala can possibly get a reverse on these next two and maybe knock out Java to allow the rest of the casters in the building who are currently not bodied under predictions an opportunity to join the rest of us in loser circle. But of course, all bias aside, I'm actually incredibly impressed by seeing what we're seeing out of Java. It's not like the sword is something we've seen that enough. We know what he could do. It's not like this is unfamiliar. The spear has looked like he's been playing it for years.
So here's the thing. Look at how he's playing the spear. A lot of over-the-top, poking down type of you can't get back onto the stage type plays. So most of the time when you're good with the hammer, you're good at edge guards. You're good at coming out there and playing off the edge. That's exactly what he's doing.
That's true.
It's exactly what he's doing. It makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, it's been very similar playstyle.
Yeah.
Very similar in regards to the way the hammer would work, like you're saying right there. You know, the recoveries off the top, similar to in that aspect of finding those nairs, setting them up to the top.
The nairs, yeah, exactly.
Like going off stage, he's actually one of them who's not afraid to go off stage, especially with a slide cancel, stop and decide air, stuff like that. So it plays similar. But I'm just the poke game. Like the neutral game has been what's impressing me. And it's not even like he's finding like a lot of side lights into combo strings. He's finding nairs and neutral lights to get you to that knockout percent. Usually using the sword to get you to there.
Yeah.
But when the spear is out for the low damage part of the game, his neutral looks good. It doesn't look lost. And that's what's impressing me the most.
I agree. It looks really, really good. I mean, I couldn't see a spear playing any better than this. If you give him, like you said, he's playing good neutral on the board. If you are on stage, if that spear played any better, and the way that he's playing it off stage, this might be the greatest spear of all time. Because I don't see anybody off the stage playing the spear the way that he's playing it. I'm saying you give him that ground, that mid-game nooch, and that's whenever that could be. So maybe we see it practice stuff, and we come back for BCX, and he's just the GOAT with the spear, and you can't touch him. I don't know, man. That's some scary stuff for everybody to think about.
You just got so many people ready to come hunt you down for South America when they come over here for BCX? Because South America is where the Spear meta has been continuously developed for so long. And you were like, hey, but NA though. NA. I literally can't wait for BCX because of what we saw at MSI and what South America was able to do. And you already started to light a fire under them to try and get them out here. Hey, Java's kind of lighting that fire himself. Like, this Hattori has been looking immaculate.
Yeah.
And this is while still holding that incredible gameplay from the sword, keeping that going, not needing to transition over to Wushang like a lot of people have been with the Gauntlets, because the Gauntlets have been very strong lately. He's still making it work the way that he likes to make it work. The Java we've known for years, that incredible play. And we're going to see a continuation, by the way, of this is a flex of how many costumes he has for Kaya. We've been seeing such a swap between all of them, and now we're going to see Kaya come in one more time here from Impala versus Java, potentially, if Impala cannot figure it out here in game number 4.
Impala definitely has been making it rain on those mammoth coins.
Yeah.
You got fits on top of fits.
I say, we're talking about that, driving an Impala. Now he's actually riding the whale right now. This man has got dropping all of the money in. But right now, Apocalypse, what could be the final days for Impala's run here at Summer Championships.
More bars coming from your boy Ajax. That boy is clean. Get it, Ajax clean? Come on now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, we got the spear.
I mean, this does look like the Battle of Greece in the background right now. And unfortunately, I did not win the fight this time.
This is actually a really good start for Impala. The Spear's been doing pretty well in this neutral we've seen, but man, here it comes. The Spear's back in hand for Java. The sword is thrown away and picking up a sword again, so that's just a good weapon starve and trying to get this corner started. If this keeps on happening the same way they did last game, Impala needs to stay away from those edges.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much been the story of many fighting Java today. The script has been written, and you should not be going over there because it's already been executed to the point where it's just to perfection. When you got code that's working every time the way you want, much like that finally finds the sword neutral sig, the execution is perfect. Don't rewrite anything, Zip. The file has been set in tone, and Java continues to just play so well with the Satori.
It's been quality assured and everything, my man. That thing is out and shipped and ready for sale. I'm telling you, my gosh. Tries to throw out a neutral sig to cover the side over there, and more coverage coming out from the recovery. It did hit, but it was not enough. Java still living on this first stock. Still not going to hit that one. Living on a prayer. Java's doing some good damage on this stock. He's sitting on about Maroon. One more of those recoveries, or if one of those SIGs hits, he will be out of here, but he ain't having none of it.
Yeah, what a reaction to just waiting. Like, knew the perfect time for where the weapon swap was going to come in. Instant weapon toss to get stage position and get more damage. Just as Impala's... I think that Java's kind of shown the weakness of what it can be with Bo as the match is going on. Recovery's going to finally find it, right? But he's constantly playing just out of range where he forces a D-Light or forces a neutral sig out of Impala and it gets whip punish. Because that's what you have to do with the Bo. You have to commit to that move animation, and usually you're going to get freely punished by that unless you have good spacing. And Impala now does what is going to earn my first unfortunate of today. I don't like saying that word because it takes away from what people do, but Impala gives away a free one right there, and now Java has a huge lead.
That was free 99 for a limited time. I'm so sad that that stock went like that because Impala was definitely playing much better in this game than Impala was playing in the previous game. So, I mean, it looked like, okay, maybe you could take this from the force of Game 5. It's still possible, especially when you're getting a ground pound like that, but sliding off the wall allows Java to survive. Now we have a battle of the edges, and you know who normally wins these. Okay, backs off. Java still doesn't even go for a weapon, throwing all in hands.
Yeah, actually not a care in the world does Java have. Like you were just saying, you do not want to be off stage against Java. Java saw the opportunity to continue to push it, and Impala now facing a larger deficit, getting that much closer to the red. So even if you end up finally getting rid of this off of maybe a Nair, maybe another recovery read like we saw before, you're going to be that much closer. What a good amount of spacing, though, from Impala, fading away with the shot, and now Impala makes it that much closer.
Definitely faded away on some MJ. Hopped over the spear throw, too, with that sick animation. Too clean. And now we have the sword ready to fight from Java. You're not going to have to deal with the spear. That's the one that's been really, really doing it. So Impala's really got a chance right now.
And now the D-Lights are actually starting to connect, and that's really important right now. But you have to, oh my goodness, this is where the problems have been starting. Neutral Light going to come in. You got to watch out for the follow-ups, sending you to the skies. Maybe all for recovery, and it's going to be the recovery, in fact, but it's not going to be enough yet.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And we're going to see the weapon throw. No, I thought he was going to throw it over there. Trying to cover the weapon with a neutral light and wasn't good enough because now Impala has the bow in hand, putting some good damage on, getting close. I'm calling 3 more touches and might be game, but Impala only needs 1 good one and this could be over with. A D-Light recovery will definitely spell defeat for Impala. Neutral light, a Nair coming out from Impala. What is going to happen? Ajax, talk to me.
Zip, this is on a game that could have been so much closer if that stock didn't disappear, but Impala brought it all the way down to the end. But all it takes is consistency is key. D-Light recovery coming in from the sword ends it all. That one earlier was so incredibly well placed by the D-Light into the neutral sig. And then this play right here, fading away, but still able to bring it all the way back to last stock, last hit. Even, essentially even damage, slight damage favor actually, funny enough, in favor of Impala. Imagine if that was still there. Maybe that moment was enough to force Impala to play that much stronger. Maybe that moment was enough to make Impala push that much harder. But still, that fact that disappeared so quickly, and as low as it did, allowed Java to pretty much kind of run with it, but Java was able to be the one to keep himself calm at the end and find that knockout.
It's so sad because you saw how good Impala was playing. That could have been like the change, and that game 5 would have looked so good if you don't lose that second stock the way that you lost it. But either way it goes, the bracket is formed, and we're going to be going in the top 4 here shortly. But I got to give kudos to all the players that we just watched play. That was so nice. That was so nice. But you know what? Before we get in the top 4, what am I talking about? There's a guy over here. I'm going to throw him a bounce pass. I hope he doesn't hit me with any strays this time. Remy, here you go.
I appreciate Zip. I'm sorry. What I said was, it was rude. It was disrespectful. You're better than that. We're all better than that here. Impala and Java, they're better than both of us, though. And Java, he's been playing some insane Spear today, especially offstage. The offstage is primarily what we're going to look at as I guide you guys through what goes on in the mind of a Java as he goes off stage. Now, we thought he was a hammer one trick, but he's proven us wrong because this ground pound is key to the start of his success. He's been going for a lot of these straight ground pounds, something you don't see Spear players do because even though it covers a lot of options, it starts up slow, one, and it also puts you in a position where, all right, you're holding onto that thing for dear life all the way down because the recovery frames, they're heavy. But Java, he uses it to cover the options, to catch one dodge, and then to push it even further than that. He's doing really well, and it continued on into multiple games. He really is showing us what offstage really means in Brawlhalla. And I'm going to move to the side here because I know that this one happens on this side, and awkward angle, but yeah. So he, was I wrong? Oh, I was wrong. That's my fault. That's my fault. See, we all make mistakes, Zip. We all make mistakes. He pushed it. Wait, no, I was right. It is on this side. Okay. I'm not switching sides again. I'll move over. He hits him with another ground pound after the dare, and this is key right here. That's the Spear special, the pogo stick. But a lot of things go by your human eyes. I don't have human eyes. I have Brawlhalla player eyes. So I'm going to show it to you right here. He's facing the right way, but he gets the quick little turnaround to make sure that this pogo goes off the wall because he doesn't want Impala to get that extra touch and get back on the wall. He turns around, he gets the Spear Dare, and instead of going to the left, he goes to the right because that's what Spear Dare does. When you get that little flip, it actually sends in a different direction. And it's really key. It's really important. Stuff like that's always going to be really important. But like I said, Java, his offstage per day was pristine. It's stuff I don't really expect from Java off hammer, but here he is off hammer doing the same things. Beautiful ground pound, same switch up. It's amazing work. I love watching Java play Spear. I love watching him play offstage, and I can't wait to see what he does in top 4. I'm going to send him back to the castle.
Remy, your breakdowns are crazy. So I always knew that the Spear Dare sent people back the other way. Like, right, if I'm facing this way and I poke you, you're going to go back that. I always knew that happened. I understood that. But in fast motion, I'm never going to recognize that that's exactly why a player did something. And he kept him away from the wall so he doesn't get his jumps back. Remy, my gosh, those breakdowns are, they're so necessary. You guys, production, you did a great job hiring this guy. Even though he's hurting your boy's feelings, he's doing a great job.
I was gonna say, like, look, y'all don't understand that Zip is putting on the best performance right now of like trying to act like, Remy, my man, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna hit you with the gauntlets IRL, but but let's talk about how great Remy is. But of course, greatness to Remy, of course, fantastic analysis. One of my favorite additions, of course, to the broadcast for good reason, because for one, the breakdowns that you get to see are something that you don't get to see sometimes from the highest level players, and being one of them, also throwing hands with Zip on the broadcast is also hilarious. But we're going to talk about the recap, of course, of these matches we saw. Jetbean, your W over Luna was so strong, but Impala came through and got that dub. PR number 32 getting all the way up to here, and then, of course, Taffy going down at the hands of Radish, who was able to provide those hands once again to Experience, who was the other one who was able to knock out Luna to get to this point and continue to mess things up. But Java, one of the people we were looking at pre-show up to this point, with this change-up, giant question mark, has been answered completely. The Hattori is the way. It is here to play. It is amazing, and it is going to find its way into elimination semis to fight up against Radish. And on the winner side of things, we're talking about a lot of changes, of course, Zip. The winner side, we'll be looking at Stingray versus Ayo Blue.
Ayo Blue. Now, me and you are going to have to get up out of here in a moment, but for the culture, for the people, the boys said they wanted to hear me hit the Ayo. I didn't get to cast them, so I didn't get to do the Ayo during the match. And I really wanted to. So, for the people, we got to do it one time. You ready for this? 1, 2, 3. Ayo!
What an incredible lineup of matches we've seen up to this point. What an incredible run of tournament we've seen up to this point for Summer Championships 2022 North America. Everything looking extremely different. Humble checks being cashed, but some cash is still getting ready to be handed out to some new faces because a brand new champion will be crowned here today as we get ready to get into top 4. I'm Ajax with Zip, and of course, we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere as we get right back to you with more Brawlhalla action.
Side air, puts it right back down. Now it's the sight you have to deal with for the closeout. New
I know that it's pretty cliche to say, but this game brings me to.
So they'll both be able to make something work with it, but down light into the side air still isn't enough. Going down to the side.
Offstage gameplay. Well, of course, those offstage gameplay from the slide cancel signatures.
Definitely. And here you go. Those recoveries.
You don't know where D-Light snare on a spear to take you out, or actually Radish is going to go for that out of disadvantage every time. There's another bird dodge right there.
How much spear we're seeing, because I was trying to say last time during doubles that weapon is way better than I
Ranger scared of him. So this is where you should be able to line up some pretty free. Taffy finally finds the side lane, but no real follow-up after that, Zip. And that's
man, asking for the people's energy, the crowd. Are you rooting for Raiders? But Raiders were a little bit further. That was Kane. Taffy still hanging on by a thread.
There was so many times when they scored.
And what we're gonna see, man, I don't think that.
I'm still very confused while we're still playing the game.
Yeah, I don't get what that was.
Radish is gonna go.
Look at the damage. Look at how damage experience is. Literally one of those is gonna.
This is Impala has been looking incredible all day. Going for another one right there. We're gonna get hit by the ground pound. Reversal side. Going for another ground pound. And Java steals away a whole stock right now.
Almost scooped his Java, but a couple of good hits still runs into the act.
And what could have led to a potential stock, and that ends up leading to a reversal once again from Impala, who finds him off the side.
Stock over there on that side of the stage. That was really looking in favor of Java. Wow, goes out there. Oh my gosh, off the side again. Java, the play on the side of the stage is so good. The nair, the weapon throw, the combo. Now, on the side of the stage where you don't want to be, because Java has been making this work every single time. It does it. One more to Impala. What is going to happen, Ajax? Talk to me.
This is on a game that could have been so much.
What is going to happen, Ajax? Talk to me.
Zip, this is on a game that could have been so much.
this shoddy work all around. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like how the walls of the castle aren't touching. Now, this right here, it's good formation. The shell's on top. They're doing a good job, but right here, low level. It's not even up. Like, how are you? Come on. We're paying for equal space here, but you got one castle, 2 decorated, the other one not touching, and then you got this one. He's not even trying here. It's flat. Come on. You're better than this.
You want to come fix it?
I'm not coming over there.
You want to come fix it?
I'm not coming over there. You're better than this.
You're like 5. Come over here.
What?
Come get this.
He's got it.
Remy's the food critic that like can't boil water.
He's sitting there.
He's the armchair quarterback, just being like, yeah, man, you know, that's just really bad workmanship. The architecture's all wrong, but he couldn't point out a flying buttress if his life depended on it.
I'm disappointed. I thought this was going to be my Ratatouille moment. I thought he was going to have visions of his childhood. Like, I even made it a mini version to try to really like connect with him, but it didn't to no avail. Yeah.
But that's okay. Even though the castle didn't come through, we still do have 4 players here to entertain you. Hopefully they'll play well enough to entertain Remy later on. He is a very tough crowd. But yeah, we have our schedule right there, right behind us. We have Stingray versus Blue in the winners finals. Down on the elimination side, we have Java versus Radish. That's our top 4 for North America. And if we look at some of those PRs from these players, it's not really what you would be expecting. And I'm really looking at Blue and I'm looking at Radish on that Stingray. Not a huge surprise to see him this deep in the tournament. Java, definitely not a surprise to see him this deep. But the other 2 players, big surprise. Big surprise. Well, not as much for Radish, but still, even a top 4 finish from Radish, huge work regardless.
Yeah, a series of upsets across the board. If you looked at all the top PR players, did any of them even make it into top 8? Like,
I don't think so.
It was a rough showing from North America. And I kind of talked about this last week where like there was a big old gap between spring champs and then we had midseason and then there was like a month break and then we had summer championship. And it really kind of feels like the winter championship. You know how like there's like that big old break and a lot of people kind of start feeling different ways and not maybe playing. And unfortunately, they don't generally perform as well. And it's kind of that same thing here at the Summer Championship. And you know who generally does well in those situations? Stingray, the person who's sitting in the top side alongside AO Blue.
Yeah, if you really look at it, I think MSI was an important point in the season for many reasons. It almost felt like, because we've been online for so long, it almost felt like a mini BCX. Because it was like the time that everybody was more or less coming together. It was that LAN event we haven't had in a long time. So that almost felt like a world championship in and of itself, which what happens after the world championship, it's the off season. So really, in terms of having like one extended season this year, we really don't have that. It's almost more like 2 seasons broken up, where it starts with winter, ends with MSI, then starts with summer, and ends with the world championship. So it's an interesting cultural shift in the way that people are preparing and practicing and playing that we've never really had before. It's really just these unique circumstances that have led to this.
Well, everything has led to this moment as we are now getting ready to get into the winners final, where we've got Stingray and AO Blue. AO Blue, otherwise known as Just Blue, definitely kind of the upset here. Took out a lot of surprising names. I'm thinking of Pugsy, I'm thinking of Java, just to get into this spot with a guaranteed top 3 finish. Again, coming in as PR number 43, was far and away on basically no one's list up until this point.
Now, the crazy thing is up until Java, Blue did not lose a single game. And yet, the Java set was a Game 5. It went all the way towards the end, was a real nail-biter for really both fans of either player there. But we're getting now into this one. The last time I saw Blue on Brawlhaven, he was piecing up Java. It started off a little bit rough for him on this map, but towards the end, Blue was able to take it out. Hopefully, we don't see a wall slip stock loss from Blue.
Yeah, that was definitely kind of tragic. He hit the Nair, but didn't get much more after it. Right now, though, he's looking pretty all right. Has a lot of stage control. Took a lot of damage at the start of this one, but now you're starting to see why he's earned his spot here in the winners final, where his sight has really been coming alive. He is keeping Stingray on this corner, goes over to the sword for that KO potential.
Now, one thing that Blue might have on those scythe initiations that we didn't see on some of the previous players that he was playing against is Stingray may not have the best 45-degree angle approach denial. He does have a jump neutral air, of course, but if we're just talking about grounded play, he really doesn't have that option if Blue is going to end up coming in with a falling down air or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a really common approach vector for side players is those approach dares. And of course, Stingray with that Lance, he'll have the N sig, he'll have that down sig, two really strong options, but they're still signatures. They're going to have a little bit more recovery frame. They're going to be a little bit tougher when he's stuck on that Lance to punish with.
So getting on in this one, just a lot of footsies back and forth. No major pokes coming out. It was really just that weapon toss for the past 10 or so seconds. Stingray, we saw earlier today, not afraid to play a slow game. Blue is going to clean that one up all the way down to the bottom side of that wall with a ground pound on the site. That's kind of one of the deepest that we've seen Blue go, period, especially if he's the one initiating the engagement between the two players rather than him being the one recovering over to the platform and then maybe going for like one move as a rebuttal before going back to the main stage.
Yeah, it was a really long ground pound, which worked out considering Stingray had no weapon, so it was a lot harder to respond to, but right now he's sitting on that Lance, and it's worth mentioning, his Lance play is not like we see from other Lance players. He is not constantly doing like side lights or dash jump dare approaches. Instead, he's really picking and choosing when he throws out those attacks, which makes it really hard for Blue to punish the end lag of those attacks.
Now, if we're looking at Stingray being an aerial player, we're seeing a lot of nairs coming out, but because of the way that nair works, he thought Blue was going to push into him after getting hit by that D-Light. But if we're looking at nair as a move itself to try to push Blue away, you're going to have that 360-degree hitbox, but it's not all around you at the same time. It's not like a spear nair. It's going to be like a below you and in front of you, then straight in front of you, above you, and then behind you. So if you don't hit that one on the beginning and your opponent is in front of you, specifically with those nairs, then even though it can cover that 45-degree angle at the beginning of it, you have a lot of active frames of that attack that aren't protecting you on that 45-degree angle.
Well, right now, Stingray needs to find a lot more than just a couple of nairs against Blue as he is put off stage again, disengages from the wall. He's going to get the side air to clean up that stock count, but now it is on to his spear. Doesn't even opt to try to steal that weapon away. He's like, I'd rather just keep the spear, maybe not risk being left unarmed against Blue.
Little jump side air to sort of start this final stock off for Blue. He was doing pretty well against the Spear of Java. That was definitely the better weapon between the two. And from what we've seen from Stingray today, we've seen a lot of really strong spear play as well compared to Lance, which isn't weak, but he's definitely been leaning on the spear quite a bit more. Nice side. Okay, nice three-piece there. Side light neutral air into the down air. Didn't really send Blue off the stage too much. Cleaning that one up with a D-Light Sair while Blue was still in the orange. And that is going to be game one going to Blue.
Yeah, great pickup for Blue, getting that recovery to KO, because Stingray was starting to find that momentum with his Lance, and Blue was able to shut it down before it got too far away from him.
Great spot dodge to get through that Lance downlight. I'm not sure how in danger he was. I would have to actually see the hitboxes compared to the animation to know.
I think he was like safely above it.
Okay, that would probably be my guess rather than having the iframes to last through the hitboxes that came out, because usually that can be a pretty tough one to spot dodge just on the active frames of that attack alone.
Oh, but now we're seeing Stingray over to the spear this time. Doesn't have to worry about the active frames of any Lance downlights for now, but AO Blue, again, he gets that stage control, and he starts keeping Stingray onto the outside walls.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Neither player really making any moves towards it. I think if they end up picking it up, it's just because they want to throw their weapon towards their opponent to sort of maybe break up the timing, break up an approach or anything like that. Even that side light, Stingray's going to wait on that. No major commitments yet. No second side light. Beautiful down signature. That's going to KO pretty early. Shouts out to Brawlhaven on that one.
Yeah, that was a quick KO going the way of Stingray. And now he's got quite a bit of health to play with. Blue's going to need something bigger. We haven't seen too much from his sword. Generally, the sword has just been a KO tool, but now he's going to have to play some kind of standard 1v1s. Play in the side air game. Opts to swap as he has the opportunity as Stingray's coming back to the stage. Side sig connects, and suddenly everything's back to equal.
Gonna chuck those weapons up, juggling them, of course, going back to the scythe. As we come into the second stocks here, Stingray able to grab that spear pretty quickly. Again, that footsie game, nothing after the side light. He saw Blue was going to retreat back to the stage. No need to try and do a side light off the stage. That's just going to let Blue punish him.
That was a great interrupt there. Stingray was coming in with the side light, and Blue actually caught him with a neutral light inside of it. Off-stage opportunity. Stingray's going to back away, not even threaten an N-Sig or anything. Blue gets up before he gets to that third exclamation point, not going to risk that wall slip.
Interesting that Stingray came in with a side light as the sort of landing. Oh, he's trying it again. They're starting to come out more. He's catching so many people with those today, but that might start to slow down now that Blue has just called out 2 of them. Woo! There's a ground pound. You saw the weapon toss. It went wide in case he went deep into the push-off column, and then he followed it up closer to the stage with the KO.
Great self-coverage. Goes for the recovery. Stingray not able to punish the whiff. But you're absolutely right in that Blue has been able to call out those down sigs from Stingray. Gets a great read with the GCN light in the air as well. He is trying to rack up that extra credit. Again, Stingray's missing the down sigs. Something he's been so effective with as of late is those Orion Lance down sigs.
That's going to be the KO. Blue going to come in on his final stock. Stingray very damaged here. There is a weapon spawn. He's not going to strip it straight away. Again, Stingray is going to focus on him having a spear rather than caring about what Blue has in his hands. We'll see how that ends up playing out. We see the neutral air coming in from Stingray. The jumping neutral airs. A lot of neutral airs coming, and all it took was a side stick from the middle of the stage. Blue takes game 2.
He's going to tie it up again. Just the fact that he took a game off of Stingray is a surprise. By most metrics, he was not expected to make it this far or get here, but Blue is playing on point. There was a lot of people, because we watch these matches on the side, and there's some people talking like, oh man, Blue's getting really lucky. Like some of the people he's playing against are like mental boomed. And I believe it was Remy who was sitting there and was like, no, he's just playing really well today. And that's absolutely true. Blue's playing out of his mind.
Okay, so we haven't gotten into this game yet. I want to look at this graph because there are 2 moments. If we can get it on the back screen so I can point at it, that would be incredible. I would love that. That would be so cool if that happened.
How about now? How about now?
I'm asking for that.
Which
cool.
part are you pointing at?
Okay, I want to zoom into these 2 points right here.
Yeah.
This is damage taken from Stingray, of course. These really vertical lines means, one, of course, that it happened very quickly. But those are going to be those moments with the scythe where it's just sayer, nair, sayer, nair, sayer, nair, over and over and over. The fact that he did that at 2 different times. We even see it here on the beginning as well. His openings with that, his explosive potential with that scythe that he's able to continuously get is so huge for him. It's just 50, 80, 100 damage before you can even shake a stick at it.
Yeah, that's really tough to contend with when you're playing against a weapon like the scythe. And right now, he's got that scythe in hand.
Okay. Again, all of this damage being added up. All of a sudden, Stingray is orange. Pretty deep into the orange, less than 20 seconds into the game. Another steep graph, at least for the first stock. He's able to consistently do that, which is something not a lot of Scythe players are able to do that often. Even Sandstorm can struggle to do that quickly. He'll still be able to build up the damage, but it'll be over a longer period of time. But Blue, man, he's finding them all the time against a bunch of different players with a bunch of different weapons and a bunch of different matchups. He's also finding that side signature for the KO. He ended the last game with it. He started this game with it.
He's been so good with those side signatures. I believe he got 2 KOs in the last game with those. And of course, starting this one off with the side sig KO. And this time it's Blue with so much health to play with against Stingray.
I think we're really seeing now why Snowy was so angry that he lost to a scythe and ended up airing out his frustrations with the weapon. Oh my goodness. Neutral signature from Stingray. Hasn't found too many of them so far. Now that he's down 0-2, he's able to even this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that NSIG KOing for Stingray. Definitely going to help him out a little bit. But Blue, again, he's just been doing this amazing job of keeping Stingray on the corner. That's one of the things that you can do with Scythe with those active inputs is decide where you want to throw him off of an N-Light or a Nair or a Dare. But he's been doing such a good job of keeping Stingray to the edge.
He just went for the side light Dare, didn't go for the neutral light follow-up from Stingray, which is a very popular string to use or combo to use when your opponent was as little damaged as Blue was. Is going to get hit with that weapon toss just a little bit, but Stingray's not able to follow it up. Blue still holding on to this lead. That was a side light into the immediate neutral light, maybe expecting a dodge down, or it could have been a miss input where the jump didn't come out, leading to the Nair. True combo! Side sig from the middle of the stage. Stingray finding the signature KO options.
Yeah, it's so crazy because, Stingray, for a little while, every now and then, will just, struggle to do damage, or he's not getting those follow-ups, or he's not getting those openers that he wants. And then suddenly he gets that big burst, gets the right read into that side sig or the end sig, and will get that KO. And now he's got the lead, but Blue immediately shuts it down, gets it down light side air, and he's going to pick Scythe, of course.
We're continuing to see a very similar pace to what we saw in Blue versus Java, where the first 2 games went to Blue. It's looking like it almost might be a 3-0, but no, game 3 and 4 then went to Java, and Blue clutched it out in game 5. That could be what we have here, as Blue just turned red. You saw him dodge away from that neutral signature follow-up that Stingray threw out. D-Sig! KO off the top. That's the second one of those I've seen Stingray get today. The last one was on Enigma. It was way high in the air, but this time it was grounded. And again, now we have that pace that we saw in Blue versus Java.
Every single time Stingray has hit those signatures to KO, it has surprised me. I know it's Small Brawlhaven. I know it's a Jira with low defense, but still, they're KOing so quick, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're switching maps over to Miami Dome for game number 4.
I'll tell you what, if Orion was a new character that you were releasing now, you just had great tournament footage showing off each individual signature, finding a KO. We saw the neutral sig, we saw the side sig, and we saw the down sig on Lance. We'll see if this game on the Dome, that changes maybe a little bit more to Spear, or if he's going to keep going in with the Lance gameplay that got him the last game's victory, but he has to be so careful. Blue starting off this game so well. Gets back to the main platform. He could have maybe gone for a response, an unarmed response onto Stingray, who was recovering back, but no, he prioritized the weapon pickup. Got a nice side air, another side air. That one's going to KO. Almost a clean stock for Blue.
His sword side airs are so impressive. It reminds me of like classic Brawlhalla play, where like that was like the big thing you did as a sword player, was just kind of keep vertical with the opponent and then hit those side airs whenever they went for a reaction. And he's doing such a good job of just walling out Stingray.
Now we're seeing that Lance continue to come into play, and it is not an issue whatsoever for Blue. I'm telling you, these 45-degree angle initiations, Stingray has nothing for them. There's a nice side light, down air, into the neutral light, but he doesn't make a connection with the third move. Spear coming out for Stingray, hoping this is going to be the linchpin he needs to bring himself back in this.
I suddenly just realized that we are on the cusp of PR42 going into the grand finals over Stingray. He's currently up 2-1. Stingray is down a stock.
Oh, he tried to go cheeky with a GCD light too. Blue feeling very confident about his situation in this game. Weapon spawn there, D-Sig KOing off the top. When I get home, I am going to go into training mode and figure out around what damage it takes to actually get the KO off the top with that. Because I'm sure it's less than I think it is, but it's probably more than it should be.
I mean, it is Miami Dome, a relatively high ceiling, not too high for Blue to get that KO onto Stingray, though. And now Stingray, one stock left to try to stay inside the top side of this bracket. Otherwise, we're getting more upsets.
Lance in hand, Stingray sticking in the middle of the stage. Full stock behind here. Finds his way back on. Okay.
Oh, didn't get the read, though. Thought he was going to panic jump.
He did
Blue
find the side air. Back to the recovery on the stage. So adding a little bit more damage. The damage base is definitely favoring Stingray, even though he is technically behind in the overall grand scheme of things.
Good spot dodge, but it's not enough. Side light, side air.
I swear, this is exactly what happened with Java, except maybe in Game 4, I might just be wanting to serve my own narrative and saying this is exactly what happened. But in my memory, this is exactly what happened, where Game 4 had an amazing turn-up from Java.
Well, we definitely need an amazing turn-up here for Stingray if he wants to get this to Game 5, much like Java did in his matchup against Blue. Ultimately, Blue did win that match, and he might actually just deny that Game 5 opportunity, as Stingray cannot afford another D-Light side air off the edge.
We now have seen the trend. It started off with Blue really focusing. Ooh, this is so close. I thought he might go for the recovery off of the bounce. Stingray finding some good damage. He got the dodge there. Ooh, okay.
A little bit of patience coming out. Punishes the whiff. Doesn't get the read with the side sig this time. Swaps over to the spear. Blue really picking and choosing. He's not thrown out attack for a hot minute here. He is waiting for Stingray to whiff. Misses the Sair.
He's doing a lot of those fadeaway Sairs to try to move in, pick up the weapon, or pick up the hit, and then fade back out. He hasn't had the chance to really punish any landings so far. Now he's in the air. He's got to be very careful. He doesn't get hit with a recovery just like that. One more might do it. Swapping back immediately over to the spear after throwing out the Lance down signature. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Blue grabs it. It is the sword. Seems like he's been leaning on that for some of his KOs.
Oh, that's
a punish right there. D-Light side air denying the game. 5-3-1 goes to Blue. Blue. He's going to grand finals.
Upset after upset. Blue, PR number 43. I don't what his seed has to be so incredibly low, and yet he has gotten his spot in the grand finals. The movement.
Beautiful punish on that. I believe he's going into movement speed stance. I could be wrong on that one, but using all of that movement speed to run away, then move back in once he saw that D-Sig being queued up. Look at the damage. This is so important. You saw how close that game was, 557 to 594. That's pretty close, right? That's around 40 damage. It's actually 37.
Yeah.
But a 37 damage difference, but look at the average damage per engagement. Right even between these two, 42 and 42. Look at the light attacks. They threw out only a 5 light attack difference between these two players. 39% accuracy to 44% accuracy. So close between these two players.
But the big thing for me is that SIG accuracy. Stingray threw out 8 signatures and only hit 13% of them. We called it out in the game before. Stingray got all 3 of his KOs with signatures. This time, not being able to hit them really was a detriment. He was not able to get those KOs, and Blue's going to continue on into the grand finals. A guaranteed top 2 finish from PR43.
This has got to be one of the, I don't know if it's highest or lowest in terms of the greatest number PR player making it into grand finals on the winner's side. Like that's gotta be it, right? Like surely there's no one different that has a quote-unquote worse PR.
I mean, someone out there is going to do a hashtag BH Esports and be like, well, Godly was unseated when he won his grand finals thing.
Do that.
But like
that's actually I don't know why I didn't even think of that. That's interesting.
There's still,
aside from that
impressive.
Unique situation, man, I'm kind of at a loss here.
Yeah. This is relatively unprecedented, but that means Blue sitting in the top side and, of course, has that advantage in the grand finals. Now Stingray goes into the elimination finals to await the winner of our next match. It's going to be Radish versus Java.
Java versus Radish here in the elimination semi-finals. The winner of that moves on to fight Stingray. Who would have thought, of all the players that you might find in your top 4, if you laid out Java, Radish, and Stingray, I would say at least 2 of those players would not be on the elimination side of the bracket at this point. And yet 3 of those players, including Radish, who I might have put in my top 3. Did I do that last week?
I think it did.
Or did I do that
recently?
like one of the last 1v1 tournaments? Who he's showing up this time.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are fan favorite of Radish. They love to see a Petra in game. They love the way Radish plays. So we'll see how that shakes up here against Java. I put Radish in last week. Thank you,
Shout out to production for having that one on lock. Radish is now on the cusp of getting into the top 3. So your predictions were just a little bit early. You're a little premature. You're ahead of the curve.
I'm a speedrunner. Yeah. I'm too quick on it. I'm all about the speed. I came in a little bit early.
Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you do come quick on the predictions, but Radish and Java are now fighting to get into the top 3. Java again sticking with the Hattori, a surprise for the Java fans out there.
But it is a good surprise. Solid spear play, solid sword play. Of course, we knew the sword play was going to be solid, but I'm really surprised by his spear today. It seems like he's doing all of the things that a very seasoned spear player should. He has some solid follow-ups off of that sidelight. He's changing it up. He's using all of the good things that the weapon has. He's minimizing the sort of missing pieces that the weapon has, just like any weapon out there. But Spear, he's able to get around that, make the weapon look so strong and so effective in his hands.
Yeah, and it's impressive because, like, obviously, when you're going from Bodvar to Hattori, you've got the carryover of the sword, but he's not leaning on the sword and the spear is just there. It's really been the spear play from Java that's been the standout thing from his Hattori play.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned possibly leaning on the sword because that's what a lot of Bodvar players do. It's most of the damage is built up with their sword. Time to KO, swap over to the hammer. So you thought that maybe that's the way Java is going to play Hattori as well. Do most of the damage on the sword and swap over to the spear for anything else. But really, spear play is shining so brightly. Even on Apocalypse with, it seems like the world ending behind them. Oh, Radish's first stock is going to be ending right in front of us, and Java is going to go up early in this one.
Yo, but Radish did do some great damage, had the orb plays, has the downlight recovery on lock, and he gets his pick of weapon. He's already priming that. yeah, he's going to throw away those gauntlets for the orb to try to get some damage built up on the second stock of Java.
There's a weapon spawn coming in. Sword for Java. Nice spot dodge into the gravity cancel. D-Light recovery between these two players here on Apocalypse. Is there much history between these two? I'm actually not sure. There might be a fair bit. Let me look at that. Okay, there actually is quite a bit in terms of all events, community, and official. It's heavily favoring Java, not the biggest surprise there. Overall, it is a 6-2 career matchup between Java and Radish, favoring Java. In official tournaments, it's actually 1-0 favoring Radish.
Oh, okay. Well, considering this is official, maybe things looking good for Radish. I was going to say there's a hope, there's a chance, but obviously there's more than that going for Radish. But Java comes in, gets that gravity cancel downlight for the punish, and he has gotten a big lead over Radish.
Coming in here for the Edgeguard. Radish at the weapon disadvantage. There is a weapon spawn. He goes over to it. Java was doing a great job covering it, but Radish was able to dodge through the side air and actually pick up the weapon spawn.
Yeah, Java, he's just hit big.
And he is just going to take that one, finish it up right there. 466 damage. That is 155 and 1/3 damage per stock, largely off the back of that neutral signature that hit in orange and the weapon toss that finished it up.
They're going into the map bans, but I really want to see that graph because I swear the last like 40 seconds of it was Java not getting hit and hitting Radish. That graph has to have been climbing for Radish, and yeah, you can see a flat line on Java's stock and Radish's final stock there just going straight up.
Man, look how flat. That is just so flat. I feel like I'm looking out, not in West Texas, they actually have hills over there. I'm looking at like
Arizona,
I'm looking
mesas.
at South Texas, baby. I'm looking at Katy, Texas, west of Houston. Shouts out, Cedar Ranch High School. What's up? Go Cougars.
What's up? But yeah, that is, I mean, it's just untouchable from Java, and now we're getting right on into the next one.
Oh, okay.
Starts off very aggressive.
All right. Java feeling really good, apparently, after that last victory. The last time they met in an official tournament was Autumn Championship 2021, and Java might be a little angry, holding on to that anger, letting it build, because he got 2-0'd in that tournament. That was pretty early on, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's before we get into the best of fives, which is usually around the top 32 section of things. Java, of course, now gets a little bit more opportunities here against Radish, but Radish also has 3 opportunities at least to try to get this out over Java. Java taking a lot of damage here from Radish's orb.
Radish went actually down into the elimination side of the bracket pretty early as well. It was 3-0 against Experience in winners round 1. So that was 2 sets before top 8 went down, and then had to fight several players. Fought Vocal, fought Wubs, fought Meg D as well before getting into the top 8. And now Java piecing up Radish. That's going to do it. The side air that deep into the push-off column, that close to the blast zone. Right when Radish turned red, we're going to see, again, some solid KO efficiency right there. You saw him go for the D-Light gravity cancel neutral heavy. We mentioned this yesterday in South America because they hit it more than like any other region. There you see perfect example of where it can be a little bit tight to pick it up.
Yeah, definitely not going to hit every single time you throw it out, but Radish hitting Java right now. Java back to the spear. Man, that spear was the highlight of that final stock, or of that first stock, where you got that read into the gravity cancel downlight side air. Oh man, offstage opportunity. Radish did throw away the gauntlet, so he can't really keep the pressure going. And Java gets back up onto the stage.
Great dodge through that D-Light from Radish that came out. That could have pushed Java a little bit into the offstage. Java was able to punish that one, but he's going to eat the Spirit Bomb.
Oh man, that's going to be one I want to see slow-mo, because it looked like he avoided the hitbox of the recovery from Java by going up into that down signature before throwing that one down onto Java's head. Back to the gauntlets. Java with the sword. Needs more damage before we can think about the KO.
We haven't seen too much sidelight action from Radish, not too much downlight action either. It's mostly been like single aerial hits, like a side air, maybe a neutral air, but beyond that, not too much gauntlet play coming out from Radish. It's been a lot of that orb. Java retreating over to the wall, something that Java has done so well today.
Ooh, the dodge.
We might see him continue. Oh, okay, double recovery, almost taking off the top, almost evening out the stocks. This could be dangerous. Okay.
You saw these sweat beads come out from Java. He was very fortunate that he was close enough to that wall that he could drift over and get that wall touch, because otherwise he might have just fallen there. Does get the side air, didn't take too much damage. Opportunity here for Java to take another one.
If I'm Java, I'm not going to any map that has tiny sidewalls, because one of the things Java was doing so well was recovering really low on the wall, knowing exactly how far away he was from his opponent, how far his jumps were going to take him. So by recovering low, that gives you so much time to react to anything your opponent is going to throw out. If we were not on Demon Island, I highly doubt Java was going to get KO'd by that Spirit Bomb. He would have seen it coming in time. He would have been able to do something to avoid it or evade it. Anything like that would have probably come out if we were on a different map.
Yeah, I mean, you got so much more room to play with when you got those longer walls. Java's been sitting on those walls a lot, too. We saw him hit 3 exclamation points a little while ago, and could hit him again here as the side air comes out. That's 2 exclamation points. Java has not touched a wall for a hot minute, but he gets down safely.
Punish from Radish on that. Oh, that could have been the game. He's still in the lead. Is there going to be a weapon toss over the corner? Sidelight side air will do it. You see the recovery for Celebration. Radish tying this one up.
Playing that very safely, sat further back. Knew that Java was going to go for the hitbox with the recovery, right? Was trying to peek over the corner. You saw him drift into the stage, and Radish outspaces all of it to get that sidelight side air. Yeah.
He eats that one. If we would have been on any other map, because you saw it shortly after that, his ability to recover low and be like right on the bottom side of that wall to get the touch, refresh the jumps while giving him plenty of time to react. It was so good against so many other players that Java has come up against today, especially if they're not really going for any long, extended edge guards. If they're just going to throw out one move, that gives them so much power there. They can throw that out, then they miss, they retreat. That gives Java plenty of time to get back onto the main platform. So his recoveries, they're not free by any means, but they're much safer because they are so delayed.
And that's why we are going to be going over to Small Fortress of Lion, which is a little bit more wall space for Java to play with. The big thing, of course, is that you can't go underneath it, but Java hasn't really done that, so I don't think he cares.
Okay, I thought he was going to be a little bit slow to pick up that weapon. I thought he wasn't going to touch it. First 2 weapons going to Java here. Radish was actually playing that really defensively, just going to the south platform and really camping there, waiting for the 3rd weapon spawn to come in. He found it. It is an orb. Nice punish, but somehow the side air is going to drop. That happens when you pick up that goofy little D-Light right as the hurt box comes over the corner.
Yeah, he input the jump into it, and of course jumped too high for the follow-up. Nice off the weapon toss. Doesn't connect with the gravity cancel sidelight, though. Avoids it this time. Gets 3 in a row. Java's going to get the first stock in game number 3.
That had to be such an early KO. Radish had to be an orange, right?
Yeah, that was fast. He was just getting elevated up, hit floor after floor of spear recoveries.
Just a nice little D-Lights over the corner. Now he's going to actually go and get below Radish and go for a recovery. That's like a classic Kaina Bodvar play, where you think it's going to be a vertical attack from above, but no, he fastballs right through you, gets underneath, and essentially does almost a completely stacked sword recovery.
Yeah, Simple in EU also does that. Like, I'm starting to think it's just a Bodvar thing to do. He goes for it again, that weapon toss to set up for his spear downlight. That might just be a Java play.
Here's the sidelight. We saw the dodge come out. That's why Java... I thought he was going to do it again.
He almost did, but Radish was ready for it this time, had the dodge down. Gets a little bit of a punish, but he doesn't hit the signature. Java gets disarmed, but Radish needs the KO.
D-Light into the recovery. Radish going high. Going to throw that weapon up, go back over to the orb, though he is in the orange. You saw after that slide kick, you saw him turn orange. He's going to be pretty deep in the orange. Okay, nice 4-piece coming out from Radish.
Yeah, that was a great read from him. Stood still, did a second end light, which led to extra damage onto Java because he burned his dodge coming back into it.
That stacked sidelight. Java even goes for the sidelight off the stage. He waits on this one. I didn't expect the down air coming. I thought it was going to be Recovery City.
Yeah, he was trying to reaction to that dodge down from Radish. Side air, and Radish is going to fall. Last stock here in game number 3 for Radish.
This one could be starting to wind down here. Radish is actually going to push really hard to try and maybe catch Java in a moment where a weapon has left his hands. The next one is about to leave his hands, and he's not able to pick up the weapons because he got hit away from it. But no, That could have been disaster. We could have seen him get hit while a lot of those inner movement options were gone from Java. That weapon toss is going to go over his head. He threads the needle to get between the weapon toss and Radish. There's the side air for the KO. Juggling these.
Just delaying weapon spawns. It's not about decision making with which one he wants because it's an orb or an orb. Arguably, he could go for the one that's slightly less damage, less likely to get knocked out of his hands, but not too big of a concern here as he hits the ground pound.
Java actually almost went into that. He was able to get deep enough into the push-off column to get away from it. Java being very careful about how he initiates onto Radish because he's taking some damage here. We are now even, and actually no, Java's behind Radish.
Yeah, Java took a lot in that offstage engagement and that fight back onto the stage. Radish does such a good job covering those corners. Good side air to punish the whiffed recovery. Radish stand below. Sweat beads come out. Java gets back down safely.
He goes deep. That side sig went off stage, and he said, I want to get away from this area. I'm going to fast fall down. Anything that Radish is going to throw out, especially that D-Sig, does not have the range to reach me down here.
Radish really wants to make sure he's got orbs on orbs. Throws away the gauntlets priming. Is it going to be the Sig? Is it going to be a Dare? Nope. Misses the side Sig. Hits a recovery, but he's got so much threat on Java right now.
Even with that Java moving back to the main stage, you saw him sword recovery away from the stage. He's worried about anything Radish has right up against that side wall. Ooh, that side light is going to be punished by a side air from Radish. It's going to take quite a bit to get back. Holding his dodge as long as he can. He didn't really have to burn it. No punish there. I thought we might get the GCD light. Maybe he didn't think he had the range to reach it.
Yeah, I mean, they were both whiffing a little bit there. You saw Java spot dodge through the side air from Radish. He's got the sword in hand, needs more damage. He's sweat beating, he's gonna fall. Radish is up 2-1.
That weapon toss was almost so clutch. That would have probably interrupted any immediate, I can't believe he got through that. That was crazy.
Yeah, right.
That would have interrupted probably any immediate punish that could have come out from Radish. There's that D-Light recovery, getting the second stock. Right here, you see the sweat beads. That weapon toss was almost perfect. Oh, that would have knocked Radish just far enough away to give Java the safe landing. He even threw it down at that 45-degree angle, attempting to read exactly where Radish was going to be.
Really tough throw from Java, and now he's on tournament point. He could get knocked out by the underdog, PR number 12, Radish. Java's, oh my gosh, look at that first stock from Radish, though. That was the triple recoveries from Java. He started off so strong, but really it was Radish clutching it out with the orb play, 463 damage put out.
Now looking at the breakdown between weapons, it's a little bit more even for Java, 247 with the spear compared to the 180 on sword. But man, Radish is that orb gameplay. That's why we've mentioned several times that like we're not super stoked on the gauntlets, which if he's able to keep himself off of the gauntlets, which it seems like he's able to do, he's able to guarantee orb a lot in that kit. We've had a lot of different players be extremely successful in this game while really only playing one of the weapons in their Legends kit. Koslix is a big one. I mean, even Kaina in the more beginning stages, and even here recently before the major switch over to the Cannon, was a big hammer player. And even with the Zol pick, the Cannon was the shining star. The axe wasn't bad, but the Cannon was the shining star. That seems to be what Radish is doing here. That's why we have Radish on the Petra pick, because of that orb.
And it's so fascinating because, like, we've seen many Petras throughout this weekend, especially, again, like, talking about the shift in meta after the hammer nerfs. And yet, most of the Petras, the conversation has been around gauntlets.
Yep.
That's been the big thing. We talk about the Wushang gauntlets, we talk about the cross gauntlets, we talk about the gauntlets. But Radish is like, I don't even care about that weapon. I want orb, and the orb is looking really good. Java was thinking long and hard about how to respond to that. That's one of the reasons why we're sitting here talking so long, but he's finally locked in. We're going to get right on into game number 4. Do you think it's going to be a map change?
You know, I don't think there was really map issues there. Those sidewalls really didn't play into, I think, anything that happened too much. We didn't see edge guard situations too much. We did see a D-Sig over the corner. Java was able to get through it. I don't think anything would have changed if we would have been on a map with larger sidewalls. Even that soft platform, other than like the very beginning when Radish retreated to it as Java pushed in, other than that, that soft platform didn't come into play too much. And we can see that based on the stages that they're banning right now. Small Fortress of Lions is still in there. Miami Dome is in there, and Small Enigma is in there. Maps with several soft platforms, but we're actually going back into the the map striking because maybe some minds have been changed. Small Brawl Haven taken off the board, no soft platforms, get them out of here.
Okay. He's going to ban Small Fortress. I expect him to want platforms. His Spear Realm, his Small Enigmas were both looking really good, but it looks like he's keeping Apocalypse on the board, and I got to believe it's going to be Apocalypse, yep, for game number 4 against Radish.
We're still going to have long enough sidewalls, especially if you're Java and really have such a mastery over, I want to recover on like this bottom half of the wall. I'm going to make sure my hurt box never goes above that area until I'm actually ready to do it. I'm not going to Blaster's recovery and end up riding up that wall, peeking over the corner and getting punished with a D-Light. That's still one of the things that I'm just so surprised that Java is able to do. He's able to do it consistently, and not a lot of other people behave that way on the edge.
Well, here we go into game number 4. Java forced to use the sword for a little bit. Radish already on his comfort weapon of the orb, and he's again keeping Java to the outside. Backs up a little bit as Java swaps over to the spear, doesn't hit the down light.
That neutral light, that's going to turn Java orange. You saw him hesitate there for a second because that neutral signature came out from Radish. A lot of active frames on that signature. You try to spot dodge that, that's a no way Jose, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, that can just lock down so much airspace. Java misses the ground pound.
That's the second time he's gone for that side light. Wait, into the side light off the stage.
Double.
He goes for the double D-light. Oh, that was so close. Petra does have quite a bit of defense on herself with her stats. That might have been the saving grace there for Radish.
I mean, she's definitely known for her strength, but the defense is not something to shake a stick at, as clearly it kept her alive here in game number 4. Java needed that KO too. He needs this momentum swing because he is on the back foot. Do that recovery? Still not enough.
That one will do it. Picked up the spear after the little bit of the weapon toss and ended up making contact with Radish. Going back over to the sword to start off this second stock from Radish. Now he is going to spawn back in. That means his next weapon pickup is going to be a spear.
Dude, I got to give so much credit to Radish for equalizing stocks so quickly. It happened in game 1, game 2, and game 4, where like he loses his stock first, but has enough damage on Java that he just comes in, downlight recovery, immediately equalized.
A lot of time in between the moves that Java is throwing out. He's being very careful how he chooses to move in. There's that side light. This time he goes for the jump nair rather than the side light off the stage. I don't know if that's a right side versus left side thing or just trying to shake things up a little bit.
Trying to mix up those reads a little bit. Neutral light, nair. A little bit more gauntlet play coming out from Radish. Doesn't want the orb to get too stale or too obvious against Java as he goes down, gets that recovery on the dodge up from Java. Getting a little bit more damage put out.
Just kind of trading hit for hit. Back and forth between these two players. Tries to go for a little bit something cheeky there with the GC neutral signature. Java did find a single hit for the punish. Okay. Radish finding the recovery. That at least sent Java off screen. Radish with a nice lead here.
Jumps over the end sig. Radish in great position to get a massive lead here. Throws out the sig just to keep Java on that outside wall. Long enough wall here. He gets back up safely.
Okay, he picked up that side air as well. Hit the first one off of the bounce from the down air. Found the second swipe of the second side air. He's evening up this damage. D-Light side air.
Weapon toss. Has to stick out. Didn't get the KO.
Oh!
And sig. Wait. And the weapon toss just in case. Java going to go up here in game number 4.
What a classic Hattori edgeguard.
Yeah.
I feel like since gravity cancels were put into the game, people were doing that edgeguard right there, where they face towards the stage, GC Insig right towards the top. Radish would have had to been like probably picture perfect to avoid that, or maybe not even. Maybe Java hit it low enough where it covered the top side of the wall, it covered the bottom side of the wall, so there was virtually no way to avoid that because of all of the things that Radish had to burn to get back.
But at the same time, like, it's been a hot minute since we've seen too many Hattoris in competitive play, so we haven't seen them really going for it. That Radish might be keeping that in his mind.
Java at the weapon disadvantage, he's just going to run away. You saw that weapon spawn, and that's the only reason he moved toward Radish.
He went straight for it and got hard punished for it as well. Radish is getting hits onto Java. Nice double end light. Needs a lot more than that, though. Doesn't get the read, gets a recovery, doesn't go for more.
Setting up for the edge guard. Oh, he side airs towards the stage! Java had to avoid the side air towards the stage by moving away, which meant he couldn't get back to touch the wall to reset his jumps. Radish moves on, knocking out Java from the tournament 3-1 in the elimination semifinals.
Another upset as Radish overcomes the higher seed, but you did point out, yeah, the bait, honestly, the side air keeping him out. You did point out that when it comes to official Brawlhalla tournaments, Radish was 1-0 over Java. That has now become 2-0 in official Brawlhalla tournaments. Radish beats Java.
That's canon now.
Yeah.
It happened in 2021. It happened in 2022. Look how tall those graphs are. They're pretty actually even between the two, but the damage build is almost like inverse between the two. Like one of them is concave, the other one is kind of convex.
Okay, those are some big words.
I couldn't tell you which one is which. that's why I said both and didn't say which one was which, baby.
One is one and the other is the other. The thing that stands out to me, of course, is the flat line right there on the red stock from Java. That's a whole period in time where he's not getting hurt, which is great. That's what you want. It's what worked really well for him early. But then that final stock, he got hurt very quickly.
Yep. It was very short. It was very skinny. So it was much more different than anything else. Like, I'm tall and thick. Okay. You're shorter and skinny. So I was the most of the game, and then you were the end of the game.
I was the end of the game. Yeah, that's how that works. Good little, what is metaphor, I think?
I don't know. I don't read books.
Yeah. I don't do too hot in grammar, but either way, Radish again the upset. PR number 12 beating PR number 4. That means we have one person in single-digit PR left in the tournament, and it's still upset city for this North American Summer Championship. That's insane.
And we're about to see that. It's going to be Stingray versus Radish. Let's look at some of the history between these two players. Let's see. We have it coming in. In official tournaments, it is 0-2 in favor of Stingray. The last time these two players met, definitely a lot sooner than what we saw in the previous set. It was at Omen Oasis, and it was a 3-1 from Stingray, but that was on a different character. That was on Stingray's Zol versus Radish's Petra.
Okay, well, if this top 4 continues to repeat itself, I think things look good for Radish. Of course, coming in as the underdog again, it's just been working. The underdogs have been getting the upsets.
That has been the trend that has been going on, but I think Radish might be a little bit halted here. Because if we're looking at the range that Java had on the Spear, that is something Stingray has with the Orion pick. I think he also has that benefit when he has the Lance in hand. If he's able to find those down signatures, that could lead to those early KOs, depending on where Radish is. I know we say this a lot, but Stingray has done such a good job of showing us the power of not only this single down signature, but also a signature that hits on both sides. Dash down signature gives you so much room. He had a nice dodge there to get through the side air from Radish in the edge guard.
Got a little bit of a pogo. He's getting some damage built up onto Radish. Recovery. Radish gets disarmed by it, but now he's onto his Comfort Orb. We saw how well the Orb worked in his earlier match against Java. Side light, side air. Gives him the stage control. Radish keeping Stingray on the corner.
Now, one of the main weapons for Java last game was, of course, that Spear, and that's kind of been the case for Stingray as well. That's been the shining star between the two weapons. He has had moments of brilliance with the Lance especially, which is interesting because when we first started knowing about Stingray, it was a lot of Lance play. It was, of course, this same Orion, but a lot of it was the Lance play. Now that's shifted a little bit, but he can also bring it out when he needs to, when his Spear play may not be up to snuff for that specific matchup option that he's going against.
Yeah, he's been looking really good with both weapons, kind of balances it out. Like, he'll have these moments where his Spear is looking solid, and then these moments where his Lance is looking really solid. Right now, Radish is the one looking solid as Stingray backs up, starts to throw out the signatures. His main KO tool is hitting those SIGs or those side airs, and he's going to hit the side air.
Going back over to the Spear as Radish is going to spawn back into this game. The weapon spawn goes onto the soft platform. Radish grabs it. That Comfort Orb. He has Stingray in the orange, so Radish with a decent lead here. We'll see if he's able to turn it into a stock before he takes too much damage. That's something that Stingray has been able to do so well against a bunch of different players today, is oftentimes he'll start off with the lead. Sometimes the lead will be lost, but he always does such a good job of evening things up when he needs to. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, sometimes it's quick, but this is going to be a mountain to climb, as Radish may not even be in the orange yet. We'll see next time he gets hit. That turned him orange. It was like the latter stages of that side air, the multiple hit move that turned him orange.
That was such a good NSIG. That soft platform looked safe to Stingray. He thought he could land on it. And then Radish comes in, hits the NSIG right on the edge of it, and gets himself a sizable lead. Doesn't get caught by the NSIG, gets caught by the side air, and suddenly everything's even again.
That NSIG was actually really close to hitting as well. It was only because Radish did a downlight that like moved him up and then to the left, because he happened to do a guess where he did the neutral signature to the right. If you would have done it to the left, that would have been a KO off that neutral signature, punishing Radish's stack D-Light.
Sometimes you got to win those guesses. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. But Stingray, he's evened up the match so far. He's got the lands in hand, doesn't hit the down air, and Radish gets a nice little punish with the two-piece side light recovery.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Is going to get the bonk? No.
Not done. Down light ground pound. Radish takes game number 1.
There was a weapon spawn on the field that either player could have gone for. I thought Radish would have made the move to it to pick up the orb. I thought Stingray would have made the move to it to pick up the spear. But no, they were both on their sort of quote-unquote off weapons between the two. That got the dodge. In came the recovery charge up. Of course, Radish knew how to punish that. He had so much time. That recovery started off screen, so there was so much room, so much time for Radish to figure out exactly how he wanted to punish it, where he needed to place that final KO move.
And that game was so dominant from Radish.
Bro.
Didn't finish it, though. Didn't get the neutral light. Would have led to more damage. But either way, it did force Stingray to make the swap over to the Koji crossover.
See what this bow play has coming in from Stingray. We haven't seen too many bow legends locked in from Stingray whatsoever.
Yeah, honestly, I can't think of one. He's mostly known for the Lance play, so it's generally Thing plus Lance. Right now, it's Gauntlets plus Face, as Radish gets the NSIG again onto the soft platform on Stingray, and that gives Radish a lead.
Now, Ember is going to be his third highest level legend, coming in at level 59, so he does have some bow experience. But the Koji is all the way down here at level 45, not even in the top 10 of his legends most leveled on this Brawlhalla account.
Radish's orb is something
It's good.
else. Makes a swap, doesn't hit the NSIG. He's been very effective with those NSIGs on this map.
Hugging that ground before he makes the attempt. Make sure he doesn't get punished by tossing that weapon straight down, bonking Stingray on the head, making sure he can't jump in the air, throw out a neutral air for the juggle opportunity like he's doing now.
Yeah, he's been using those down tosses to try to secure his landing. Recovery, not enough. Radish making his way back down onto the stage. Doesn't punish the whiff down light. Doesn't get a hit. Another neutral air. Stingray struggling to finish this stock off. Radish side light, side air.
Pick that one up with a GC. No little cheeky D-Light over the corner. He knew there was a weapon spawn on the field. He even goes for the bold NSIG, but ends up getting punished by the unarmed recovery from Stingray, who now has a bow, but he's not at weapon advantage for any time whatsoever. Radish comes back in, back on the orb. The weapon spawn on the right side, blessing him with that pickup right on spawn in. Could be looking for just a side air on its own. Could be looking for a side light, side air, true KO combo option.
Side light. Nice little dash jump, trying to keep that pressure going. Knew Radish wasn't going to fall for a down light there. It's a neutral light. Stingray bringing this one back with his bow play. Side light, side sig. Radish gets disarmed. He's off stage, but he makes it back safely as Stingray went back for a sword.
Neutral air just for a little bit of a juggle. Didn't even send Radish off screen. Look at these players just completely over-spacing one another. I don't know if you wanted to pick that one up or if you thought it was far enough away that he could pick up the orb
The
weapon
down
spawn.
toss, he's trying to open up Stingray. You can see he's doing a lot more weapon tosses. Suddenly the tension between the two of them is building, but he's going for the orb. A little bit more range on it than he'll have with those gauntlets as the side air will KO. Radish needs to get as much extra credit as he can, and he's going to be sticking with the orb for it.
Stingray did such a tremendous job of evening up that game after what happened in the first stock. No punish. he maybe didn't know. He maybe didn't know exactly how long that neutral signature was going to last, so he could either fall into it or wait too long. That time he's able to punish it. It is with a weapon toss, so he was able to call that one out. It wasn't a huge, major, critical punish changing the tide of the game, but still, you can already see the cogs turning inside of his brain. D-Light side air gets the KO. The lead is so small. It's about 60 damage.
Yeah, you can kind of see like this nervousness coming out from Radish as he'll kind of retreat to those outside walls, use the N-Sig to buy him some breathing room, and Stingray's starting to call him out. Like you said, going for a safe option with that weapon toss, but you know he's getting that timing down, starting to find more punishes. Radish does get past, dodges through Stingray, gets the turnaround, doesn't hit the N-Sig, and Stingray with a soft punish from behind.
I swear right before that, we just saw like Stingray be a spear player while he has bow in his hand. We saw the side light wait into the other side light. I feel like he's leaning back on his spear muscle memory. Not that that's a bad thing by any means, but it definitely was like a spear player move while he has a bow in his hand.
Well, fortunately, if it's kind of the same read. Side light, side air, no read necessary for that one. Radish is up 2-0. The upsets might continue.
Down air sending right over the corner. Down air off the wall. Dude, this is when Radish was like, I am the man. I am in control. And Stingray sat there and said, you're not that guy. You're not that guy, buddy. You're not that guy.
It's like, I'm not going to be in this highlight from you. You just get 3.
There's the side light side air to finish things up. Radish in such a good spot here. Look at the damage numbers, though. They're pretty even between these two, even the damage per engagement.
Yeah, the light attack count actually favoring Stingray there, 98 to the 86 of Radish, and a little bit more accuracy on his signatures, but just wasn't able to get those KOs. I'm thinking about that time where Radish is getting juggled, right? We saw the nairs, we saw the recoveries coming out from Stingray's bow, but they just were not KOing. You can see how high those red stocks went.
Dang, look at that second stock from Stingray. That lasted probably about half of the game, maybe even as much as 60% of last game.
It lasted longer than his first and third combined from the looks of it, but he's hoping that this time he will outlast Radish as he makes the swap to the Zol. Just wants to go power for power, 2 powerhouse legends.
He wants to look back in history, back to the Omen Oasis Championship, where he beat Radish 3-1. Even though he ended up not outplacing Radish in the long run, Stingray came in 7th, Radish coming in 4th, but he's hoping for that one moment of that one day with the Zol pick to lead to the same result today.
Well, so far it's looking good. The neutral light will connect, will disarm. Radish avoids the weapon toss. He'll survive. It's around it. Stingray might be looking for a downlight for the Nair KO confirm. Uh-oh, that was a burn dodge. Radish doesn't get more.
The down air, he happened to go for the read the opposite direction of where Stingray was, and Stingray ultimately gets the first stock. His axe put out a ton of damage very quickly without taking too much. Starting that one off with a D-light, or down air, but it was towards the end of that move, so he wasn't really going for the bounce option. Maybe he didn't think it was going to hit. Didn't want to put himself into too many frames.
Side light, side air, on side air, on side air. Radish gets some good damage, goes for the ground pound. Little bit risky there, but he'll survive. No KOs just yet. Side sig, first one thrown out, first one to KO.
Yeah, we really haven't seen that. We've seen several neutral signatures, but aside from that, neutral sig on Gauntlet, neutral signature on the orb as well. Okay, all right. Okay. Gonna put out 50 damage just like that real quick. Gonna all of a sudden bring himself back into this one.
And then suddenly becomes a grounded N-Light warrior, hits 3 N-Lights onto Stingray. He's built up a lead over Stingray despite that early start from Stingray's axe.
Now, I'm really curious what matchup experience Radish has against Cannon. Since the time when we've really known Radish, Cannon, the like back side of that, essentially right above Stingray's Zol, found the connection on that, but I don't know how much experience he has playing against Cannon because there aren't too many North American Cannon mains, even when Cannon was out of the meta. It's not like Radish is running into the Ninja 729 on the ranked ladder.
There just aren't that many people playing Cannon, especially not in competitive. The neutral light will KO. Looks like Radish doesn't really care that there's a cannon in Stingray's hands. He's just going to play around it perfectly.
It's working so far. You see him retreating back to that soft platform. The bottom side of it picks up and is going to lead to the KO. We have an even game. Final stock here. Stingray needs a victory to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, he gets a bronze medal. Radish needs one victory to move on to go to Grand Finals. We could have a Radish Ayo Blue Grand Finals.
Definitely unexpected coming into today, but definitely a possibility as Radish is up 2 games. He's up 2 stocks, or well, I guess they're down to final stocks here, but still 1 stock left. This is Stingray's tournament stock, like Sparky was saying, and he's got the X in hand. It worked well at the start of this.
Radish is going to be mad careful. He is not going to overextend. He is going to get this hit by hit, one hit after the other. He's not going to put any risky follow-ups out there. He has Stingray in the red. Victory is on the tip of his fingers. He just has to be careful to make sure it doesn't slip.
He's being very smart about it, denying weapons, down light recovery, and Radish gets another upset. He's going to Grand Finals.
What is going on today?
It's Upset City.
This tournament is so wild. This is like more Winter Championship than Winter Championship. I swear, where are we? Are we in Australia where summer is actually winter?
It might as well be, because clearly things getting chilly. Some of the players getting iced as Radish gets another upset. The top PRs, we're out of single-digit PR players in the tournament. We now have PR 12 versus PR 43 in the Grand Finals. One's going home with a gold, the other a silver.
Ayo Blue and Radish. Even though they're very different players, playing very different characters with very different PRs, with very different experience levels, very different pedigrees in tournaments, very different Brawlhalla experiences. But the one thing that really unites them, other than being underdogs here,
friendship.
0 gold medals.
Okay, that too.
0 silver medals. 0 bronze medals. Either way, whatever happens, one of them will be breaking history for themselves today. It will be a personal best placement for both of these players in a huge way. They're not hard stuck 25th breaking into the top 16. They are guaranteed podium in the guaranteed top 2.
Definitely impressive history to be made, but let's hear from Remy on how Radish made history by beating out Stingray to get here.
History being made all over the place. I'm going to remember this day forever, the day a new champion was crowned in North America. But let's talk about how Radish pushed himself right over Stingray's head. It was a lot of plays like this, clean edge guards, clean KOs, always making sure that the job is done. But sometimes the job wasn't done, and I want to talk about how he could have done it better, how he could have pushed that edge even further, gone that lead even further. And this play looked sick. I was watching, I'm like, wow, this guy, he's the GOAT. And then I was like, okay, maybe he can be a little cleaner with it, because let's look at the options here. Stingray, who just used his one jump to come back up to the map, he's down low. He's not doing too hot. It's fine. He has nothing but the jump left. He's gonna use it in that direction, and that means he has to recover in that direction unless he wants to meet face flat with this wall here. And it's a hard one. But Radish, he has everything in the world going for him. He goes for the ground pound, bit too soon, bit too early, bit too risky, when he really could have just waited for a second and used that orb down there to match that wall exactly. Radish, he knows that Stingray has to come up it. Stingray knows he has to come up it. Radish, all he has to do is cover that angle, make sure the job is done, and that could have been a full stock lead for Radish. Like I said, free damage is always free damage. If you keep it playing, he makes it back up, he gets some extra hits. Stingray's in the orange. That's valuable. You're going to take that, but it could have been even cleaner than it was. But Radish does do it well all the time. These hits don't stop at 1. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there is 5, and let's look at how he put that together like a beautiful puzzle piece. Radish, he's been playing Orb for a long time. He knows all the options, he knows the angles, and I want to look at these hits right here and what they mean, why they happened, right? So the second hit on the Orb and Light comes in because of that thing I've been pointing out all day. I've been talking about all day, and I love drawing these arrows for you guys because you guys love these arrows. That dodge in, that habit that all players have when they're in that position of fear. You dodge in, and all of a sudden, the one hit that you were going to take turned into 2, turned into 4. Right, because the downlight comes up because he has to jump or he has to stay still. He has to get hit by the downlight. The Nair is going to come off because he has no dodge, and the Dare catches the jump up. Radish, you're making your orb look like Scythe, and you're playing against what is the best Scythe in the tournament, so good luck. And I'm going to send it back to the casters.
I hope he was taking notes, because he's going to need every note in the book to get through this grand finals. He's going into AO Blue, who's now got that advantage. Coming in from the winner's side means that Radish has to win the first best of 5, then get that reset and do another best of 5.
Oh my, come here. This has been killing me.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Hold on, gotta get that.
Okay, yep. Another one? All right,
Okay.
we're good? Okay.
Journey through the bracket. For both of these players, it was an intense day for everybody. AO Blue didn't lose the game until Java, but it didn't just start at Java. Right before that, early on in the top 64, AO Blue ran up against STTP Wilson. You think he's going to fall there? No. Then he moves into Snowy. You think he's going to fall there? No. That was the story for AO Blue. Similar story as well for the other character.
We can hear it from you, but we could watch it as well.
Give it
Let's
to
see
me.
the real.
He's still playing like 2019 in Brawlhalla, and it's kind of throwing these people off right now. Because yeah, he is. Oh, he's done
setting up.
Okay, I like that.
Shadow Clone. Outside, he's not going to spend too much time there. Doesn't want to fall the wall slip. D-Light side air still doesn't send off the screen. I don't even know if one more D-Light side air from the same spot would be
that's
D-Light side air. Round 2 at the same time. It's not like a spoon air. It's going to be like a blow you. Okay, nice 3-piece there. Side light neutral air into the down air. Didn't miss some blue off the stage, but that might start to slow down now that the blue is called out. 2 of them. There's a ground pound. You saw the weapon toss there coming in from Stingray. Jumped in neutral airs. A lot of neutral airs coming, and all covering that, but no. Prioritize the weapon, pick up on a nice side air. Another is the sword. Seems like he's been leaning on that for some of this. KO! That's a punish, right?
Another hit. Finally land a neutral light, but it's still not really enough to do anything. Tried to go for the head a little bit further. That was game. Taffy's still hanging on by a thread.
There was so many times that they
like some people is all practice and things like that. Experience comes out there, and what are we gonna see, man? I don't think that.
I'm still very confused why we're still playing this game.
Yeah,
but Radish is gonna go.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage.
I don't say it often, but it all comes down to this. The grand finals, Radish versus AO Blue. In the grand finals, both of them making history, both of them about to earn their first medals in competitive Brawlhalla.
If you look at their recent placements that happened in the year 2022, none of these placements would have really told you that they would be at this point in this tournament. Winter Championship 2022, 33rd place for AO Blue, 17th place for Radish. Omen Oasis, 25th for AO Blue, 4th for Radish. Then if we look at Spring Championship, 49th for AO Blue and 13th for Radish. And yet this one's going to be a little bit different because not only are they not going to have double-digit placements next to their name, it's either going to be a 1 or it's going to be a 2. Only the players themselves can decide what that is. And Radish is opening this one up big. He's saying, give me that 1, baby. Give me that gold medal.
He knows he's going to have to make a run. He's already done 2 best of 5s. He's got to do 2 more, and that's a great way to start it off. Basically untouched on his first stock here in Small Brawlhaven, a map that Blue's been doing really well on because of that close KO box. Blue's been getting those quick stocks with those SIGs, but it doesn't matter as Radish gets the stocks quicker.
Now keep in mind, because Radish went down into the elimination bracket to experience much earlier in the tournament, he's had to play a lot more sets today, but somehow that doesn't mean he's out of gas, even in the energy crisis. This is Radish powering up here in this final set of the day, but he's going to have to win 2 best of 5s. He might make it a quick trip through this. He's going to make 2 best of 5s look like 1.
He is on the cusp of 3 stocking. He's already gotten 2 stocks in the first minute of this game. Radish is coming alive in the grand finals. He saw that hype reel and he's like, yeah, I'm hype. Oh my goodness. Blue needs to halt the momentum of Radish. Radish has been hot. Of course, he's playing through Java. He's playing through Stingray to get here. Blue has been sitting in the top side watching and maybe not keeping those fingers warm.
There is like no opening that Blue can find at this moment with either weapon. No major momentum that he has. It's 1 hit at a time, but it's taken him almost 2 minutes to find this first stock. He hits a side light. That's not what you're looking for. He went for the neutral light. Maybe he can get the KO with that, but no. It's the D-light into the recovery off of the top on Small Brawlhaven.
Denies the 3 stock. Gonna go over to the site. This has been his comfort weapon. We were talking about the damage build, but Radish avoids it. with the dodge.
Scythe now coming in. This was the blue weapon. This was the weapon that he's deleted so many opponents with today. He's been smoking an op pack every time he's gone up against someone today. He comes into this from the winner's side of the bracket, but Radish is just not remembering any of that. Radish doesn't look at brackets. Radish looks at what is exactly in front of him this moment. But Blue, fighting his way back in this, has the sword. Probably looking for a landing punish, maybe a GCD light into the recovery, give him a little bit more movement towards the top. You're seeing the spot dodges come out, but he's not turning those into gravity cancels yet.
The side air's starting to connect the down sig, and Radish takes game number 1, but Blue really started scrapping on that final stock. The first 2 stocks were gone in a minute. The last stock lasted a minute.
I got to pull up the calculator for this one because we got to do 387 divided by 3. That is 129 damage average per stock that it took Radish. Again, that's because it's an orange KO for the first stock. For the second stock, not for the third stock, but still unrivaled KO efficiency that he did basically a similar thing twice for the first and second stock.
And that's an ace in the sleeve. We kept talking about how Radish is this orb main, doing amazing things. Even the Remy breakdown was about the Radish orb, but those 2 highlight clips were all about the Radish gauntlets. We're going into game 2, same maps. Radish is starting it off on the orb, and so he's not going to get that first KO in under a minute.
That downlight actually had the priority to get the hit, even though it seemed like they were almost stacked. Blue with the lead here. Has Radish in the orange, again, trying to float above. A lot of his initiations start off with that neutral air or with the down air, depending on whether or not his opponent is above or below. And weapon toss was a little bit under Radish. He had the side air. I can't believe Blue went for the ground pound that deep, that far from the wall, rather than doing it right alongside the wall. I mean, surely he could have seen that the side air was going to come out from Radish.
I mean, he was babysitting, right? He was staying high, but was keeping a track of Radish and not really keeping track of his positioning against Radish. So when Radish went to the side air, his last option, he wasn't ready for the ground pound, didn't connect, so Radish is living, but he's not getting the most damage out of it as the downlight recovery gives Blue a lead.
And it's a big lead. We'll see when he gets hit, whether or not he's on that orange or on that yellow. I'm not sure. He might be on the borderline between those two. My guess is this next hit is going to turn him orange.
What if he just doesn't get hit?
That also is a true possibility. Now Radish is yellow. We know that for sure.
Radish is struggling now. Blue has been getting hit after hit. Radish eats another down air. There's the recovery coming out from Radish. Side air keeps Blue onto the right side. Needs to get this KO. Sig's not going to connect.
Side light, side air. That's going to turn Blue red.
Didn't hit the down light. Can't go for the ground pound afterwards.
Dodges through the side air. That is something a lot of players have had trouble doing today. Nair, Sair, Nair, Sair, Nair. Just taking that ladder, taking that elevator all the way to the sky. But this time, Neutral Sig comes out. Radish finds a KO and is bringing himself back in this. He's not too damaged. His stock is still yellow. You just saw that after the side light that Blue hit. Now he's orange.
Yeah, and that was a great fastball after the whiffed N-Sig to get underneath Blue to get that recovery, to get that stock. But Blue is back to the sword, this safe weapon. We saw how well he was able to be a lot safer, really pick and choose, and that side air will give him an opportunity here off stage. Nope, doesn't hit the side air. Radish gets back up safely.
Neutral light, that's going to turn Radish red. No major offstage initiation coming out from Blue. The side air from the wrong side of the stage, but it does force Radish onto the wall. Again, that GC Insig, we saw Stingray kind of stray away from punishing it. You risk so much by attempting to punish it. Honestly, I don't even know if you can punish it. With anything more than a weapon toss.
It's definitely punishable, but it's one of those things where, like, if you don't play against a lot of Petras, you're going to have a hard time timing it.
Oh! Some vintage gauntlet play with the D-Light Nair, but it doesn't go to the recovery after because there's the possibility for a dodge there. That's why you charge up that neutral signature just a little bit to get through those iframes. Wow.
Love that timing change. Hit it. He missed it earlier, right? Then did the fastball recovery to get that first stock. This time he goes into it, charges it to get that timing change up, and gets the second stock offstage opportunity. Blue gets away from it. He's going to try to cover this corner. Doesn't hit the side air. Nair.
Oh, okay. This is scary. It's Radish. Oh! Blue is going to fall. I didn't even notice. I didn't even see that so many of his in-air movement options were burned. But Radish knew.
I mean, he burned a lot avoiding that nair from Radish. You saw how Radish was staying low, and there's that kind of guess. Is he going for the Sair? Is he going for the nair? Radish goes down, gets underneath Blue, goes for the nair, and Blue burns a lot to avoid it, but he drifts just to the side of the wall. There you see it doesn't hold left because he had to avoid that recovery, and Radish takes game number 2. He's 1 game away from getting the reset and maybe halting the upsets that have been happening in top 4.
Now, it seems like that is a little bit of a common theme here for Blue, is kind of losing track of things on the edge, maybe being a little bit too cautious on when he wants to actually go back to the main platform, maybe the safety options of throwing a weapon above his head, because we saw him fall to wall slip earlier.
Yeah.
That's going to be, we got to chalk that up to a little bit of tournament inexperience, because normally Blue, I mean, also Radish, but especially Blue, is rarely in a situation like this, literally never in a situation quite like this. So that is something that he will develop on his own as he matures as a player.
Definitely their first time for both of them here in the grand finals, but Radish wanting to be the one to walk away victorious. Blue staying a lot safer. You're not seeing him throw out attacks, goes in, hits the end light, doesn't hit the nair, so he backs away. He really doesn't want to let Radish get too much momentum and get that reset.
He's not pushing forward with like any of these neutral airs or down airs whatsoever. It'll be like a jump straight up vertically. Again, right there, neutral light, then a jump vertically. He doesn't move towards. He's not a W key gamer. He's not just holding forward. He's going for that neutral light and then going for that essentially straight up dodge into the neutral air. He's been fading a lot of his neutral airs as well. You can see it right there where he's moving forward, throws out the neutral air for the max range, and then moves his character away from his opponent to get out of the range.
Yeah, this is feeling like a strong neutral game from Blue, right? Like he's getting a poke, and then he's kind of backing away. Like a lot of those down airs he was doing, he would pivot it, and then he would back away afterwards. Now he's up with the sword, a weapon that we've seen him be incredibly safe with, going for the nairs, misses the recovery on both sides.
That's going to push Blue off screen. That's going to be that stock. Radish doesn't push things off stage, especially that deep, too often, but that seems to be a thing he's somewhat rarely doing here on Brawlhaven. That's a Brawlhaven classic coming out from Radish. It's rare, but it is appreciated every time we see it.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good decision-making from Radish to go out there, keep that pressure onto Blue. Opportunity here for Radish to get a little bit of extra credit, but he is in the red. If Blue can get that hit, the side light, active input forward will KO.
Keep in mind, Radish is up 2-0 in this set. He is looking at a possible bracket reset into another best-of-5 in the grand finals.
And again, the footsies come out on both sides. You can see the dash dancing.
Nah, man, this ain't a game anymore. That's a butt check. That's the dash dance back and forth to make sure all your buttons are good, your connection's good, everything.
Go. Suddenly, Blue, knowing he's got this stage control, feeling a lot safer. Radish throws out the end sig. That's 2 exclamation points, but he gets up safely.
Gauntlets in hand. We'll see if Radish can push Blue underneath the stage like he's done several times on this stage.
Well, not going to get the opportunity just yet. The side airs from Blue, maybe a little too effective against Radish right now. The footsies from Blue working very well for him as the downlight will KO. Blue about to put himself on the board here in the grand finals.
This is essentially the reverse of the previous sets that we saw Blue in. We mentioned the Java set where first 2 games went to Blue, then we saw Java almost reverse 3, only for game 5 to be a Blue game. Meanwhile, then you look at Stingray, first 2 games again went to Blue, then we saw the response from Stingray, and game 4 went to Blue. This time, it's Blue losing game 1, losing game 2, but he does have a lead here in game 3.
I mean, a great response coming out from Blue. Sidelight doesn't hit the recovery. Radish needs to get it, and he will with the read. Gravity cancels the end sig. Final stocks here. This is the decider between a game 4 or a reset.
Radish definitely in a pretty good spot, even though he's behind. Saw a nice 3-piece come out from Radish. 4 and 5. We almost got a Caniac combo. I don't know what it's called at Zaxby's. I'm sorry.
I was like, what?
Sorry if you don't have a Raising Cane's near you.
A Big Zack snack?
Is that what it's called? I don't know.
I don't know. That's the one with 3 pieces and a...
I'm talking about a 6, bro.
Oh, okay.
We go big here. Radish goes big, too.
Radish definitely going big as he was almost a full stock behind, and now he's evened it up. Blue getting caught out a little bit. Those sidelight side airs becoming more effective for Radish. The recovery will disarm. Doesn't hit the N-Sig, though.
Lucky for Radish there, Blue did not have a weapon. So all it really was...
reset.
Oh my gosh. Just like that, we get the bracket reset. This Radish that we're seeing, oh my goodness, he looks so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a powerhouse performance from Radish. Great read with that GC N-Sig, and again, able to pick up that downlight off of the bounce into the recovery. This is impressive, and Radish has reset it. Now we're going into our final best of 5, and suddenly Blue, in a position he's never been in before in official tournaments, is in a really tough spot. This is his first L of the tournament. Now he has to decide, is he going to stick with the Giro, which got him here? Or is he going to switch it up, considering the Giro found no momentum against Radish?
I don't know. Because we don't know too much about Blue, we don't know what the rest of that character pool looks like. Even if we look at his core Hala to see what is on his Brawlhalla account, maybe he's not comfortable playing this in tournament. Maybe he's not comfortable playing it against a player like Radish. Maybe he's not comfortable playing against Petra or Orb or Gauntlets or any of the millions and millions of variables that are coming into this one. So what do you do? I don't actually know, because the Giro clearly was not working unless he has something just magical that's all of a sudden going to turn on. If we look at Giro's eyes, I feel like that's probably how he's feeling after that, man. He's got the dark circles. He's like,
they're hurting a little bit.
I've been playing this tournament all day, man. I'm exhausted. I don't know how much further I can go here. That's me when I wake up at the hotel before EU.
It's so early.
Yep.
But this time it's getting a little late in the hours. Blue's thinking about this one. And again, it's like a big question mark for all of us because we haven't seen that much Blue. We don't know. But I will say they did all of their matches on Small Brawl Haven. It might be time to mix it up. Go away from the Small Brawl Haven. But I don't think that's going to happen just yet, as that's the map they locked in for Game 1 of the final set of Summer Championship. Radish versus Blue. There's no more opportunities after this set.
Now, if we're looking at just the possibility of future characters, we do see the Giro here, but we're in another best of 5, which means at any point, Blue can change off of this character onto maybe his Koji, but again, it's a level 36 Koji compared to his level 78 Giro. His number 3 and number 4 characters, the Fate and the Mordex, level 32 Fate, level 29 Mordex. He does have, of course, the Scythe carryover, but like, do you want to swap to another Scythe legend? Man, I don't know. The Scythe wasn't finding anything. Do you swap to the Koji? The Sword wasn't finding anything. As even we get into this one, 30 seconds into the game, Radish has a nice lead. It's not huge. It's not insurmountable, but it's still a nice lead.
Radish didn't hit the recovery, though. Blue, Enlight dashes forward, hoping for a reaction from Radish. You see him just running across the map. Misses the recovery and the side air. Radish in full control of this one here in game number 1.
That went from a yellow-orange deficit to a yellow complete stock loss deficit. And after that recovery, I think Radish might be in the orange, but look at the way Blue is moving. Radish is just chasing him from the right side to the left side.
Oh. But suddenly, Blue finds some comfort. Again, when he's got that stage control, you'll see him play a little bit more aggressive, hug that corner, going for those side airs if Radish keeps trying to recover high.
I swear, Blue will be on the left side of the stage. Radish pushes forward. Blue gets through, runs to the right side of the stage. Radish pushes forward. Blue goes through, goes to the left side. It's just like rinse and repeat. He's basically doing figure eights across the entire stage, hoping that it'll be the right time when he gets through. Oh man, another stock. Radish up 2.
That was so dirty from Radish. Did you see him dancing before he did it? He just wiggled, trying to bait an action from Blue, and Blue panics to the right, and Radish is like, all right, N-Sig time. 3 stocks to 1 over Blue. Side Sig, okay, denies the 3 stock.
It's been a minute since we've seen that. He's picked up a handful of stocks with that today. It's actually been really accurate whenever he's used it, because he doesn't throw it out very much, but I swear, I could be making this number up, but I'm going to say it. 80% of those side signatures have made contact.
And they've been KOing when he hits them. Like, he holds them till they're damaged and goes for him and gets those KOs. But right now, he needs a lot of damage before he can think about hitting that side sig to KO.
Somebody DM me tomorrow on Twitter at like, let's say 6 p.m. Central. And so I can go back through the VOD and figure out what the hit rate is. Keep in mind and remember that we are in the Grand Finals reset when I said that, not all the way at the end. We're in Game 1, so remind me. Thank you, chat.
All right. Shout-outs all of you out there who help us out. But side air from Blue, going to help him out just a little bit. Sweat beats from Radish. He gets back down safely. Blue not able to deny the stage. Side air. Suddenly Radish has the stage control. Sig not going to connect.
Blue gets through the side signature this time. In case he wanted to move through it. Finally hit it. None of the other ones got punished beyond like a weapon toss from Stingray earlier. And Radish is turning up in the Grand Finals.
That right there is why it is so scary to try to punish that N-Sig, because of the active frames, because you can peek over just enough that if you get too close, you get caught and you get KO'd. Radish up 1-0 over Blue.
Look at that graph. Look at the difference between the first stock of Radish and the second stock of Blue. That is night and day.
Yeah, that's insane. And like Radish is just not getting hit and he's adding up damage. You can see there's this gap where Blue respawns and he's like avoiding any damage at all on his fresh stock. And then the second Radish got on top of him, that was damage on damage on damage into a KO. And then Blue comes back and you already see the verticality in that third stock. Like that was instant damage again from Radish.
And the thing about that second stock before we move away from it is the peaks are actually the same on that second stock. So it's the ultimate end result being the same of X damage between the two of them, but it's over a completely different span of time, and we are getting into this next game. It's Brawlhaven, of course. It's Blue on the Giro. It is Radish on the Petra.
I gotta feel like something has to change for Blue, because Radish has just been in complete control. There's these moments where Blue's playing it smart and safe. He's sitting further back. He's trying to change up this timing from Radish. But once Radish starts finding that momentum,
I'm
he
so
gets
scared.
more, doesn't hit the side air, though.
I'm so scared. I thought we were going to see Radish do it again and send Blue under the stage like he sent Stingray under the stage.
Dude, Radish is feeling so good. He is getting more and more aggressive. He knows he needs to push those advantages, right? Because Blue keeps trying to reset to neutral. So if Radish gets on top of him, he needs to keep on top of him.
Weapon disadvantage. You saw them try to cross paths there in order to pick up that weapon spawn, but Radish grabbed it. Blue in the orange. This next weapon spawn gonna go to Radish. Blue finally grabs the sword.
Gets in, gets the recovery. A little bit of a tap from Blue. But another recovery, and Radish gets another stock. He's up in game number 2.
Radish has an answer to everything that Blue does, which is insane because Radish is coming from the elimination bracket again. He hits that GC Insig. This time it's not for the game or even a stock, but still, Blue is just going to have to stay away from the edge guard situation.
I mean, that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons why Radish throws that out. Side light, side air, down air connects, doesn't hit another one.
He backs up, picks up the gauntlets, doesn't immediately throw anything on wake up. We see Blue playing tag, trying to stay away from Radish while he was it. Then he turns it around, finds the KO. Again, that's another side sig.
Doing a really good job. He knows that Radish has been doing those down tosses to try to secure his landings, so he actually just sat outside of that weapon toss and then punished the landing with the side sig. Still needs more damage on the Radish, though. Nice. 3-piece.
Radish just backing up, being careful. Only really threw out a neutral air. Weapon toss goes out over to the gauntlets after it missed. You saw the neutral sig come up. Don't think that would have led to a KO just yet, but it could have led over into maybe edge guard, could have led to some juggle opportunities, could have put Blue into the red.
Oh, but Blue's starting to get more hits. He's starting to win out in neutral a little bit more often. Backs away. Radish gets a 2-piece. Can't find that hit down. Sig connects. Radish, he's marching forward. He can see the gold medal in his sights.
This is brutal because when Blue is the one on the main platform and Radish is the one on the wall, he runs into the GC neutral signature. When Blue is the one on the wall and Radish is the one on the main platform, he's now been hit by the down signature. Yo, he missed that one. That's going to hurt the percentage.
Yeah, A rare side sig whiff from Blue, but he's getting some hits, opening up with the end lights. There's the weapon toss. Down there, evens it up. Blue getting a little bit more aggressive on this one.
Choice of weapons. You actually see him jumping up to grab the scythe as Radish is spawning back in. He's able to grab his orb very quickly. A little bit of dash dancing coming out before initiating with the sidelight. Takes 2.
Playing like a greatsword player, right? Like trying to get that dodge out. You saw him end light, reset, end light, looking for another one. But Radish was not going to get caught by it.
Even though Blue did get hit by the down signature just a few moments ago, he has done a great job of avoiding most of them. And that's by fading out and away rather than trying to time the dodge perfectly.
Oh, but you can't dodge that one as the Unsig connects. Radish up 2-0 over Blue.
522 damage. Calculator coming out. 522 divided by 3. 174. Again, incredible KO efficiency coming out from Radish. Oh, did you see? Oh my goodness, that backdash.
It was a thing of beauty. It's art, really. You can see the damage. I mean, the graphs they're honestly kind of similar between the two of them, but just like slightly offset. That little bit of like latency in damage ends up working out for Radish.
That is Blue just being a little bit behind. That looked better though.
It did.
Looked significantly better. Not totally in the other direction to where Blue would have come out with the victory. So he's going to have to really make a big change here. But talking about he needs to find a change. He's starting to find it, but again, just like the damage output last game, he's just behind too far. He's down 0-2 in this set. He might give Radish the victory here, or maybe Radish might be the one to steal the victory away from Ayo Blue, who came into this on the winner's side of the bracket. He's taken down so many big names today, but Radish might halt all of that momentum here, which would still, I mean, it'd be a silver medal end result, which
pretty impressive
for maybe someone like a Sandstorm or an Akno or one of the other like best players in the world. Maybe that second place finish hurts, and who knows? Depending on the mentality of these two players, they might just be already ready to go for that gold, where anything other than that is actually painful.
I mean, it is a whole new level of pressure that Blue is under. This is his first time in the Grand Finals in an official tournament. I believe this is his first time on the main stream for Brawlhalla. This is his first time in Grand Finals. This is his first time getting reset on. This is his first time being 0-2 in the Grand Finals. He has to find that one nugget, that one thing to help get him through Radish, because he's thinking long and hard right now. He is not locked in. He is like, do I switch the character? What do I do? He might be in a voice call right now, be like, somebody help me.
Might be. Actually, just a skin change coming out. He's going full demon mode on this one. He's dodging, I think, was it a suit that Jiro was wearing? He looked kind of formal.
He kind of changed up the skins a couple of times, so honestly, I can't fully remember what he was on.
He going demon mode now, though. They both of these characters actually just look so mean.
Yeah, there's some angry people. And a little vicious, but they're going to be going to Spirit Realm, a very tranquil map for game number 3. Finally, not playing on Small Brawlhaven. Blue is hoping maybe the soft platforms, maybe the larger KO box are going to be the things to help him clutch it out against Radish.
Radish playing kind of weird right now. Maybe was just waiting for that weapon spawn to come in. Definitely favoring the left side of the stage, retreating back to that soft platform. But Blue now turning things up, finding some good damage, has Radish in the orange very quickly, about 23 seconds into the game.
Ooh, good dodge down, avoids the follow-up off the Nair from Radish. Blue finding great damage onto Radish. Needs to get this KO.
There's a weapon spawn on the field. Radish threw his away. Out comes the orb. Blue starting this one off very strong. Side sig for the KO. Just kind of stood there, maybe moving back and forth just a little bit before hitting the side signature raw.
Yes, caught Radish out. He was not expecting that side signature. And now Blue has a massive lead here in game number 3. But again, this is like tournament point. He has to win the next 3 games in a row if he wants that gold medal. Nice end light reset. Didn't get the dodge though.
Bro, how crazy would that be if you're Blue to have not only your first tournament win and all the other firsts that you just ran through, but like also have it on the back of a literal reverse 3-0.
Would be massive and would be impressive.
Also,
See if he can do
still,
it.
the other direction would be huge for Radish to come out with a gold medal on a 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0ing in Grand Finals. Side light, side air. Nice turnaround from Blue, though. Gets that nair. Radish gets caught by the N-Sig. I swear that's the first N-Sig I've seen from Blue.
Bro, this map is literally perfect for that. Oh, my goodness. Neutral sig this time from Radish. Didn't pick it up over on the corner of the sidewall. Got it on the main platform, but it also grabbed a KO just like one of the ones we saw previously.
Yeah, Radish needed that KO and he got it. Blue now stuck on the outside wall. There's the weapon spawn, picks up the sword. Not sure if a downlight side or a downlight recovery would be enough here.
Sticking to that main platform. Doesn't want to put himself too close.
Bounced.
That's brutal. You know Radish wanted that to not bounce off the main platform, wanted to at least extend into a possible edge guard, giving Radish a little bit of room to maintain that stage control.
No, but Radish is getting damaged. Sigs for Sigs. And it's the side air. Not quite enough. Down, weapon toss. Still not enough. Radish gets back up safely. Side Sig dodged through from Radish.
Man, I don't even know how to dodge that signature. I would
like,
have
oh,
to
you
go
can
into
do
training
that?
mode. Like, I'm so unfamiliar with the hitboxes of that signature, aside from like the stuff that comes out in front of you, that I got no clue. But man, this lead for Blue is really not very big.
I mean, it's still a better lead than he's had pretty much throughout his set against Radish. This might be his first opportunity to get on the board. The map change really working out. Maybe it's the skin change. Either way, Blue could at least get one game over Radish.
You saw Radish just go for the D-Light into the recovery the other direction. Oh man, this lead is really not very big, Duke.
This is such a tense spot. This is the decider between another game or Radish being crowned the summer champion for North America. Down air doesn't hit the recovery. Not sure it would KO.
Blue putting himself in the middle of the stage. Now moving to the left side. We're seeing a little
toss.
bit of a return to form. But no, he actually
light.
goes back in. Doesn't just dodge through to go to the other side of the stage. Goes for a side light there rather than a D-Light.
Maybe just didn't have the reaction for it. Maybe a misinput. Another side light. He's getting damage. But Radish has the gauntlets off stage.
Oh!
Nair! Misses the Sair. Radish barely
Siders
touched.
into the
He
wall.
barely touched.
That was the no. If Radish was a bald character, that would not have been a touch. That is straight up
The
because
hair.
Petra has hair. That's messed up.
The hair doing it for Radish. Blue gets the neutral light. Getting damage.
I really want bald Petra. just as an aside.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
putting
here
it
comes
out
the
there.
orb.
Oh, GCN light. This is the
that was
side
so
air.
close.
That was a burn dodge. Doesn't hit the down sig. Whoa, whoa! He's still alive. Oh, Radish! 6-0.
Radish brings it back, gets the reset, a 6-0 in the grand finals. Radish is your North American 1v1 summer champion.
Spirit Bomb on Spirit Bomb on Spirit Bomb, looking like Goku, but they keep replaying the episode saying, hey, put your hands up, give him your energy because he needs it. I thought, I was so nervous when he was going for the gauntlets. I thought, but Radish 6-0s in the grand finals. Oh my
One
goodness.
whiff, he sees it. There's another one. It makes contact in orange. Radish moves down. The pause must have been like, was that it? Did I just win the tournament? No, I have to go down,
Gotta do
throw
another?
another one. That's like the rest of the world being like, man, I'm drained. I don't got no more energy to give you, man. Come on, finish this one up here. I can't do it anymore. My knees are weak.
Please.
Wow. Radish coming out on top with a dominant 6-0 performance. Like, I want to talk about Radish a lot, but like I also want to talk about Blue a lot. Both of them just tremendous efforts here in the grand finals. Upsets all day, all the way through the bracket.
It was an impressive day from both of them. Of course, Radish making that lower bracket run. He lost to Experience relatively early, but he didn't bow out. He kept going. He climbed through the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, and came back. Got the reset, 3-0s, goes into the reset, 3-0s again, but you also got to give a lot of credit to Blue. He spent most of the day not losing a game.
So the one thing that I also want to include is because Radish went down so early, that means a lot of games. That means that tournament endurance has to be on lock, which Radish has. We didn't necessarily see that ever, really proven in 1v1s quite in this fashion. So the fact that we now have evidence that Radish has that in the back pocket shows, again, major progression for Radish as a player beyond just being good at the game or getting the gold medal in this tournament. That shows that the future for Radish is bright, just like the future for Blue is bright. No clouds here. It's a blue sky. Even though it doesn't get the gold medal, a silver medal in the Summer Championship. First time on the podium. First time on the stream. First time this deep in bracket. First.
History has been made. We said it earlier, but a new champion has been crowned in North America. It is Radish as the last person to earn a champion title for the Summer Championship. He is the North American champion. Major props to him for going home with the gold. Again, props to Blue for the silver, and props to Stingray for that bronze medal.
This really shakes things up in an interesting way as we head into sort of the final half of the rest of this Brawlhalla competitive season. We don't have too many tournaments left. As we get closer and closer to the World Championship in November, we could have ourselves some new contenders for World Champion, but we'll have to wait to see that. That was it for the Summer Championship here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Thank you so much, everybody, tuning in. If you want to know when events are happening, including the World Championship, make sure you go to Brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will show you events in your time zone, including dev streams. If you want to sign up for BCX, tell them where they go.
Go to start.gg/BCX. You can get that information. You can get signed up. You can get your attendee badge. You can get all that goodness so that you can meet us in person in Atlanta and watch some Brawlhalla next to all of us. It's going to be a good time. You want to be there, start.gg/BCX.
Make sure you can also go to start.gg/Brawlhalla if you want to see past tournaments, current tournaments, future upcoming tournaments that you can sign up for and play in. Maybe you'll run into some of your favorite pros along the way. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. That does it here for the Summer Championship. We will see you soon.
Same thing happened in the Vegas set. Vegas went off a couple of times.
Sidelight neutral air into the down. Some blue off the stable air coming into the Stingray. Jumping neutral airs. A lot of neutral airs coming and out. Or it could have been a missed input where the jump didn't come out, leading to the Nair. True combo! He's the sword. Seems like he's been leading on that for some of his games. Oh, that's right! Top 8. And now, Java easing up Radish. That's going to rip over and get that wall touch.
Because otherwise, he might have just won. Actually, everything inside like though. This time gets 3 of them.
He's evening up this damage. He likes side air.
Sauce. And Sig. Wait. And the weapon toss. Healed.
Is going to get the ball. No.
Done. Down like ground.
Placements next to their name. It's either going to be a 1 or it's going to be a 2. Only the players themselves can decide what that is. And Radish is powering up here in this final set of the day. But he's going to have to win 2 best of 5. They might make it not turning those into gravity.
Connect the down tick.
Don't play against a lot of members. You're going to have a hard time.
Oh! Get it, and he will.
Lucky for Radish there. Blue did not have a weapon. So all it really was across the entire stage. Hoping that it'll be the right time when he gets through.
Oh! Hit down, Sig connects. Getting some hits, opening up with the end lights. There's the weapon toss. Down.
Fading out and away rather than trying to time the dodge perfectly.
Oh! This input, another side light. He's getting damaged. But Radish has the gauntlets off stage.
Oh!
There! This is the Sair. This is the side air.
Close.
That was a burn dodge. Doesn't hit the down. Rip. Whoa! Whoa! He's still.
Radish breaks it back, gets the reset, a 6-0 in the grand finals. Radish is your North American 1v1 Summer Champions.